Meet Logan, the eldest son of a noble family that's completely down on its luck. The maids around the estate were terrified of him, and for good reason. I mean, just look at the scowl on this guy. One day, Logan tries to visit his father at the castle, but the soldiers at the gate block his path, telling him the young master isn't worthy. They call him nothing more than the son of the Baron's first wife. You see, people were either scared of Logan or just plain despised him because up until this point, he had been a truly arrogant and despicable person. But that was all about to change, because the Logan standing before them wasn't the man they thought they knew. Our hero, getting fed up with the guard's disrespect, yanks a glove from his belt and slaps it right across the soldier's face. This public humiliation was a formal challenge to a duel. Logan then lays into the guard, calling him the real failure and saying that he's always been nothing but a second-rate soldier. Dominant, absolutely furious and seeing red, accepts the challenge. With that, they head off to the dueling grounds, where they'll be using wooden training swords. Now, a knight can channel aura, and even with a wooden blade, they could easily take out a weaker warrior. Naturally, everyone feared for the prince's safety, since it was common knowledge he was a complete wash-up. Dominant lunges with his full strength, aura flaring, but Logan sidesteps the attack with impossible precision and brings his own sword down on top of Dominant's. The sheer force of the blow sends the guard's weapon flying from his grasp. The entire crowd was stunned. How in the world could the useless Logan possibly know how to fight like that? But Logan wasn't done yet, offering Dominant a second round if he was up for it. The soldier, however, was just kneeling on the ground, staring at his numb hand. He couldn't deny it, the impact had been unbelievably heavy, almost lethal. Logan doesn't bother waiting for an answer and just starts laying into him with a wooden sword, giving him a little payback for the earlier disrespect. This beatdown left every soldier in the castle completely terrified. Prince Logan was definitely not the weakling they all remembered. Of course, none of them could possibly understand why. The truth is, this Logan came from a future where, at 40 years old, he was a lowly grunt after his family had been wiped out. The other soldiers in that timeline constantly mocked him for losing a duel to his own younger brother in his youth. They couldn't figure out how he'd even become a soldier after his family's downfall. In that future, the kingdom was betrayed, and enemy forces swarmed the land. Every soldier fought with all their heart, Logan included, but despite their efforts, the kingdom was ultimately overwhelmed, and they were all annihilated. On that day, Logan fell in battle, his mind filled with a lifetime of regrets. He had always been a terrible person and desperately wished he could ask his father for forgiveness. Then, suddenly, Logan jolted awake in his bedroom, completely panicked. He was recovering from a head injury he'd gotten during that fateful duel with his younger brother. Our hero couldn't process it. Could it have all been just a terrible nightmare? No, it was too real. He remembered everything. Logan glanced out the window and saw the familiar grounds of his family's estate from his youth. Just then, his younger brother, Rome, came into the room to check on him, visibly nervous about how Logan would react. The poor kid was trembling, because the old Logan had been an absolute monster to everyone, especially him. Logan recalled that the last time they'd spoken, he had treated his brother like dirt, and that was the moment Rome had finally given up on trying to get close to him. Logan's head was pounding as all these memories came flooding back, and he realized Rome genuinely cared for him. The staff, knowing Logan's rotten personality all too well, had the butler, Rick, try to get the young master, Rome, out of the room. But for the first time in his life, Logan didn't fly into a rage. He spoke softly, asking Rome to come closer. The boy was completely floored, and so was the butler, Rick. Young Master Logan was certainly acting strange today. Logan wanted to compliment Rome on his strength, but the words wouldn't come out. He knew it would take more than that after years of treating him like garbage. So, Logan did something he'd never done before. He pulled his brother into a hug and asked for forgiveness for everything. He confessed that he'd been a terrible brother, and that Rome was truly amazing. There wasn't a dry eye in the room. After they talked for a bit, Rome finally left Logan to his thoughts. Our hero looked out the window again, now certain this was no dream. He had actually returned to the past, and this time, he was going to change everything and save his family. Just then, a maid accidentally entered the room and immediately started apologizing. Rick rushed in right behind her, begging the young master's forgiveness on her behalf. He insisted that Mary didn't mean any harm. The whole display was just exhausting. It was then Logan realized just how absurd it was that everyone walked on eggshells around him. Just how awful was he back then? Logan just brushes it off, asking them to bring him some paper and pens. This sends Rick and Mary into a full-blown panic. Is the young master actually about to do some work? When they bring him what he asked for, Logan actually thanks them. Rick is floored. Did his master seriously just say thank you for something? Now the servants are convinced they must be dreaming. And once again, it hits Logan just how much of a scumbag he used to be. He asks to be left alone to work, but before he starts, a crucial memory surfaces. The war against the Empire is looming, set to break out in 10 years. That's the very event that will shatter his family, leaving them weak and buried in debt. His mission is to fix not only his own past self, but his entire family's fate. On top of that, he recalls an internal conflict in his own region just 1 year away, which was the first crack that began to destroy his territory's reputation. After buckling down and writing for a while, Logan decides it's time to see his father. On the way there, he notices something unsettling. The staff members are literally turning their heads to avoid making eye contact. They know the old Logan could snuff out their lives on a whim. A maid, busy carrying clean laundry, doesn't see the young master and trips, sprawling to the ground. The poor girl freezes in terror, thinking her life is over. But that's not what happens. Instead, with a gentle hand, Logan helps her back to her feet. It feels like a miracle. But then the girl gets a look at his face. It's not exactly the face of a kind soul, so she immediately begs for her life and bolts without a second glance. Logan realizes that just acting differently isn't going to fix his reputation overnight. After all, his default smile looks like something out of a horror movie. When he finally reaches his father's office and is announced to the Baron, Logan's demeanor turns cold again. It's been more than 20 years since he last saw his father. As he enters, the icy reception is exactly what he expected. The head of House McLain, Patrick McLain, has absolutely no reason to respect his eldest son. Logan is there to ask for one thing: permission to go into isolated training on the family's mountain property. Our hero has all the memories of his past life and knows exactly how to train to become a knight, but his current body is a useless, lazy sack of potatoes. Besides that, he needs to make some serious cash to turn things around, and getting stronger is a key part of that plan. He has to be prepared, because in just 3 months, that time's girl is going to show up. Patrick immediately asks if Logan is trying to run away after his humiliating defeat by Roman. Logan denies it, insisting he's finally realized how weak he is and how much time he's wasted. He's decided to actually get better. But Patrick has heard these empty promises before. He refuses, saying his son's problem runs deeper than a simple lack of effort. Logan should have seen that coming. He admits to his father that his own behavior is the real issue and that he's determined to change it. But his father is done believing his lies and orders him to get out. The request is denied. This is the price he pays for his past. But Logan pleads, telling his father he knows he's been foolish and immature up to this point. He claims this training will be the first real step toward changing. And not even the most jaded father can completely give up on his kid. So Patrick relents, telling Logan this is his absolute last chance. However, before he goes, he asks if Logan seriously thinks 3 months is enough time to catch up to Roman. Logan answers firmly that this training isn't about defeating Roman. It's about defeating his former self. After he leaves the room, Patrick feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. A flicker of respect for his son. And our boy picks up on it. Even though his father didn't say a word, Logan felt that this path of change was already worth it. With that, Logan heads to the mountains, where he'll live and train for the next 3 months. His goal is to forge his body and, more importantly, achieve something much greater. You see, true warriors are capable of felling even a dragon by harnessing the life force within their cores. 3 months fly by, with our protagonist pushing himself every single day to his absolute limit until, finally, he succeeds in forming his core, an achievement he didn't reach until he was 40 years old in his past life. With this power, he can push his body's limits far beyond its breaking point. On the final day of his training, he stands before a massive tree, ready to unleash his ultimate move. By focusing all of his aura, he channels that energy into his sword and muscles. The resulting strike is so powerful it seems to cut through space itself to reach its target, slicing it clean in half. This is the very power he only mastered at the end of his previous life. And now, he can wield it at such a young age. But even though he pulled it off, the strain on his still weak body is immense. This is definitely a move to be used only as a last resort. Now, he can finally head back home and start making some real changes. And the very first thing on the agenda? A new wardrobe. Smells like a backed-up drain. Upon returning home to show his father his progress, the guard, Dominion, blocked his path, claiming only those with direct McLean blood could enter, without special permission. That's when it hit Logan. His standing within the family was on shaky ground. It was at that very moment that Logan challenged Dominion to a duel, stunning all the castle guards by effortlessly taking down a trained soldier. This was a direct result of his intense training and combat experience, a move calculated to keep any other guards from getting similar ideas. Later, inside his father's office, Logan and Patrick had a talk. His father admitted what he'd witnessed was impressive, acknowledging his son's awakening before asking what exactly happened during his training. The young man processed the fact that his father had been watching a complete surprise and explained that he'd simply let go of his greed and attachments. As he kept training with that mindset, he eventually reached a point where he could feel the force welling up inside him. Logan mused that while it might sound like a total lie, it was a hard-won insight from his past life, explaining that only after abandoning his quest for revenge was he able to become a force user, and how he didn't awaken until he was 40. His father appeared impressed that such a simple realization could trigger this change, remarking that Logan had truly transformed. However, he was also furious that after this breakthrough, the first thing his son did was go and attack a knight. Logan shot back that the guy had it coming, asking his father if he'd even heard the full story from the other soldiers. His father confirmed he had, but still felt such extreme measures were unnecessary. They were, Logan retorted, catching his father off guard. After all, the man was attempting to disrespect the Lord's own bloodline and make him look like a fool. If they let that slide, the guy would become a poison festering within the family's discipline. Logan then thought to himself how hierarchy is the bedrock of any functioning organization, and when that foundation is shaken, the entire structure weakens. After a decade as a mercenary, he learned one crucial lesson. When you're managing a group of armed men, you have to establish absolute order in one decisive move. What went down today would serve as a powerful lesson for the other knights. His father conceded that Dominion was mostly to blame, having failed his duty and attempting to deceive Logan. Still, he warned that Logan's actions were too risky and that it was best to be more restrained. Logan was shocked by how readily his father forgave him a complete 180 from his past life. Noticing his expression, his father even cracked a joke, asking if he'd prefer a punishment instead. "I'm good," Logan quickly replied. His father continued, clarifying that he didn't approve of the action and that Logan should never pull a stunt like that again without his permission, especially since he hadn't even been officially granted his rank yet. Logan respectfully replied that he would keep that in mind. Shortly after, his father announced that his fiancée, Reina, would be visiting very soon. At first glance, Logan looked surprised by the news, but it wasn't shock. It was pure, unadulterated excitement because payday was finally just around the corner. And just like that, as if on cue, Princess Reina Wolf was announced. Every lady in the room was left speechless, and every single guard was green with envy for Logan. As she approached, she gracefully greeted Lord McLain, remarking that it had been too long and inquiring about his health. The patriarch, taken aback by Reina's beauty, commented on how she had blossomed into a stunning young woman since their last meeting. Rick also watched her from a distance, impressed by how much she had grown. But then he glanced over at Master Logan, who looked completely unfazed by her presence. Reina announced she had a letter entrusted to her by her father, the Count, and then proceeded to read it aloud. The letter, addressed to Baron Patrick McLain, was so mind-numbingly dull that over the next 30 minutes, even the guards were struggling to stay awake. However, the letter's conclusion snapped everyone back to attention, as the final point was a request that due to unavoidable circumstances, the arranged marriage between Reina and Logan be nullified. After hearing all this, the young man instantly decoded the real message. They had bet on Patrick McLain becoming a powerful aura user, but instead, he'd been stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years. And let's be real, Logan was seen as a total wash-up, so there was no upside for the Wolf clan to ally with the McLains. Therefore, they were officially cutting their ties. Patrick was absolutely livid, seeing as they were breaking off the engagement for such a flimsy reason. He knew perfectly well that the Wolves were trying to publicly humiliate the McLains. Reina shot that down immediately, claiming she'd volunteered for this very task because she was worried Patrick would think exactly that. Therefore, she wanted to set the record straight. Then she launched into a story about her wonderful childhood memories from the years she spent at the McLain estate. All these great times she and Logan shared in that beautiful, peaceful home, and how she couldn't bear to lose those precious moments. But, she said, her hands were tied, as she's bound by duty to her family and has to obey her elders. So, the only thing she could do was come here and apologize to Logan and Patrick face to face. The crowd was totally captivated, murmuring about how her heart was as lovely as her face. Well, everyone except Logan, his stepmother Mary, and Kairos. So, Logan cut right through the fluff and asked Reina what the real reason for the breakup was. He said he wanted to hear all about these so-called unavoidable circumstances. As this was happening, Logan's mind drifted to his stepmother, Reina's own mother, and how she'd always seen him as a rival for the family inheritance. He figured she'd stay out of it. But apparently, family honor was a whole different ball game. Reina just apologized again and sidestepped the question, claiming she had no idea why the engagement was off. She argued that since she was just going to be married off anyway, her father never included her in important family discussions. Mary was absolutely livid, snapping that it all made sense now why Reina would show up to call things off without a single real reason. Reina, looking terrified as her white dress got splattered with mud, looked up at the McLains and declared that for all the trouble they'd caused, the Wolf family was prepared to offer 3 million gold pieces as compensation for breaking the engagement. At the sight of this, the financial manager, Dwayne Filner McLain, just about had a heart attack. Logan, on the other hand, was ecstatic, thinking he was about to hit the jackpot, but no such luck. The moment he heard it, Patrick exploded with rage, demanding to know how she could dare make such an offer. A knight from House Wolf instantly leaped in front of Princess Reina to shield her, pleading with the patriarch to calm himself. Patrick sneered, asking if the boy was a high-ranking knight like him. Admitting it was impressive for someone so young to have gotten so far, He then added that maybe crippling the Wolf family's rising star would be a fair price for the shame brought upon House McLain. The knight shot back that his master, Karen Wolf, held Lord McLain to be a man of honor, one who would never stoop to harming the young princess or someone so much younger. Rhaena then jumped in, insisting she didn't want to buy their honor with money either, and begged them to see the gold as a sincere gesture to preserve the friendship between their two houses. Lord McLain ground his teeth, realizing that if he pressed this any further, he'd be the one who looked like a man with no honor. He saw it now. This was exactly why Karen had sent these kids. Patrick went on. A guest is a guest, even one who brings misfortune, and declared that the McLains do not harm their guests. However, he boomed, I will not accept this one-sided offer from the Wolves. House McLain demands only one thing, that the messenger, Princess Rhaena Wolf, give a sincere apology to my son. Patrick made it crystal clear he would refuse any other form of payment. After all that drama, Logan finally stepped in, saying that as the one at the center of all this, he had a request of his own. Inside, Logan was screaming that they had to take the money. The idea of letting them off with a simple sorry was insane, especially when 3 million gold was House McLain's entire yearly budget. On top of that, half of their operating funds came from his stepmother's family, the Charons. He knew they'd go broke the instant that support was pulled. And all for what? Honor? He thought, everyone here has completely lost their minds. They had to get that 3 million, no matter what it took. So, Logan turned to his father and announced that he would like to accept the Wolf family's terms of apology. Patrick's face flushed with anger again as he demanded if Logan was trying to make him eat his own words. Logan braced himself, feeling the pressure from his father. He remembered that even without an aura, the man was still a high-ranking knight. But unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, that meant nothing compared to the real power players in the kingdom. Logan knew if he couldn't handle this pressure, he'd never get anywhere. Patrick then told his son that House McLain was not so destitute that it had to trade its honor for coin. Logan let out a long, heavy sigh and replied, actually, father, we are exactly times that poor. And he was just getting started. That house man is currently in debt to the bank for a whopping 3 million gold. The interest alone for 1 year is around 150,000 gold. And if it weren't for the Charon's funds, they would have gone belly up ages ago. They're basically the most prominent family of beggars in the entire kingdom. In fact, they also owe over 2 million gold to the very kingdom they're supposed to be serving as lords. That's why he's worried that settling this with just an apology will make it look like they're caving to the Wolf family. At that moment, Rhaena jumps in, claiming that the House of Wolf isn't unreasonable and that they deeply respect the honor behind their family's position. Hearing this, Logan scoffs, asking if she really thinks she has any room to talk about being rational, considering she's the one who showed up out of the blue to call off the engagement. Suddenly, a memory from his past life flashes through his mind. He recalls how he once believed Rhaena was genuinely heartbroken about them having to part ways. But that was all before a certain incident. The memory shows Rhaena and Logan alone in a bedroom. She thanks him for meeting her. Rhaena then says that even though they might be ending things today, she wants to make one final memory together. Logan, believing his life as a nobleman was finished, desperately asks Rhaena to run away with him that very night. But that's when she suddenly hurls a knife right at his head, forcing him to draw his sword just to block it. Then, Rhaena tears her own clothes and, in a twisted attempt to frame him, sneers, asking if he honestly believes a nobody like him could ever deserve someone like her. She tells him to learn his place and get out of her sight. Then she scoffs, asking why he's even bothering to carry a sword when he lost to a mere child, adding that he just made everything so much easier for her. Logan is completely baffled by what's going on, and that's when Rhaena starts screaming just as a thunderstorm cracks outside. Rhaena accuses Logan of getting violent and trying to force himself on her, and with his sword already out, it was a very convincing lie. He remembers how he'd already been blamed for so many other screw-ups that even his own family didn't believe his side of the story. As a result, the McLain family was forced to apologize to the Wolves and pay a massive compensation. He thinks to himself that because of her, he lost his ability to ever trust a woman again, calling Rhaena a two-faced viper in his mind, vowing that this time around, she absolutely would not get away with her scheme. After reliving these events, Logan reconsiders his plan for changing his reputation within the family. He had figured that by slowly proving he'd changed and winning them over, they would eventually come around too. But it seems his fight with Dominion made him realize something crucial. His own soldiers just looked the other way when he was being disrespected. And on top of that, the rumors that he'd lost to his own brother had already spread like wildfire while he was gone. He realized you can't change the family just by earning the respect of people like that. With only 9 months left until the regional war kicks off, his personal reputation was worthless. The only thing that mattered now was saving his family. So, Logan swallowed his pride and told Rhaena he would accept the compensation from the Wolf family, completely defying his own family's wishes. Rhaena was left completely speechless, and the patriarch was absolutely furious, demanding to know how he dared to go against his decision. Logan shot back that he wouldn't be satisfied with a few empty words, which left his father stunned. He then continued, saying their family's honor can't be restored with pretty words that just blow away in the wind. Its value would become just as weightless as those words. Hearing all of this, Rena quickly tries to salvage the situation, saying that the Wolf family only wishes to follow the will of the Baron of House McLain. She then turns to Patrick and asks what he chooses. Logan sees right through her act, thinking that she's only saying this to protect her own father's reputation and is probably scared out of her mind about having to pay out 3 million gold. The patriarch, looking down at Rena with disdain, states that as the head of the Imlan family, he is satisfied with a sincere apology alone. However, he's leaving it entirely up to Logan to judge whether that apology is truly sincere or not. Upon hearing this, his stepmother, Marion, is absolutely livid. Patrick turns back to his son and warns him to think very carefully, because if he accepts money for this dishonor, he'll be setting a precedent, allowing his honor to be bought and sold in the future. But Logan, without a moment's hesitation, decides he can't back down on this and declares that as the one directly involved in this broken engagement, he formally accepts the compensation offered by the House of Wolf. This declaration stuns Marion and clearly infuriates Rena. Once Logan made his choice, his disappointed father said he thought his son was starting to improve, but now sees he's only changed for the worse. He even goes on to add, blaming himself for failing to teach his son the true meaning of honor. Meanwhile, Logan keeps his thoughts to himself, convinced that every move he makes is for the family's ultimate benefit. Back in his room, fresh off of collecting that hefty compensation from Rena, Logan gets interrupted by a knock at the door. Figuring it's just Rick, he calls for him to come in, but it's Dwayne, the family's financial advisor, who walks through the door. Seeing him, Logan immediately wonders what this guy wants. An internal monologue from Dwayne begins, as he recalls the nightmare of managing the family estate on a budget that was constantly shrinking. He was always dealing with soldiers demanding new weapons on one hand and servants running out of winter supplies on the other. To cover the constant shortfall, he was forced to go begging to the head of the family. He often wondered if he was a financial advisor or the king of beggars, thinking that if this wasn't his hometown, he would quit this job ages ago. But now, he finally had a chance to breathe easy for at least a few years. He figured the only thing standing in his way was that idiot, thinking to himself that Logan had no choice but to split that 3 million gold. Dwayne started by telling the young man he'd just stopped by to say hello, since he'd made such a fantastic impression yesterday. The way he defended himself, not giving an inch against all that unfair pressure, proved he was a truly incredible young master, worthy of becoming the heir to the family. As Dwayne laid it on thick, he was certain his flattery was hitting home with Logan. After all, the kid had never been praised before, since all he ever did was screw things up. Dwayne figured getting the money would be a piece of cake, but Logan wasn't the least bit impressed. So, Dwayne pressed on, saying that, in times as tough as these, 3 million gold was like a downpour in the desert, and that Logan's cleverness had finally allowed the family to breathe a sigh of relief. The young man's expression remained unchanged as he said he didn't see why the family should be relieved, since it was his money. Hearing that, Dwayne felt all his hope drain away. He couldn't believe Logan was actually going to keep all the money for himself, but he tried to maintain his composure. After all, in his 20 years as the McLain's financial advisor, groveling had basically become second nature, and this situation was no different. So, he just started crying, which left Logan a little stunned, who then asked if the family's finances were really that terrible. Dwayne launched into his sob story, saying he wasn't sure if Logan knew, but the family owed 3 million gold to the Cooper Bank. He was about to add that the interest alone was 150,000 gold a year, but Logan cut him off, finishing the sentence for him. A shocked Dwayne asked how he could possibly know that, and the young man just replied that the interest shouldn't be an issue. After all, it was harvest season, so they should be able to cover it with the profits from the harvest. Dwayne desperately tried to explain that just managing their barren lands costs a fortune, and that they're always running on a tight budget. He pleaded that if Logan could just help out a little bit, everything would change, but he was cut off again by Logan, who clearly didn't want to hear it. Dwayne then asked why he wouldn't help, since he thought Logan had stood up to the Baron for the family's sake. Logan confirmed that was true. He said he would absolutely use the money for the family's benefit, but not to cover the family's immediate debts. Instead, he needed it to prepare for the future. Dwayne, now furious, thought to himself that Logan had no clue what he was talking about and should just hand over the cash right now. But then Logan asked Dwayne if he was correct in assuming that even if he paid off all the family's debts, it really wouldn't change their fundamental situation. Dwayne argued back that having a bigger budget would make managing the estate much easier for at least a couple of years. The young man then pressed, asking what would happen after that. He pointed out that even if they got a temporary boost, they'd just fall right back into debt since they had no special products to sell. He laid it out plain and simple. It's a vicious cycle, and he was trying to break it with a plan of his own, a plan that also required that money. Dwayne was completely gobsmacked, wondering if this was really the same screw-up he'd always known. He'd always thought Logan was just some punk kid who couldn't care less about the family's problems. Logan then said he had a favor to ask of Dwayne, and if he helped out, he might just be willing to part with a portion of the money to help cover some of the family's expenses. Dwayne immediately asked what he needed, and the young man told him to start gathering some mercenaries. Later, Logan is talking with Rick, and it looks like he's getting ready to leave again. Rick, completely bewildered, asks where the hell he thinks he's going, pointing out it hasn't even been that long since he got back from his isolated training. Logan shot back that he was leaving to make some serious money. Rick pointed out he was already sitting on a nice chunk of change, but Logan insisted it wasn't nearly enough. He knew the patriarch would never let him leave, especially since the mood in the castle was tense enough to cut with a knife, but Logan coolly replied that he wasn't about to ask his father for permission. He was just going to slip out unnoticed. Rick was floored, but Logan couldn't care less, figuring that if he couldn't salvage his reputation now, it was a lost cause. That meant he had to build his power base from the outside. Fortunately, he knew exactly what was going on in the world, a little perk from his past life when he was kicked out of the family. He decided his first move was to track down a certain individual. Rick, however, tried to talk some sense into him, saying he was completely off his rocker. Becoming a fugitive at this stage of the game wouldn't do him any favors. Logan was getting annoyed with Rick's nagging, who then demanded to know what his grand plan was if he just took off. Rick even dramatically declared that if Logan was really leaving, he might as well just trample over him on the way out, which, frankly, Logan was close to doing since he didn't seem to give a damn. The young master assured his friend that everything would be fine, as he was going to write a letter to his father that would get Rick completely off the hook. Rick nervously asked what he was going to write, but Logan just flashed a mischievous smile, causing Rick to let out a huge sigh of relief. After Logan vanished, Rick delivered the letter to the patriarch. The man looked like he was about to unleash a storm that would make D-Day look like a water pistol fight. The letter started formally before claiming he was so heartbroken over the engagement that he had decided to leave for some fresh air, but promised he'd be back in a flash. Signed, Logan McLain. Afterward, poor Rick just bawled his eyes out, praying for the young master's return. A quick dive into the McLain family history shows that just 200 years ago, the family was a much bigger deal than they are today. Their massive lands stretched into neighboring counties, and they were respected as the rulers of the southwest region of the Grandia Kingdom. But then, thanks to the spectacularly useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors under the current Lord Patrick McLain, their title was demoted and their territory shrank dramatically. The vast grain depot, once known as the McLain Plains, was handed over to a powerful vassal, and their fertile lands were carved up and passed around. The place they were ultimately exiled to was an arid, dry patch of land near the southern mountains, essentially sentencing the McLains to a future of financial ruin. They had no decent regional products to speak of, and the copper mines typically found in mountainous areas were completely absent. Logan figured that even if they managed to win the regional war, they'd just have to go crawling back to Syros for help. To shatter this vicious cycle, he needed a ton of money, way more than the $3 million he was currently holding. He knew there was someone here who could help him as he stepped into Cairo, the largest commercial city in the entire Grandia Kingdom. The air buzzed with vendors hawking rings, shields, and even fresh produce. The young man thought to himself that this place really hammered home just how much of a backwater the McLain barony truly was. He then recalled from his past life that the person he was looking for had spent his youth right here in Cairo, and he heard the man lived somewhere nearby. The man he was searching for, his personal golden beetle, Philip Claude, was a major player in the Ares Empire, the most dominant nation on the continent. It was a centralized power built on a merit-based system, which meant that as long as you had talent, your gender or age didn't matter, you had a shot at making it big. It was a nation where you could seize power and wealth even if you were a foreigner, and the poster child for this success story was Philip Claude from the Kingdom of Grandia. He would become one of the richest merchants to ever move to the empire and the continent's largest arms dealer, earning him the infamous title, the Trader of the Grandia Kingdom. In reality, though, despite being called the Golden Beetle, he secretly supported people from his homeland and used his vast fortune to fund the miracle of Grandia's fight for sovereignty. While wandering the streets, Logan spotted someone and wondered, is that him? There, in the middle of the street, was a young boy. He had just been swindled and was despairing over how he was supposed to survive without a single penny to his name. Logan watched him, remembering that he'd heard. The man's first business had been destroyed by a scam, but seeing the raw desperation with his own eyes was far worse than he had ever imagined. Just as the boy was contemplating ending it all, Logan casually approached, struck up a conversation, and asked if he happened to be Philip Claude. Philip, looking a bit dazed, confirmed that he was, eyed him suspiciously, demanding to know who he was. Between the red eyes and that intense stare, the guy screamed, "Dangerous." Logan just calmly said he wanted a word with him for a moment, but Philip wasn't buying it, wondering how this stranger even knew his name. That's when Philip saw a familiar glint in his eyes. It was an emotion the businessman had seen 1,000 times before, pure greed. Philip's mind started racing. The timing, the old armor, he had to be a mercenary or some kind of thug. Before Logan could even explain, Philip totally freaked out, yelling that the payment deadline hadn't passed yet, and the sale of his property would be finalized in 3 days, so he should just come back then. Logan assured him he wasn't there to collect a debt, but Philip was having none of it, barking like a mad dog that the sale wasn't final and telling him to get lost. Logan tried again to calm Philip down, insisting he wasn't there to collect a thing, but to times invest times money, which left Philip absolutely floored. When he stammered, "Invest in me?" Logan confirmed it. Philip immediately thought that if this guy wasn't a debt collector, he had to be a complete lunatic for wanting to throw money at a washed-up failure like him. But still, a part of him wondered if it was true, so he asked how much Logan was willing to invest. Logan fired the question right back, asking how much he needed. He promised to give him enough to clear his debts and get him back on his feet. Philip, still wary, scanned the expression on Logan's face and the dirt caked on his armor, realizing he must have traveled a very long way. And that's when it all clicked. As Logan tried to ask again how much he needed, Philip cut him off, calling him a disgusting scoundrel. He sneered that if he was going to pull a scam, he should have at least prepared better than the other guys, who'd already taken him for a ride. He went on, declaring that he was no investor and that the crest on his armor marked him as part of the McLain barony, way out in the southwest. To Philip, they were nothing more than a family of beggars mooching off their wealthy relatives. How on earth could they possibly invest when that family couldn't even pay its own debts? Besides, he warned Logan that impersonating a noble was a death sentence and complained that he'd hit the wrong mark because he was completely tapped out. From his perspective, Logan thought that even at rock bottom, Philip still had a sharp judgment of a future tycoon. He wondered how to calm the guy down as Philip wailed in the street that he didn't have enough money to eat, let alone to die. Right then, Logan had an idea. He told Philip to watch closely and then flared his aura, leaving him utterly speechless. Philip realized that someone so brilliant, who had awakened their power so early, would be a complete moron to throw it all away on a petty scam. He quickly apologized, explaining that a lot had happened and he was a little on edge, and then asked what Logan's interest in him was. Logan laid it out. He wanted to hire him forever, and as a bonus, he'd pay off his entire debt. Philip's skepticism returned, asking if the McLain family really had that kind of cash. Logan simply asked for the total amount of his debt, guessing it was around $250,000, and said he'd pay it off plus give him another $300,000, revealing the massive wad of cash he was carrying. Philip looked at Logan and thought he must be an angel, and just like that, he signed the contract. The terms, however, were insane. If Philip, the subordinate, intentionally tried to harm his boss, he would feel a pain so agonizing it would be like his soul was being torn to shreds. A totally bonkers condition. The witch who sealed the contract then told Philip that if he didn't like it, he'd have to awaken as a high-ranking knight, pay a fourth circle mage, or hire someone for several hundred times the value of the contract just to break the curse, leaving Philip speechless yet again. She sent them on their way with a casual "see you around," and Philip started wondering if he'd just been completely played. The whole Logan, the angel idea now seemed delusional, especially after realizing Logan had just paid a fortune for a magical contract, just to lock him down, when a single page of that thing was worth 30 slaves. Logan explained that since they barely knew each other, they couldn't trust one another yet. So, if he was going to invest a fortune, he needed a solid guarantee. He then assured Philip that once they built some trust, things would be different. He promised he'd get rid of the contract and offered his hand as a gesture of partnership. All Philip could think was that this contract was a total mess with no deadlines in sight or any conditions, but he really has no choice but to trust Logan for now. So, he shakes his hand. Philip asks what Logan needs him to do, and Logan tells him that. First up, they need to buy a whole lot of monster meat. Hearing this, Philip immediately calls Logan a psychopath. Logan figures Philip's reaction is pretty normal, since monster blood and flesh are full of poison. So yeah, burning it all is the smartest thing to do. However, in just a few years, that's all going to change dramatically, as soon as the news gets out that you can make a monster blood neutralizer with common ingredients. Regions with food shortages started eating the monsters. That very winter, they started treating cases of deficiencies by consuming the Kellic monster. It even helped people with certain injuries that cause infertility start seeing results. A year after that, the Royal Magic Tower confirmed everything. The Kellic practically disappeared from the entire continent because the species was hunted to extinction after research proved it was a massive boost to a man's virility. And knowing this, Logan figures he can easily make 3 million, maybe even more, depending on how much he can get his hands on. Trailing behind a certified madman, Philip gives Logan a look of pure disappointment and wonders if he should just make a run for it. In a nearby tavern, the two of them start hashing out the details. Logan tells Philip he wants to buy 1 million gold's worth of monster meat, and Philip is convinced he's completely lost his mind. Logan tells him to chill out, promising he'll make a huge profit even if he spends a little extra. Philip is totally against it and asks if Logan is absolutely sure about this. Logan says he is. So, Philip sighs and asks what the going rate per unit is to buy Kelloc meat. Logan explains that Kelloc meat is worthless right now. People are basically just burning it since nobody wants it. So, if you send some level 0, nobody to haul the carcasses, it would cost around 200 gold, mostly due to the kingdom's transport fees. And that fee is per trip, which means if you brought a whole bunch of Kellex back at once, the transportation cost per monster would be way cheaper. Philip is actually impressed that Logan even thought about transport fees and admits he's right about the costs. So he asks, with that price and a 1 million gold budget, is the plan to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt and buy up everything they bring back? Logan confirms that's the idea and asks if he sees a problem with it. Philip immediately explains that the plan is all wrong, since monster meat is just being thrown out anyway. He should just hire a merchant's guild, offer them the price of cheap beef, and the problem would solve itself. He goes on, saying there are merchants out there who will fetch and sell you literally anything for the right price. Even if it's just garbage waiting to be tossed, they'll offer to go get it for you. The kid is so sure of himself that he even says they'd probably bring him every last piece of Kellic meat in the kingdom the second he asks, all butchered and ready to go. Logan is seriously impressed with Philip's idea, thinking to himself that this investment is already paying for itself. A little weirdly, he calls Philip an adorable punk for some reason. Philip tells Logan not to worry about the money from here on out and to just leave it all to him. After all, his own faith is now tied to Logan's success. Then, Logan hands Philip a list with several items on it: ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue. He tells him to stay in the city of K and buy all of it in bulk. But Philip is skeptical all over again and asks if he's trying to open a toy factory or something. Logan just smirks and says he has something way better in mind. In reality, Logan was having Philip buy the raw materials for weapons of war. He remembered exactly how armaments made from these parts were used during the invasion of the Grandia Kingdom in his past life. Depending on the situation, a single soldier armed with one of these could hold off a fully armored knight. He also recalled that he'd already tasked Dwayne with hiring mercenaries before he even arrived. So, just putting these new weapons in their hands would be more than enough to get an edge in the coming regional war. But first, he had to find a craftsman skilled enough to make the weapons and an instructor to train the mercenaries. 2 days later in Heron, the city of mercenaries, Logan was in a meeting with Kaizalan, a ranking mercenary, trying to hire him as an instructor. But Kaizalan told him he'd never actually trained anyone properly before. Logan insisted the job wouldn't be that hard, since he'd only be training the rank C mercenaries he was about to hire. Still, hesitant, Kaizalan explained that he didn't know what rumors Logan had heard, but all he'd ever really done was give some pointers to a few young guys, and that he should to leave this mission in the hands of professional educators. Logan figured Kaizen couldn't pull a fast one on him, since he knew the man's whole story from his past life. He recalled that Kaizalan had mastered every weapon known to man and, on top of that, was a phenomenal horseman. But where Kaizalan's true genius lay was in teaching. After all, the mercenary squad he whipped into shape after a career-ending injury was a cut above the rest, but he didn't seem interested in the job now. Logan threw out an offer of 4,000 gold coins for his services. Kaizalan, however, played hard to get and turned him down flat. Logan upped the ante to 6,000, but the guy still refused, so he raised it again to 7,000. And once again, the stubborn man wouldn't budge, trying to lecture Logan that money can't solve everything. But the young man just bumped the offer again to 8,000. That's when Kaizalan finally cracked, accepting the proposal and even thanking him for the business. As they talked, Logan revealed he was the firstborn son of the Baron Milan family, asking if Kaizalan wasn't the least bit curious why he was hiring sellswords way out in the countryside. Kaizalan shot back that he didn't care, as long as the coin was good. While walking the streets, they spotted a man lashing a group of people, screaming that if he was late, he'd end every last one of them. Kaizalan casually mentioned that, as Logan might know, Haram is famous for being the city of mercenaries and slaves, and that they'd be seeing a lot more scenes like this. From that point on, the city was basically one massive slave market. Logan coolly replied that he was well aware of the situation, as he was planning to purchase a slave from this very market. A nearby merchant eyed him, pegging him for some clueless country boy, and called him over to show off his merchandise, claiming he had slaves at unbeatable prices. But the moment he laid eyes on Kaizalan, the merchant's face went pale with terror. Seeing this, the young man smirked, thinking hiring him was worth every single coin. He approached a shop that had way more guards than the others and knew instantly this had to be the spot. An old man greeted Logan, saying he assumed the young man knew exactly what kind of establishment he was stepping into. Logan got straight to the point, stating he was there to buy a dwarf. The old merchant confirmed he'd come to the right place, explaining that non-human races are a rare commodity, which is why they take such special care of them, and beckoned him to come have a look. He then presented a pair of elves, boasting about how difficult they were to acquire and asking if Logan had ever laid eyes on one before. The old merchant started his sales pitch on the two elves, but Logan couldn't have cared less. He cut him off and told the merchant to bring him the chained dwarf from the back of the shop. The merchant replied with a smug, obvious tone that he could see it was a dwarf, and that Logan would find plenty of uses for him. He claimed that even among dwarves, who are legendary for being master craftsmen, this particular one was a rare expert. Hearing this caught the young man by surprise. He had always assumed all dwarves were just born with incredible talent in their hands, a race that finds its very purpose in creating and fixing things from the day they're born to the day they die. An expert dwarf was far beyond what he was hoping to find. He wouldn't even have to worry about the quality of work he was about to assign the guy. Logan asked for the price, and the merchant said that, since he was an expert, the bidding would start at a minimum of 200,000 gold coins. The young man just gave the merchant a cold look and asked, "Do I look like a sucker to you?" The old man nearly had a heart attack and immediately dropped the price by 50,000 coins. Kaiserlon couldn't help but think about how easily he'd made the old man fold. The dwarf looked up at Logan and remarked that his negotiation tactic was ruthless, but the young man just thought of it as business 101. The dwarf then asked where they were headed. Logan explained that he was taking him to the McLain estate in the southwest, where he would be put to work on assigned tasks. The dwarf simply nodded in agreement. It was all going exactly as Logan had planned. Dwarves were famous for their craftsmanship, but enslaved dwarves were a different story entirely, because even for a race of artisans, without passion, their hands could never forge a true masterpiece. Logan's goal was to reignite that fire in the dwarf, promising that if he gave his all for the next 20 years, he would be sent right back to his mountain home. Since 20 years was just a blink of an eye for his kind, the dwarf was ecstatic with the promise and was about to thank him when another slave suddenly broke free from his chains and made a desperate run for it. The young man watched the whole chaotic scene unfold. However, the runaway didn't get very far before a soldier tackled him to the ground. But as Logan looked closer, he found that slave strangely familiar. A captive with vibrant blue hair and two different colored eyes, both shades of blue. Suddenly, it clicked, and a name escaped his lips. The commotion was loud enough to pique Kaiserlon's curiosity, but Logan was floored, wondering how on earth he'd stumbled upon the noble slayer here of all places, a sight that threw him right back to his past life. He remembered a time when a legendary aura user terrorized the kingdom, a former slave who broke free after taking out his masters and went on a legendary rampage targeting nobles. He vanished for a solid 10 years after that, but when he resurfaced, he was wielding aura proof he'd become something more than human and made it his sole mission in life. His goal was to hunt down every noble he could find, which is how he earned the infamous title of the Noble Slayer. Logan's mind raced. He recalled that the Great Slave Escape incident happened about 1 year into his mercenary career. So, by that timeline, this kid should still be a slave. If Logan could just get him out of here now, he would have. A future master aura user in his corner. The only tiny problem? The kid grows up to be an unstoppable killing machine. Logan just figured, hey, if he turns into a wild card that attacks his own side, he could just, lock him away. Just then, as the slaver went to strike the boy again, Logan's sword flashed out, blocking the blow and stunning the man completely. The trader's eyes landed on Logan's family crest, and his whole demeanor changed. Figuring he had a rich customer, he got all smug and started talking. He put on a show about how embarrassed he was, claiming the merchandise was being disobedient and needed a bit of training, then slimly asked how he could be of service. Logan said he was interested in buying a couple of slaves, pointing directly at the two kids. The merchant's eyes lit up, warning him that since they were both rare, one a redhead, the other with blue eyes, the price would be incredibly steep, and asked if he was sure. When Logan pressed for the number, the merchant greedily announced it would be at least 10,000 gold apiece. Logan scoffed internally. A strong, healthy slave goes for about 300 gold, and this creep had the nerve to demand 100 times that for two kids who barely had any meat on their bones. Of course, Logan knew 10,000 gold coins was a bargain for the future noble slayer, but there was no way this scumbag could possibly know that. Besides, he wasn't about to let this lowlife get rich off him. So, Logan countered that paying 30 times the price of a strong slave, two children on the verge of collapse, with one of them nearly dead, seemed a little outrageous. The trader argued that they were his only stock, but Logan wasn't having it. He shot back with an offer of 500 gold each, a price already higher than a healthy slave's, which was more than generous. The trader immediately tried to haggle, whining that at that price, he wouldn't even break even. That's when Logan's patience wore thin. He snapped, asking the trader if he looked like some idiot who didn't know the going rate for a slave, and the sheer pressure made the man practically wet himself. The trader figured Victor was nothing but trouble anyway, so he quickly caved and accepted Logan's offer. Later, as Kaiserlon carried the injured boy, he remarked, "It's amazing he's even conscious. A wound like that shouldn't heal so fast." Logan just played it cool, saying the kid was a quick healer, no big deal. In reality, he'd been secretly channeling his own energy to mend the boy's wounds. It was a technique far more potent than the healing magic of most low-level priests. He got a little spooked, though, when he thought the other kid might have actually sensed his aura, when even Kaisalon was completely oblivious. He brushed it off as a coincidence, but the moment Victor was on his feet, he launched himself off Kaisalon's back and charged straight at Logan. He didn't even come close. Logan effortlessly snagged him by the neck, musing aloud whether the kid was brave or just plain stupid for picking a fight so far out of his league. He asked if Victor had any clue what kind of situation he was in, and if he really looked as pathetic as that worthless slave trader. Logan then admitted it was great, that Victor had a ton of fighting spirit, but he needed to learn how to pick his battles, making it clear this was his one and only warning. He laid out the deal. If Victor obeyed, Logan would personally guarantee his safety, and his little sister's too. But if he pulled a stunt like this again, he'd wash his hands of them both. He released the boy, figuring the message was sent, and then dropped the bombshell. He planned to raise him as a knight. Stunned, Victor asked if he was serious, and Logan confirmed it, adding that he needed to understand that knights were considered honorary nobles. This was his ticket out of slavery not just for him, but for his sister as well. Hearing that, Victor's gaze fell on his sister, and with new determination, he promised he would do whatever it takes. Logan watched them, a smirk on his face. His hunch was right on the money. The sister was the key to taming the future noble slayer's violent streak. With that settled, he announced that their training would begin as soon as possible. Once they get back home, Logan calls Hamar the dwarf over for a quick word. He announces that he's about to draft a magical contract, which will state the following. If Hamar serves him faithfully for the next 20 years, Logan will send him back to his home in the mountains. Hamar is completely stunned, finding it hard to believe that Logan would actually send him back to his own people. Logan continues saying it's tough to trust a promise that's just words on the wind. He then asks if there's a problem or if Hamar doesn't want to go through with the deal. Overjoyed, Hamar gratefully replies that he wants this more than anything and will do whatever Logan asks of him. He keeps thanking him, exclaiming that he can't believe Logan is really doing this for him. Seeing this reaction, Logan thinks to himself that if a simple contract is all it takes to motivate the dwarf, then he's the one getting the better end of the deal. He internally admits that he got everything he wanted from this adventure and then some, especially since he managed to get his hands on the noble slayer. He muses that preparations for the clan war are going swimmingly. At that very moment, however, Logan had no clue that rumors about his bizarre behavior had already spread like wildfire throughout the entire estate while he was gone, and that his reputation had completely gone down the drain. Meanwhile, poor Rick was drowning in a sea of confusion, desperately trying to do damage control and thinking, what in the world is Logan up to now? Soon after, Logan finally returns home, and you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone happier to see him than Rick. Logan casually looks at Rick and asks how he's been. Rick just fires back, asking if Logan is serious right now. Asking a question like that, looking like he's about to have a heart attack, he demands to know what on earth Logan has been doing while he was away, and if he's heard the wild rumors flying around about him that he's some kind of depraved monster who blew 150,000 on monster meat. As it turns out, just a few days earlier, Philip had gathered every merchant he could find and announced that he wanted to buy up monster meat in the name of the young master, Logan McLain. Apparently, even before all of this, people had already heard the gossip about Logan, how his engagement was called off, and how he practically robbed his own fiancée blind. So, Philip himself started spreading some bizarre rumors about the monster meat to attract more sellers. He had no idea his master Logan had such a colorful past and just figured he was some random, eccentric rich kid. But Philip, ever the opportunist, saw a golden opportunity in these rumors. He drove the price of monster meat down as low as it could possibly go, while still making sure the merchants would flock to him like moths to a flame, a mere 1 gold piece per kilogram. He figured no merchant in their right mind would refuse to sell literal garbage to a guy willing to pay good money for it. He then added that if they wanted to get paid, they should bring him every last scrap of monster meat they could get their hands on. Philip's aggressive sales pitch worked like a charm, with merchants scrambling to gather monster meat and the rumors about Logan spreading through nearly the entire Thieves' Quarter. After hearing this whole story, Logan just comments that Philip executed his job perfectly. Rick is absolutely floored, unable to comprehend how Logan can be laughing at a time like this. Logan then tells him he should take a good look at the faces of the men who came with him and just imagine how many rumors they must have heard to look so shaken. In response to all this, the young man simply replies that he shouldn't worry, because this will all blow over soon enough. But Rick warns him not to be so nonchalant, because their next stop is to face the patriarch, and he is absolutely livid. In his father's office, Patrick asks Logan if he enjoyed his little trip running away from home. It was a worthwhile trip, yes, Logan replies coolly. Patrick continues, saying he's heard some interesting rumors that Logan has been up to some pretty wild things, but he supposes it was worth it. The young man defends himself, stating that rumors are just that senseless lies and that he doesn't regret a single thing he's done. At this, his stepmother chimes in, telling Patrick that this is exactly what she was talking about before, that Logan has no concept of his station and how his actions could bring shame upon the family name. But the young Man cuts her off before she can finish, saying she's being a tad dramatic. After all, he just spent the money from the broken engagement however he pleased. Marion jumps back into the conversation, demanding to know if Patrick heard that, and asking if he's still going to take Logan's side after everything. But Patrick bellows that that's enough. Then, with a sudden, chilling calm, he asks her to leave, as he wishes to speak with Logan alone. Patrick then warns Logan that this is the very last chance he's going to give him. For the first time, Logan looks shaken, standing there before his enraged father. He demands to know what in the world is going on inside his son's head, saying they really needed to have a heart-to-heart about all this. Logan knew his father wasn't going to let this one go, so he tells Patrick he wouldn't get it even if he laid it all out. Patrick shoots back, asking if maybe, just maybe, Logan is the one who doesn't want to be understood. And if Logan even realizes what everyone is saying about him, that he's violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and flat-out insane. Patrick keeps grilling him, asking how much longer he's supposed to cover for him, and pleads that when that day finally comes, Logan will at least give him a heads up. That way, he can tell himself that he did his best for the sake of Logan's late mother. Logan is floored. He can't believe Patrick brought up his mom, since he never breathed a word about her in his past life, not even when he got thrown out. He realizes maybe Patrick hasn't completely given up on him yet. So, Logan asks his father for just 1 year. He promises that in 1 year, he'll prove to Patrick that there's a method to his madness and begs him for this one last chance. Later, we find Patrick alone in his room, thinking over their conversation, admitting to himself how odd it is for a son to ask his father for a favor like that. He thinks that if Logan can't back up his words in a year, he'll have to make a tough call, because he's the head of the McLain family first, and our father second. We see a picture of Logan's mother, Raina, and Patrick apologizes to her, admitting he has no idea what's going on with their son. Patrick then starts talking to himself, remembering how he promised to protect Logan no matter what and raise him right. But in the end, it all fell apart because of his own negligence. Meanwhile, while walking through the castle halls, Logan bumps into his younger brother, and what he sees completely stuns him. Ran had awakened his force. "How'd you know?" Ran asks. "You found me pretty fast." Logan is thrilled to see his brother awaken his force so young, at just 14 years old, and he remembers that in his past life, Rand's force didn't show up until the war between the clans. But this time, it happened way sooner. "It's all because of you," Rand says, which totally confuses Logan. Rand explains that the Knights were trying to block him from getting to Logan when he got back. That's when it happened. Apparently, Rand actually beat the Knights just trying to get to his brother. Logan just bursts out laughing and tells Rand he did an awesome job. He thinks that if he teaches Rand the secrets of the Divine Sword as soon as his force settles, the kid could become way stronger than he ever was in the past life. Over in a cabin south of the McLain estate, Logan meets up with Dwayne, who tells him that the 35-rank C mercenaries he wanted are all here. But it looks like the mercs are pretty ticked off at the young noble, wondering if this whole gig is just some kind of scam. They've been waiting around for 10 days, and so far, not a single one of them had even seen Logan. One guy grumbles that some piddly baron's family wouldn't dare double-cross a mercenary guild unless they had a death wish. Another one chimes in, saying you never know, since the rumors about this kid have made their way here too, and they're pretty wild. Then they start trash-talking the young noble's getup, mocking how he's carrying a sword and wearing armor like he's playing soldier. Hearing all this, Logan figures he needs to get these brawlers in line, or they'd never listen to a word he says. So, Logan calls out one of the mercs and asks if he thinks wearing armor and carrying a sword is some kind of joke. The guy plays dumb, saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, and wonders out loud how Logan even heard him from way over there. Logan starts laying into the guy, saying he's welcome to think that way, but only if he's got the skills to back it up. He then calls him out for being nothing more than some lowly class merc, and asks what imaginary skills he has that give him the right to look down on anyone. Then, dripping with sarcasm, he asks if he's hurt the man's feelings, admitting that even a bottom feeder like him must have some pride, and tells him to step up and settle this. Logan then makes a proposition. If the merc can land a single hit on him, Logan will let him walk away right then and there, and even pay him a full year's salary. He seals the deal by putting his honor as a noble on the line, making sure everyone there is a witness. The mercenary steps forward, smirking that this works out great for him, since Logan can't go back on his word now, and gives Logan a once-over, trying to look tough. But seriously, how are you going to scare anyone with a face like a bulldog? The crowd starts. One guy was checking out the mercenary's build, asking if he was a B rank. His buddy chimed in, saying not yet, but this job could be his ticket. Logan scoffs when he hears this, thinking that must be where all this confidence is coming from. The mercenary then tells Logan to make the first move, and he fires back, warning the guy he's going to regret that decision. But the merc just brushes him off, boasting that he's been swinging a sword for way longer, so he has nothing to worry about. He even taunts Logan, asking if he needs a handicap. That's when our young hero channels his energy and lands a solid punch right on the guy's jaw. Everyone is stunned silent by the sheer force of the hit. It looks like Logan just ended the fight in one move, with the mercenary flat on his back and his teeth scattering across the ground. The other mercs stare in total disbelief as Logan just casually rolls his shoulder, scoffs, and asks if anyone else has something stupid to say. The mercenaries are completely floored. A kid his age has already mastered force manipulation. They think it's completely insane. Kaisalon watches from the side, thinking he always knew Logan was special, but he never dreamed he was this good. Logan then announces that from now on, he expects absolute silence from the peanut gallery. After that, he formally introduces himself as Logan McLain, the man who hired them. He goes on, saying he knows most of them are probably wondering why he's dropping so much cash on a bunch of mercenaries. He then lays out his plan. He's going to train them to become an elite unit of crossbow knights. Dwayne and Kaisalon look completely shocked, and the mercenaries are just plain confused by the idea. One of them even mutters that they'll be spending all their time just reloading their weapons. Kaisalon leans in and whispers to Logan that crossbows aren't exactly the most effective weapons for knights, but Logan just says he's already aware of that. So, Kaisalon asks why in the world he'd want them using crossbows if he knows they're not ideal. Logan explains that crossbows pack a much bigger punch than regular bows. The downside is, for a rookie, it takes over a minute to reload one, especially on horseback. You'd be useless after your first shot, even if you were carrying 3 or 4 preloaded crossbows. So, it's no surprise they're all scratching their heads. Logan tells Kaisalon that even if he thinks this is just a waste of money to play soldier, he needs him to train them properly first, promising he'll understand the reason later. As a final point, he declares that this crossbow cavalry will become a powerful asset for McLain even after the upcoming war with the bandits is over. Kaisalon is still skeptical, but he agrees to his master's command. A few days go by, and Logan is in his room, looking over a list. He notes that out of the 350 mercenaries they hired, only 312 managed to pass the basic qualification test. He mutters, "That'll do." Just then, someone barges in. It's Hamar, demanding to know what's on the schematic he was just given. Logan explains that it's a blueprint for the new crossbow he wants Hamar to build, adding that it's probably a little rough around the edges for a professional like him. Our young hero is thinking to himself that this was a weapon he used for decades in his past life, so he sketched out every detail he could remember. And since Hamar is a master craftsman, he should be able to figure it out. Hamar looks at the plans and confirms he'd need to add a cartridge to hold the bolts on the back of the crossbow and rig it to reload automatically so it can fire 3 shots in rapid succession. He then asks who in their right mind came up with such a ridiculous idea, to which Logan calmly replies that it was him, leaving Hamar looking pretty ticked off. Hamar then sarcastically says it's a wonderful idea, but with the string twisted in that configuration, it would never hold and would just snap. On top of that, sticking a wooden box like that on the back would make it incredibly awkward for the person firing it. He then asks Logan what he plans to do about all these problems. Logan just shrugs and says that's not his problem. Hamar's the expert, so he should figure it out. Hearing this, the dwarf looks absolutely livid. Logan quickly backpedals, saying he was just kidding. He clarifies that they'll need to shrink the bolts to make the cartridge smaller, agreeing with Hamar's point that a rapid-fire version is impossible right now. Instead, he suggests they create preloaded cartridges that can be swapped out after each shot, calling them magazines for simplicity's sake. Hearing this, Hamar is completely blown away by this idea. He points out that even an expert marksman can't get off 2 crossbow shots in a minute, and that this new design would be like a weapon from another era. Logan thinks to himself, that's because it is from the future. Hamar then tells Logan that most people figure all you need to build one of these is a spring cartridge, some wood, a little glue, and a bowstring. For him, this is a motivating challenge. So, he says he'll give it a shot. Hearing this, Logan immediately asks Hamar when it'll be ready, but Hamar just scoffs, asking if Logan seriously expects him to whip up something he's never heard of, let alone seen, on a deadline. Logan presses on, pointing out that it's still just a weapon made by humans. Hearing this, Hamar is completely stumped, demanding to know where and who created it. Logan dodges the question, telling Hamar he doesn't need to know, and then challenges him, saying that if he doesn't think he's up to the task, he should just give up now. Fired up, Hamar declares he only needs a month to build something far better. Seeing this play out, Logan is delighted, realizing just how easy it is to manipulate a dwarf's ego. Later, on the castle's training grounds, Victor is seen running laps. Logan shouts that he's slowing down again and that he can do better. In response, Victor pushes himself to speed up once more. Logan reflects on how he has only fed the boy and let him sleep for a few days since his arrival, but he can't believe the incredible difference a little proper care has made. He orders Victor to rest, and at that moment, his little sister runs over to him. Logan once again thought about what a brilliant investment Victor was. A 14-year-old boy, significantly smaller than others his age, had just run 20 kilometers without stopping, which was a clear display of immense talent. But what he admired most was the kid's sheer grit and perseverance. He never seemed to complain about a thing. It became obvious to Logan that Victor wasn't a natural-born noble slayer. This profound change in him was almost certainly because of his sister. Quickly, Logan snaps out of his thoughts and tells Victor the break is over. It's time for the next part of his training. He tosses a sword into the young man's hands and explains that from this point on, they would be learning the official sword technique of the Grandia Kingdom, which every aspiring knight in the nation had to master. A moment later, the instructor called for Victor's attention to watch a demonstration. He held the sword firmly and sliced through the air with force. Victor, however, looked completely unimpressed, thinking that all he really wanted was to pass out and sleep. Even so, he bit his lip, resolving that if exhaustion was the price for good food and a decent night's sleep, he would pay it gladly. So, he raised his sword, just as Logan had, and flawlessly cut through the air. Observing the display, Logan thought that his own prior movement was perfect, and Victor's strike was an exact replica. It wasn't just the motion but every single breath, and he'd only shown it to him once. That's why he's astounded to see how easily the boy is keeping up. He even notes that Ran wasn't this good at the same age. Seeing this, Logan tells Victor that if he can build up his stamina and execute the sword technique perfectly more than 1,000 times in a row, he can consider himself a true knight. Hearing this, Victor's eyes sparkle as he imagines himself in that role. Logan then asks if he can do it, and the boy replies with a happy, "Yes." Logan continues, telling Victor that if he needs anything else for his training, he can just ask Rick. He could likely arrange most things, but Victor replies that he doesn't need anything at all. Logan insists, asking if he's sure, and Victor says his only request is that Logan continues to take care of his sister. That would be more than enough. Logan thinks to himself that this is perfect. While training Victor, he figures the young man isn't quite ready for war yet, but he will be a tremendous help to the Emland family in the future. He also concludes that the mercenary corps, combined with the weapon Hamar will create, will be a truly formidable force. Even so, he knows he shouldn't get too carried away. After all, Hamar might not be able to craft a decent crossbow, and even if he succeeds, the mercenaries might not know how to use it effectively. Since he had placed everything in someone else's hands, he knew he needed to devise another plan. Next, Logan went to his father's office and declared that he wanted to participate in the nightly training. It seems his father granted the request. Out on the training field that night, Captain Hankley introduced Logan to the others, announcing that he would be joining their training from now on. Apparently, the knights didn't take the news very well and began whispering among themselves, assuming that Logan now saw the knightly order as a joke since he had defeated Dominion. A memory then surfaced for the captain. He pictured himself in the Patriarch's chamber where they were discussing the young lord's entry into the order. The captain had not looked happy about it at all. In fact, Hankley had warned Patrick that the knights wouldn't exactly roll out the red carpet for him. But Patrick just shot back, making it clear he wasn't looking for any special treatment. Actually, he told them to throw everything they had at him, just like any other greenhorn. Back in the present, Hankley's thinking that even with Patrick's request, he's still the Lord's son, and it would have been way easier if the kid had just asked for a little leniency. That's when Logan notices the captain's worried look and reassures him, telling him not to sweat it. He lays it out plain and simple. If he messes up even once during the next week of night drills, he will just pack it in and get out of Hankley's hair for good. Hankley's taken aback by the kid's bold attitude but decides to go along with it. Hearing that, he decides the next week of night training will be 3 times harder than usual. Soon after, you see a knight sprinting with his buddy on his butt back, wondering what in the world this crazy training is. Their instructor is screaming at them not to keel over, reminding them they're cavalry knights and they can't just forget what it's like to be a horse. He tells them to get a real feel for being the steed that has to haul their fully armored butts across a battlefield. Knights finally get it, that's why they're lugging around all this heavy armor. They start grumbling that this whole mess is because of that one darn troublemaker. They start taking bets on how long Logan will last. A day, 2, maybe 3 at most. Little do they know, they're all dead wrong, because Logan is just blazing past them at full tilt, plowing through the pack and leaving everyone, even the captain, completely stunned. And the craziest part? The kid is actually smiling while he does it. Hankley is fuming, thinking that at this rate, his knights are going to be the ones left in the dust, not Logan. Fed up, he yells for everyone to halt and take a 10-minute break. He marches right over to Logan to ask how he's holding up, if he's tired after that insane run. But really, what Hankley's thinking is that it had to be exhausting, and all the kid needs to do is admit it to get out of this ridiculous training. But before he can even finish the thought, Logan cuts him off, saying it was a piece of cake. Hankley is completely floored. He sputters, asking what he means, and Logan just grins, saying it's fantastic training. If the knights do this every single day, it's impossible for them not to be insanely strong. Then he tells Hankley he can't wait to see what's next. Meanwhile, a couple of knights are collapsed on the ground looking like they're about to quit life. Hankley thinks to himself, this is not what I had in mind. But Logan, once again, doesn't. seem to have a care in the world. Later that night, Logan looks around the training field and realizes he's the only one left. All the other knights must have already gone home. He starts to think things over, realizing that training with these guys is basically his backup plan if everything else goes south. If that happens, he'll just join the knights for real and fight on the front lines, so it's a good idea to start building some camaraderie with them now. But there's another reason he's pushing himself, his inner force. He can grow it through meditation, sure, but training his physical body is just as crucial. That's where these brutal night drills come in handy. And just as he suspected, as his force core gets stronger, he feels zero fatigue. Logan draws his sword and with a single, swift motion, unleashes a powerful force slash just to test his new strength. He muses to himself that all this incredible power is coming from just a one-star core. He can only imagine what he'll be capable of when he hits 2 stars. He'll probably have the power to go toe-to-toe with a high-ranking knight, maybe even his own father. The next morning, we find him testing out some crossbows, declaring every single one a failure. He turns to Hamar and asks if this is really the best he can do. Logan then asks about the custom string he ordered, complaining that the crossbow only fires once and he doesn't see a magazine anywhere. He tells Hamar it all needs to be built into one piece. Hamar is absolutely livid, but then Logan keeps going, pretending to apologize for being too harsh. Hamar snaps back that he's right about one thing. Even though Logan is his patron, he should never insult a craftsman's pride. But what Logan's really getting at is that if this is truly Hamar's best work, then they might as well give up now, which just about makes the dwarf explode with rage. Logan piles it on, saying that maybe he just expects too much from him, seeing as it's been weeks of work with nothing to show for it. And that's where Logan really starts poking the bear. He begins taunting Hamar, saying he must have been wrong about him, that he made a huge mistake and just wasted a pile of money. That was the last straw for Hamar, who demanded another month guaranteeing results, hoping he'd return with something that justified the investment. In a blind rage, Hamar smashed the crossbow he was holding. Logan just watched him storm off, thinking about how that burning anger would force him to go back to the drawing board. A wicked grin spread across his face, wondering if Hamar could manage to forge something truly spectacular if he was pushed to his absolute limit. 1 month later, on one of the training fields, Hamar was showing off the power of his new and improved crossbow, a beast that fires 2 arrows at once. The invention left Logan completely speechless. Hammer pointed out that even though it had 1 less shot than Logan originally wanted, this version was easier to wield with 1 hand and allowed for quick magazine swaps. Logan, however, was floored by the speed at which loaded and fired it, which took only 2 seconds. The young man figured it had a shorter range and was smaller than the weapon from his past life, but for a mounted soldier, this model was far superior, blowing his expectations out of the water. He couldn't believe how far they'd come, with months still left before the war with the bandits. Hammer asked if Logan was even paying attention, so Logan hoisted him up, cheering about what a phenomenal job he'd done and gushing about the greatness of dwarves, wishing a long and prosperous life for Hamar and his people. Hamar, on the other hand, was less than thrilled, worried someone might see them and reminding Logan he wasn't a child and wanted to be put down. Logan looked Hamar dead in the eyes, preparing to ask him a very important question, and when Hamar asked what it was, the young man snapped back to his usual maniacal self and declared he needed 400 of them in 2 months. Sometime later, Logan handed the crossbows over to Kaizalan and the mercenaries, and everyone was in awe of the incredible distance the bolts could travel and the fact that it fired consecutive shots. Kaizalan stared at the device, wondering how it was even possible. How could a kill percentage in a crossbow even do something like that? A front-loading crossbow with this kind of range, power, and speed. With this, an army of 300 or more mounted troops could achieve things that were terrifying just to think about. So, Kaizalan told Logan he was truly on another level, finally realizing this had been the young man's master plan from the very beginning. Logan confirmed he was right, thinking about how much he'd put Hammer through. Even with extra help from craftsmen, Logan never expected him to finish the order 2 months ahead of schedule and even churn out an extra 100 crossbows. It was just what you'd expect from a master dwarf. The guy's talent was undeniable. He had considered sharing this tech with the knights and soldiers, but money was tight, and there was always the risk of the designs getting leaked. It was better to hold off for now. So Logan told Kaizalan to equip the mercenaries with the crossbows and clear out the monsters beyond the territory's borders. Kaizalan thought the whole idea was completely impossible, but the young master was confident they could handle it. In the end, Kaizalan had to admit that maybe, just maybe, it was possible. But Logan wasn't satisfied with maybe. He ordered Kaizalan to figure it out, because if he couldn't, then nothing else mattered. Kaizalan realized the young master wouldn't have created a weapon this powerful just for subduing monsters. He was obviously preparing for war. During one of their nightly training sessions, one of the guys commented on Logan's tremendous physical stamina. Another asked if his ridiculous physical ability was genetic, To which a third replied that if he was anything like the patriarch, he must be a beast with a sword. Then they started talking about Logan's fight against Dominion, but one of the warriors told the others not to even dare compare the young master to the old man. Even before awakening his powers, Logan had already been defeated by his own younger brother. But still, it was damn impressive how he had kept up with the training for more than a month. That same training, which was first designed to make him quit, had now become the new symbol of the Night Order. It was grueling, but so much more rewarding than just running in circles. It felt like the right level of training for a real member of the Order. It also ended up being an unexpected motivator for the low-ranking knights who had been slacking off. On top of that, the knights began to truly understand and bond with their horses, and the connection between them grew stronger than ever. Hankley initially thought he'd only kept the training going because the young master was too stubborn to give up, but he couldn't believe the results he was seeing. It was like his personal lucky charm had just walked right up to him. That night in his room, Logan figured that after pushing his body to the limit with training, he could then stimulate his inner consciousness with meditation. This way, the two practices were working in perfect synergy, and he was finally making some real progress lately. He'd been feeling the stirrings of a major change in his power. If he could just level up his martial arts as he hoped, he'd be strong enough to dominate every monster he'd ever encountered in his previous life. And that's when it happened. Logan's core suddenly expanded. He started muttering to himself, and in a flash, his core evolved into a 2-star core. He smirked, realizing he now had the foundation to learn the next secret technique from the Sword Secrets Manual, the murderous iron cut. Just thinking about the insane power the first technique gave him, he was certain this second one would be beyond anything he could imagine. And if he could master this before the war, not even a high-ranking knight would pose a threat. Meanwhile, Kaisalon and the other mercenaries were out hunting a pack of goblins. His soldiers unleashed a volley, dropping the goblins instantly. Amazed by the near-zero recoil on the new crossbows, one of the mercs pointed out that his bolt went clean through one goblin's head and still buried itself in the skull of the one behind it. Logan noted that the swarm of over 100 monsters was wiped out in less than 10 seconds. The mercenaries' old, clumsy habits with basic crossbows were long gone. They were now lightning fast at swapping magazines. The young man thought to himself that this deep dive into enemy territory was well worth the risk. Kaisalon walked over and asked if he was satisfied. More or less, Logan replied, remembering how they were a complete train wreck during their first monster hunt. They'd improved by leaps and bounds. Kaisalon then asked Logan why he was making so many preparations, saying he'd never even heard of a mercenary army with this much firepower, and joked about whether he planned to exterminate every monster on the continent. However, Logan never got the chance to answer. A mounted knight came galloping up to them with an urgent message from Rick. Apparently, just the day before, Viscount Tesseron had declared war on House McLain. Back in the McLain war room, Patrick and the other family heads were watching a transmission through a crystal orb as Viscount Tesseron declared that due to some ancient grudge over a supposedly murdered ancestor, he was holding House McLain responsible, leaving Patrick absolutely speechless. Few nobles exchanged nervous glances, wondering if that was really a good enough reason to start a war. Hankel and Marion immediately questioned Patrick about his next move. Hankel elaborated, explaining that Tesseron's knightly order alone had far more soldiers than they did. Even with Patrick leading the charge, the odds of victory were slim to none. That's when one of the other nobles suggested they just defend the city and call for reinforcements. But this was a horrible idea. If they did that, the enemy's knight-led forces would press their advantage, and the city would be plunged into total chaos. While another noble proposed sending an envoy to negotiate for peace, Patrick finally exploded. In a fit of rage, he roared for everyone to shut their mouths and began to explain that even though the royal family's authority wasn't what it used to be, these people had just declared war without even seeking the crown's permission. It was crystal clear this whole thing was premeditated. Therefore, peace was completely out of the question. He ordered everyone to prepare for war and told his generals to come up with a winning strategy, stating he would not tolerate any dissent. After all that, in the tense atmosphere, a noble asked Patrick if young Master Logan would also be joining the war, and Patrick confirmed it. Marion then added that Rainian's own powers had awakened, and that he was also old enough to fulfill his duty. Hearing this, Rick suddenly realized Logan wasn't at the castle and scrambled to send a messenger to inform him. After getting the full report, Logan thought that according to his past life, the war wasn't supposed to start for another 2 months and wondered what could have accelerated the timeline. The messenger urged Logan to hurry, warning that the Viscount was ignoring all protocols and had attacked immediately after declaring war. He needed to rush just to make it to the front lines in time. Kaisalon and the others shouted that Logan's mercenary corps was ready to move out at a moment's notice. Seeing their readiness, Logan remarked to Kaisalon that he didn't seem surprised at all by the situation. Kaisalon replied that for a mercenary, if there's no war, they're looking to start one. He continued, saying that since they just got all this incredible new gear, it was only natural they were itching to use it. The young man looked over his army and thought that these guys were getting a little too cocky. but he couldn't really blame them for feeling that way, since they had trained like maniacs for the last few months and had been utterly annihilating the monster hordes. He then declared that it didn't matter when the war started, since victory is all that matters. Confident in his army's strength, he orders his forces to advance on the McLain Plains, absolutely sure that this war is already won. Meanwhile, back at the barony, the conflict kicks off way sooner than the McLains ever expected. Just one day after war was declared, Tesseron and his army show up on the McLain estate, their numbers blowing past all expectations. Captain Henkel reports to Patrick that the Viscount's forces are made up of 100 knights, over 1,000 regular soldiers, and nearly 10,000 conscripts, making it crystal clear to the Patriarch that this is an all-out war. Patrick hears this and thinks Tesseron has totally lost his mind. He wasn't just up against a core force of knights, who are practically superhuman compared to regular folks, but the guy was also using drafted soldiers for what's supposed to be a simple feudal squabble, not some national conflict. This has Patrick wondering just why Viscount Raymond is taking things this far, and it looks like the situation is about to get even worse. The captain then drops another bombshell on Patrick. The House of Kuras has announced they won't be sending any troops, leaving both him and Mary completely stunned. Mary immediately protests, insisting it's impossible and there has to be some kind of mistake. She recalls how she and Mr. Dwayne double-checked everything to make sure this exact scenario wouldn't happen. Left with no other option, Patrick orders Henkel to round up every man who can hold a weapon, declaring they'll meet the attack head-on with everything they've got. Patrick can't help but think about how Kiraz, the house they had trusted completely, just stabbed them in the back, leaving them in a serious bind. Malin scrambles to gather every man he can to face Tesseron, mustering 53 knights, 552 regulars, and 4,418 conscripts, for a grand total of 5,023 fighters. But this army isn't even half the size of Tesseron's. Out on the battlefield, a couple of soldiers are talking, and one asks where the young master, Logan, has gotten to. His buddy replies that he's been gone for ages and still hasn't shown up. Other soldiers start whispering that he probably bailed, running for the hills as soon as he heard the news. Overhearing this, Rand spins around and demands to know what they're talking about, insisting there's no way Logan would ever do that. He's sure that Logan saw this war coming a mile away, which is exactly why he taught him that secret technique. There's just no way he'd run. But other soldiers catch what Rand said and start thinking. The rumors about the Lord's son deserting might actually be true. A moment later, Patrick shows up beside Rand and tells his youngest son he needs to step up and take his brother's place, warning him not to hesitate for a second. He thinks to himself that he doesn't want to believe the rumors, but it doesn't matter anymore. The only thing that matters now is winning this war. With that, he commands his entire army to advance and crush the scum attacking their home. On the other side, Tesseron appears with a smirk, thinking to himself that Patrick has finally drawn his sword. He bellows that his knights are his blade and dares Patrick to face them. The young lord channels his aura into a powerful attack, trying to shatter the front line, but he's stopped cold when a shielded knight blocks him, leaving Patrick stunned. Meanwhile, Rick is also on the battlefield, and he's not having a good time. He's witnessing people get cut down and torn to pieces right before his very eyes. The young man realizes they're losing badly, forced to send out guys like him because they're so outnumbered, and figures they're going to lose anyway, if they get boxed in right here. Just then, he takes a blow to the head from one of Tesseron's soldiers who's moving in for the final strike, but our guy manages to duck the blow just as an ally swoops in to save him, taking down the enemy and yelling at him to get up and grab his spear. Rick reaches out a hand and grabs his savior's, trying to thank him for the save, but before he can get a word out, an enemy knight runs his comrade through, spraying Rick's face with blood. He realizes his only shot at survival is to run to get as far away from the front lines as he can. All of a sudden, cavalry soldiers are charging right for him as he weaves through the bodies of friends and foes alike. Rick sees that they've been flanked from behind and gets a sinking feeling that this is where they're all going to die. After clashing with the knights who blocked his charge, Patrick's opponent tells him he really lives up to his reputation. They had made a ton of preparations, but Patrick still wasn't confident in his own abilities. Sizing up the man before him, he thought about how, somehow, this guy had survived his lethal, explosive strikes. On top of that, he was stunned to find out Tesseron had a high-ranking knight on his side. As he thought it over, Patrick figured the other knights had to be intermediate level at least. Was that why they weren't afraid of him? He sneered, asking if they were the welcoming party sent to take him down. The other knight just shot back a question of his own, wanting to know what he thought of their preparations. Boxed in by 4 knights, the young man knew if he got pinned down here, things would get really ugly, and soon, the entire order of knights would be on him. So, he gripped his sword and charged, swearing he'd never let that happen. The young man clashed blades with the high-ranking knight, only to be ambushed from behind by another guy with a spear. Luckily, he managed to dodge. Realizing they were coming at him from every direction, Patrick yelled, asking if they had any knightly honor at all, calling them bastards for their dirty tactics. However, they didn't seem to know the meaning of the word, much less care about it. One of them even sneered that this was his last stand anyway, so why bother with honor? Fueled by rage, the warrior charged again with all his strength, his sword crashing against his opponent's. This time, his luck ran out, and a spear plunged into his lower back, wounding him badly. He realized it was a classic setup. While the high-ranking knight tied him up, the others would jump in for the kill, an obvious trap with no way out. And now that they'd flanked him, he thought Logan had made the right call by running. Facing his end, the warrior just hoped that Logan could at least carry on the family's legacy. From a safe distance, the tyrant watched the fight between Patrick and his knights unfold. He smirked, thinking it was a brilliant move to keep his top-tier knight under wraps. Now, all that was left was to finish off Patrick and seize Milan Castle. He was just about to move forward with his plan when he heard a strange sound from behind him. The thundering of hooves. A scout scrambled up to him, reporting a cavalry unit closing in from the rear about 300 strong, maybe more. Tesseron paused, then asked if the McLains had some hidden forces they didn't know about. The scout replied that it was weird. The knights heading their way weren't even carrying lances. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Hearing this, Lord Tesseron threw his head back and laughed. He scoffed, asking if by crossbows they meant those little toys hunters use, and ordered the scout to rally the rear guard and archers to wipe them out, calling them a bunch of fifth-rate nobodies. Just as he said that, a bolt shot through his scout's head, and Tesseron froze solid. It looked like Logan had finally joined the fight, and he was seeing red. He gave his mercenaries the command to fire. A storm of bolts rained down on Tesseron's army. The mercenaries' projectiles tore right through the knights, cutting down hundreds in seconds and ripping through shields and flesh like paper. One soldier thought to himself that anyone who hadn't raised their shield was already a corpse, and he would have been one of them if he'd been a second slower. Tesseron's archers scrambled to fire back, but their arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, their bows too weak to reach Logan's position. The mercenaries let loose another volley, taking down even more of the Viscount's men. Staring at the unfolding chaos, Tesseron couldn't believe what he was seeing. His entire rear guard was annihilated in mere seconds, and Logan's mercenaries weren't even using magic, just those damn crossbows. He wondered what kind of insane weapon Patrick had cooked up. He then roared at his knights, ordering them all to fall back and take down those bastards. The cavalry charged at full gallop toward Logan's position, which just made Logan grin. He was thrilled to see them running right into his trap. Meanwhile, a duel was kicking off between Ran and another knight. Ran dodged a swing, and his opponent taunted him, saying he did a good job of it. As the soldiers around them clashed, one yelled to his buddy to stop messing with the kid because the real fight had started. But the other shot back that he was trying his best, and that Ran, even if he was just a kid, was no pushover. Hearing them talk, something clicked for Ran. Now that he was in a real battle, not just a training session, he realized he wasn't some prodigy. He was just a kid who'd awakened his powers. Still, he absolutely could not lose. There was too much on the line. He thought of his father and how he was counting on him to cover Logan's part in this war, too. He told himself he couldn't afford to slip up now. Just as that thought crossed his mind, an opening appeared, and Ran spotted it instantly. He caught sight of a soldier with his back completely exposed and couldn't help but wonder what in the world the guy was thinking. But whatever the reason, Ran knew this was a golden opportunity. He unleashed his sword in one decisive motion, slicing clean through the soldier's body. The kill was so effortless it actually caught him off guard. That's when he spotted the crossbow bolt lodged in the enemy's chest and looked up, his heart leaping when he saw his brother, yelling his name at the top of his lungs. But that rush of joy was cut brutally short. More knights were charging like madmen from behind Ragnar, heading straight for Logan's position, all on the Viscount's command. Logan took one look at the cavalry's kite shield formation, admitting it was an impressive defense, but he knew it wasn't going to be enough to stop him. It was time to unveil his wicked little plan. The young man told his soldiers to aim their crossbows diagonally at the ground, a move that made his men seriously question his sanity all over again. And that's when he cracked a wild grin and gave the order. Aim for the horses. This guy was seriously pulling out every dirty trick in the book to get the win. At his command, the mercenaries lit up, their faces twisting into the same bloodthirsty grins as Logan's. A storm of bolts rained down on the cavalry's mounts, sending the knights tumbling to the dirt in a chaotic mess. Logan figured he'd made it just in the nick of time to help Ran, but the thought of his father still weighed heavily on his mind. He recalled his vow to protect his family this time around. Winning this battle would be meaningless if he lost them. He barked an order at Kaisalon and immediately bolted towards his father. Kaisalon yelled that this wasn't part of the plan, completely freaking out about what could go wrong. He felt like victory was right there for the taking and couldn't understand why Logan would risk it all, even with his newfound strength. A chance encounter with a mid-ranked knight could throw a wrench in everything. Stepping up, Kaisalon took command and ordered Gerald to lay down cover fire for Logan as he carved a path through the enemy lines. Meanwhile, Patrick was still locked in a duel with the high-ranked knight, and it was not going well for him. His opponent mocked him, saying he was a fool for charging in, knowing he was just asking to get run through. But at the last possible second, Patrick dodged the strike and leaped back, desperate for a moment's rest. That's when he noticed something odd about how his enemies were fighting. They were all going at it full throttle, practically throwing their lives away to get to him. Patrick couldn't figure out why they were so desperate, especially since they clearly had the advantage. Just then, he barely managed to parry a pair of lances that shot toward him. Out of nowhere, Logan leaped in front of his father, cutting down two mid-level soldiers in the blink of an eye and leaving Patrick utterly speechless. He remembered seeing Logan arrive with a mercenary unit way behind enemy lines, but he was positive that was nowhere near their current position. As he glanced over his shoulder, he wondered how on earth Logan managed to get here, plowing through so many hostiles. But what he saw sent a jolt of shock through him. Behind Logan was a literal sea of bodies. Had his son really done all of this? Patrick wanted to ask his son how he'd become so powerful, but he knew this wasn't the time, and none of it was making any sense anyway. So instead, he just asked if Logan's arrival meant the tide had turned in their favor. His son simply nodded. Hearing that, Patrick placed a heavy hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "You've done well." The high-ranked knight just stared at Logan, struggling to comprehend what he'd just witnessed. How could some 20-year-old kid from the sticks take out two mid-level knights? At the same time, he remembered grinding himself to the bone at that age just for a shot at knighthood, but that was irrelevant now. He was going to kill this kid, right here, and now. He then bellowed at his fallen comrades to get back in formation. After seeing that display, Patrick figured Logan was strong enough to take on most of the mid-level knights, even if he wasn't high-rank himself. If the kid could handle them while he focused on the big guy, they might actually have a shot at winning this. But that's not what went down. Logan stuck his arm out, blocking his father, and declared that he would face the knight by himself. Patrick immediately tried to shut that down, telling him it was reckless. He admitted his son had improved, but he was trying to remind him that this was a high-rank knight they were dealing with. Patrick didn't even get to finish his sentence before Logan decked him in the gut, sending him to his knees. The young man said that in his father's current condition, even he could take him down. He told his dad to just trust him and let him handle this. And Patrick, though hesitant, finally agreed. He warned Logan to be careful, but the kid shot back that they needed to wrap this up, and fast. The high-ranking knight was totally caught off guard when Logan charged straight at him, completely ignoring Patrick. He was furious, thinking, how dare a punk like him pull a stunt like that? The warrior then blazed across the battlefield, gathering all his power. He slammed his sword into his opponents, the force of the blow sending the guy flying back several meters, completely stunned. The knight was left wondering just how any of this was possible. Even with his own injuries, he couldn't detect any crazy power or high level coming from Logan. But the fact that he was getting tossed around could only mean one thing. Logan was burning himself out. As he geared up for another strike, he thought none of this added up. He lunged forward, fully intending to kill, and the two of them danced back and forth, narrowly dodging each other's attacks. As their blades locked once more, the knight grumbled to himself that if he wasn't hurt, he'd definitely have the upper hand and finish him off. But while he was lost in thought, Logan spotted an opening and, in a flash, sliced his opponent, leaving a fresh wound. The knight leaped back to dodge a counter. Sizing up the situation, he realized there wasn't a single weak spot. He had to find any tiny gap to strike. It looked like he spotted something just as Logan figured it out too. The force from Logan's sword was being absorbed by his own technique. The knight thought this was his golden opportunity, gloating that Logan had walked right into his trap. He readied a final blow for the kid, and it looked like it was going to connect this time since Logan was off balance. But that's not what happened, not at all. In an instant, Logan was steady on his feet again, making the knight wonder if he was just getting slow. Logan started powering up his aura again, getting ready to unleash his sacred technique. The second the knight saw it, he knew he had to bail, and fast. Logan then unleashed a devastating wave of energy that completely obliterated his enemy in a single moment, leaving everyone on the battlefield totally speechless. Then, Logan roared that he, Logan McLain, had just taken down the enemy general of Tesseron's army. Hearing this, Tesseron's soldiers were completely terrified, wondering how a top-tier knight could have possibly been defeated. Since they couldn't even spot the Viscount's flag anywhere, they started dropping their swords and begging to be taken as prisoners. That's when Rick started chanting Logan's name, cheering for his master's victory, and soon, the whole army joined in. The Viscount, meanwhile, was hightailing it off the battlefield, trying to figure out where everything went so wrong. He just couldn't grasp how his 3 years of careful planning had all gone up in smoke. He'd begged for help from other nobles, assembled 100 knights, and then that blasted redhead with his crew and their crazy weapons had wrecked it all. Thinking on his feet, he decided he just had to make it back to his own territory. If he could do that, at least he'd escape with his life. When he finally got to his castle, he screamed at the guards to open the gates, who were shocked to see him back so soon. But just then, another guard spotted something off in the distance and yelled a warning that knights were coming, with Logan right at the front. Tesseron was frozen in terror at the sight. Logan hopped off his horse and casually told the Viscount he was pretty fast for someone running away. Then, standing right in front of the main gates, he bellowed for everyone to hear that Tesseron had officially lost the war. The young hero then ordered the garrison to swing open the gates and welcome the real winner of this little conflict. Up on the walls, the soldiers started murmuring, wondering if it was actually true and thinking that might explain why the Viscount came running back. But their chatter was cut short when a general screamed at them, asking if they were really going to tuck their tails and run just because the enemy said so. That snapped them out of it. The general kept going, pointing out there were barely more than 300 enemies out there. He declared that they could never lose a siege against such a tiny force. But as he said that, Logan began powering up his aura once again, and the soldiers at the gate wondered what in the world he was trying to do. And then, Logan launched himself into the air, clearing the wall that was dozens of meters high, and told the general to open the gates, unless everyone up there had a death wish, because he'd happily take them all out and open the gates himself. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Tesseron was frantically grabbing his most valuable possessions and cash, figuring he should at least escape with a few gold coins. But then, a voice boomed from right behind him. "Finally caught you," as Logan appeared out of nowhere. Tesseron stumbled backward in shock, asking Logan how he even got inside. Logan just smirked and said his own servants sold him out before he even had to draw his sword. According to Logan, that pretty much summed up Tesseron's reputation as their lord and master. Realizing what happened, Tesseron was absolutely livid, seething about how his own servants could turn on him. So, in a complete coward's move, he told Logan he'd surrender and pay him reparations and his rightful share as per the rules of feudal war. He begged Logan to spare his life and his family. Hearing this, Logan just scoffed at the idea of conventions as he looked down on the pathetic man, basically saying, "You have zero right to talk about rules after you declared war out of nowhere and conquered everything in a single day." Logan was furious, a vein pulsing on his forehead, as he asked Tesseron if he had any conscience whatsoever. Tesseron still tried to appeal to the warrior, saying he had to uphold the honor of the nobility and that those conventions guaranteed the lives of all prisoners taken in war. To his surprise, Logan agreed with the terms, saying he would respect the honor and customs of his own house, the House of Milan. Because of that, he would spare the man's life and give him time and permission to gather a certain amount of his wealth and leave. Hearing this, Tesseron started to thank him, but Logan cut him off, saying that if it were his father, he absolutely would have done all of that. He pointed out that Patrick is an honorable man, so much so that he'd accept an unconditional surrender. Suddenly, Logan's eyes caught a diamond-encrusted dagger sitting in a chest behind Tesseron. Picking it up, he remarked on its beauty. Tesseron immediately insisted that the young man keep the dagger, claiming it was forged by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Hearing this, Logan refused the gift and told him to take the dagger with him. Then, in one fluid motion, he drove the dagger deep into Tesseron's chest, who gasped his final breath. Tesseron accused Logan of being a liar since he had promised to spare his life. Logan shot back that he never said such a thing. He only commented on what his father would have done. "But tough luck for you. I'm nothing like him," he added. Tesseron tried to mumble something about the honor of nobles, but the young man cut him off, asking if he had any clue how many people died because of his greed and told him to end his own filthy life right there. With that, Tesseron fell lifeless to the floor. Looking down at the body, he thought the man should thank his lucky stars he got such a simple death. As he clenched his fist, now stained with Tesseron's blood, he let out a breath and said that the crisis was finally over, and now it was time for the finishing touches. He then announced loudly that Viscount Raymond Tesseron had taken his own life, figuring that story would be enough to cover things up. As soon as he finished, Kaiselan walked into the room and told Logan he needed to check out the castle's underground prison. A few days later, Logan and Patrick were talking outside the walls of Viscount Tesseron's castle. Patrick said he came straight to the castle as soon as he had recovered. He then asked about Raymond's suicide. The young man confirmed the story, saying that Lord Tesseron must have been in great despair to do such a thing. But Patrick wasn't buying it and bluntly asked if Logan had killed Tesseron. He got right in his son's face for a tense stare-down, the two looking like they were about to come to blows. Logan came clean and confessed that yes, he had eliminated Tesseron on purpose, arguing that they needed to take matters back into their own hands. He also told his father that he didn't want to leave Tesseron's bloodline alive to cause problems in the future. Hearing this, Patrick looked at his son and simply praised him, saying he was a grown man now and surely had his reasons. He then continued, telling Logan that no matter what anyone said, he was the true hero of this battle, and he thanked him. That praise made Logan light up, and he looked at his father with a wide, sincere smile. "Good job, kid," Patrick said, blushing and stammering, before trying to share even more good news. He went on, telling his son that he would be named the official heir of House Man. This news made the young man incredibly happy. He then nodded with a smile and told his father that he was sorry, but he would have to refuse. Patrick was completely confused and asked why he would do such a thing. Was he worried about his reputation? If so, Patrick assured him that his achievements in this battle were more than enough to turn things around. But for Logan, that wasn't the reason at all, which left his father deep in thought. Logan continued his explanation, saying that Rand would be much more qualified to take the position, since the McLains came from a family of knights. He then mentioned that Rand had become a Force user at only 14 years old, a full 4 years faster than himself. It was impossible to predict what he'd be capable of by the time he was an adult, and it left Patrick utterly speechless. Still, he argued that even if all that was true, skill in combat wasn't the only thing that mattered when it came to leading a family. Logan figured that, by current standards, his father might have a point, but if Rand earned the title of the continent's youngest Force user, just like in his past life, it would be a complete non-issue. More importantly, there was nothing in it for Logan to become the successor. Besides, he had zero interest in wasting his time with the duties of the next Baron. Logan told Patrick that as the older brother, he wanted to give his younger sibling a fair shot. So, he hoped his father would wait until Rand came of age before making a final decision on the succession. Patrick admitted that he never knew Logan cared so deeply for his brother and agreed to grant his request by postponing the choice of an heir. The decision would now be made in about 5 years, once Rand became an adult. Hearing this, Logan expressed his gratitude. However, Patrick insisted on giving him a different reward. They were to head back to the mansion to tally up the spoils from the war, which was expected to be worth several 100,000 gold pieces. But it looked like Logan already had something else in mind for his reward. Just then, a guard's voice boomed, ordering the gates to be opened for the returning Mon Knights. The townsfolk immediately started buzzing, talking about how they had returned in only a week when they heard the war was over in a single day. 2 guys were chatting, and one of them just couldn't wrap his head around how that was even possible, wondering aloud if their knights had always been that powerful. His friend shot back, asking if he'd heard the rumors that it was all thanks to the young master, Logan Man. He went on, saying that according to the soldiers who got back first, it was young Logan's mercenaries who completely turned the tide of the battle. They supposedly popped up behind the enemy as if they knew exactly what was about to happen. Another guy chimed in that they wiped out the enemy forces with some kind of mysterious weapon, and that Logan even took down a high-ranking knight all by himself. A nearby girl then asked if the young master had always been so incredible. Another man replied that he'd always pegged Logan as a good-for-nothing slacker. The citizens started connecting the dots, realizing he probably bought all that monster meat in the past for a real reason, that he must have had some grand strategy in mind. The crowd's imagination ran wild with theories that the boy had been playing the fool the whole time, and the thought gave them all goosebumps. They even praised him, saying that geniuses are just built different, especially now that he was a Force user. Logan overheard everything and was cringing hard, finding it super embarrassing to hear people hyping him up like that. Rand then asked him how it felt to be showered with so much praise, to which Logan replied that it was just making him blush, telling his brother to stop exaggerating. But Rand insisted it wasn't an exaggeration, since everything they were saying was the truth, and urged him to smile for the crowd since they were so happy to see him. Logan considered it for a second, and seeing all their eager faces, he decided to give it a shot. He tried to flash a winning smile, or rather, it looked like he was straining with all his might to hold something in until he got to a toilet. Frankly, he resembled that rich kid, Rich McGee, or maybe even Medusa. The moment everyone turned and saw Logan's smile, they froze solid, absolutely convinced he was about to rip their heads off. But the poor guy had no clue what he'd done wrong, while Ronian could only feel a wave of secondhand embarrassment for him. Patrick, on the other hand, glanced over at Logan, his face beaming with pride. He then bellowed for the next round of cheers to be for the champion of the war, announcing that the grand celebration was about to begin. Long live man, long live young Master Logan. A short while later, the scene shifted to the castle gardens, where Logan was taking a stroll through the courtyard, thinking it was wild that a welcome party could drag on until morning, especially for soldiers who had just gotten back from war. But his moment of peace was cut short when his mother, Marion, yelled at him from behind, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Rand tugged at her arm, trying to get her to calm down, but Marion wasn't having it, saying she'd heard everything. She asked Logan if it was true he'd turned down the succession and demanded to know what game he was playing, because while he might have everyone else fooled, she wasn't an idiot. Rand tried to defuse the situation, telling Logan that the whole Kirosi incident had really gotten to Marion, but Logan just brushed it off, saying it was fine. He turned to Marion and thought that, despite the grudge she was holding onto, she'd lost all of her real influence after Cairo's betrayal and was no longer a threat to her. Logan pressed on, figuring if he played his cards right, she might actually accept his apology. He sincerely admitted to Marion that his actions over the past few months had been completely untrustworthy, and that he deeply regretted what he did, driven by nothing but jealousy and his own insecurities. Hearing this, Marion shrieked at Rand that she was right all along. Since Logan was now admitting it was all his scheme, Rand quickly cut her off, begging her once more to please stop. He apologized to Logan again, explaining that his mother wasn't herself at the moment. Logan, however, didn't seem to give a damn about Marion. He then turned to Ran and told him to pay close attention, because the one who really deserved an apology was him. Ran was stunned by the statement and asked what in the world he meant by that. Logan continued, explaining that he'd been trying to apologize ever since he returned, but he could never bring himself to say for what. It seemed the years of regret and cowardice had built up and weren't so easy to get over. Ran then demanded to know what the hell his brother was talking about. Logan implied that Ran already knew what this was about, that for the past few years, he had genuinely hated him. He went on, saying he tried to mask his own incompetence by resenting his brother and that he now truly regretted those pathetic years of his life. He asked Ran to accept a formal, sincere apology. The young man then bowed his head and asked for his brother's forgiveness. After all that, Ran just stared at his brother without a word, and Logan, with his head still down, thought that in the end, good deeds don't just wash away the bad ones, and felt as naive as ever. Ran finally broke the silence and told Logan that it was okay. Logan was shocked to hear it. Ran continued, saying he always believed that as long as he was kind to Logan, even when he was being cold, one day, the brother he knew and loved would return. And with that, he smiled at him. It was a moment touching enough to make a grown man cry. Logan was ecstatic and wondered if he had really hesitated for so long to do something so simple. He then addressed his mother. The warrior told Marion that he genuinely cared for Ran and honestly hoped he would become the next head of the family. He added that he knew asking her to trust him immediately was a huge favor, so he simply asked her to watch him, since everything he did from now on would be for the greater good of their family. And as Marion stormed away, Logan thought to himself that this apology would have to be enough for now. Later, in a forest somewhere, Logan and Hamar were walking together. Hamar complained, asking where the hell they were going right after getting back from the war. But Logan said he'd rested more than enough and it was time to get back to work. Hamar grumbled that he was just anxious about the task, muttering about how he was going to enjoy every last bit of what he earned this time. But Logan assured Hamar that he would definitely enjoy this particular task. Hamar paused, thinking Logan had no clue what he was talking about. They stopped in a clearing, both looking into the distance, and Hamar's jaw just about hit the floor. Apparently, the young master wanted to start a mine. The discussion about the Tesseron barony had concluded, and Patrick went on to explain what Logan wanted as his reward. It seemed what the warrior desired was the chance to explore the hill near the Tesseron border. Patrick remarked that you could call it a hill, but it was really just a wasteland because there was absolutely nothing there. So, he asked the fighter why it had to be that specific place, but Logan just smirked and said there might be gold buried under that land. As it turned out, the real reason Tesseron forcibly started a war came to light a year after the conflict ended. It turns out Tesseron had started exporting gold from a hill in land territory that they had taken over. The gold from that mine alone made Tesseron far more influential than a typical count's family. That is, until Ramlan massacred his family in an act of revenge. In the underground prison of the Tesseron barony, Kaisalon said there were some very peculiar people, and for that reason, he thought Logan should take a look. One of the prisoners was shouting that he did nothing wrong to be locked up, and that he just fulfilled a request from the Count to bring gold from the mine, exactly as they were hired to do. But the Viscount locked them up anyway. Logan put his hand on his face in disbelief, thinking about how incredibly stupid Tesseron was and not believing he had imprisoned 5 of those priceless mine experts. Seeing this, one of the prisoners asked if he was getting angry on their behalf. But what was really happening was that the man's inner businessman suddenly emerged, and Logan saw a golden opportunity for some serious profit. The old man just stared, trying to figure out what was going on in this guy's head. He couldn't stop thinking about how winning against Tesseron was just a ripple in the water. The real tidal wave was the Empire's invasion, and if that led to the nation's downfall, the final nail in the coffin would be the death of King Samuel Fun Grandia, set to happen in just 1 year. The king's unexpected demise would ignite a massive power struggle between the 3 princes, sparking a 3-year civil war that would absolutely cripple the kingdom's military. And before the kingdom could even begin to recover, the Empire would launch its full-scale invasion. This was the first domino to fall, leading to the kingdom's ultimate ruin. Since the McLains weren't allied with any faction, staying neutral could have left them watching from the sidelines. But where others saw chaos, Logan saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had no intention of letting it pass him by. He planned to use the chaos to take back the nation's old lands and re-establish himself as the true lord of the Southwest. And if things went his way, he'd even end the Civil War, and maybe achieve something even greater. But right as he was about to reveal his grander ambition, he was snapped out of it. It was Hamar, asking Logan what he was, spacing out about, since he'd been calling his name with no response. Logan snapped back to reality. He'd been so lost and thought he hadn't even heard him. He needed to get his head in the game because they had only just scraped by one disaster. To prepare for the future, he needed to build up his power, and fast. But right now, his plans would just sound like the ravings of a madman. So, whatever he did next, he had to fund it himself. And that hill over there? That was about to become the golden goose that would bankroll his entire operation. Logan announced to his men that there was gold right in the middle of that hill. He declared his intention to start a mining operation and asked for a cost estimate. The first men were completely stunned, and Hammer just figured this was another one of his lord's wild schemes. The old man figured Tesseron's payment was hefty enough, so he went along with it on the spot, but a whole gold mine? That seemed a bit over the top. He had to ask Logan if he was absolutely sure there was gold there. Logan didn't hesitate, confirming he'd seen it with his own 2 eyes. The old man was baffled, asking how that was even possible. Logan explained it was a top-secret operation, so only the 6 of them right there would be doing the digging. Hearing that, the old man's first thought was that Logan was trying to have them disappear. He questioned the logic, asking how just 6 guys could possibly handle all that work, saying he was. He was totally exaggerating. The guy wanted to say that even with a sword, it was asking way too much, but he bit his tongue and just prayed Hammer could pull it off. Looked his young lord dead in the eye and said they might as well get ready to work themselves to death, forget about sleep, and kiss any semblance of a normal life goodbye. Seeing that intense look, the old man knew he was totally screwed. Logan, on the other hand, thought, that's my Hamar, always got that hardcore work ethic. The young lord then said that now that Hamar and the old man were on board, he asked for the budget again. The old man explained that they'd need to do some initial drilling just to get an estimate of the gold deposits, but the startup cost alone was going to be a staggering 5 million gold. Hamar chimed in, adding that safely developing the mine would take a serious amount of time. Just the prep work would take about 6 months, and a full extraction would take another 6 on top of that. Logan nodded, saying it was just as he'd expected, which meant he was going to need a mountain of cash and a whole lot of time. But this was the same mine that made Viscount Tesseron wealthier than entire Count families, so he had to tap into it, no matter the cost. He figured if he could just sell off the monster meat right now, he'd be set, but the true effects of the stuff wouldn't be clear for another 6 months. But then, it hit him, he might not have to wait after all. If he could just neutralize the meat's toxicity, he could market it as a powerful medicine right away. He figured that, since he'd dealt with countless poisons as a mercenary, creating a simple neutralizer should be a piece of cake. If he could whip up the formula and sell it, he'd be rolling in cash. 1 week later, in the southwest village, Rick presented Logan with the prototype medicine, a mix of crushed night herb, web herbs, and drip grass. Logan immediately corrected him, telling Rick not to call it a fake, since it was technically just a neutralizing agent. He then asked where they were keeping the monster meat, and Rick told him it was all in the village warehouse, exactly where he'd ordered it to be. Perfect, Logan said. Now we're going to apply this to the meat. At that, Rick completely lost his cool and nervously asked Logan if he really had to go with him. Logan confirmed, of course you do, but it was obvious Rick was anything but thrilled, warning his lord that he'd never set foot in there before, so he was completely in the dark about what they were facing. Logan started getting annoyed, wondering why this kid was making such a big deal out of nothing. But then it hit him. The stench was so overwhelming it made his sewer smell like a rose garden. Logan muttered that he expected it to be bad, but this was making him want to hurl, and it looked like the kid was already losing his lunch. But Logan, ever resourceful, had a fix. He simply used his aura to block out the foul odor of the monster meat. With that handled, he got ready to dive in and told Rick it was time to get to work. Rick, on the other hand, was floored to see Logan completely unfazed while he was still about to gag. When he asked how Logan was pulling it off, Logan just said he used his force to numb his sense of smell. Rick immediately called him selfish, to which Logan shot back that if it bothered him that much, he should just awaken his own force and do whatever he wanted. Then, Logan handed Rick a white powder, the neutralizer, and instructed him to sprinkle it all over the meat. He explained to use just enough to make the outer layer turn white, warning him that the remaining black part was pure poison, so he'd better be careful. After that, he needed to chop it up real fine and roll it all into little balls. Once a sample was ready, he held it up and asked Rick if it looked like medicine, and Rick agreed. Logan then revealed the plan. They were going to sell it as a special remedy, and since Rick would be making it all, he needed to pay close attention and not forget a single step. Rick immediately protested, declaring there was no way he was doing that. But then Logan offered him 100 gold coins for every single pill he made, which had Rick changing his tune real fast. Logan, however, was a bit ticked off, since he was hoping to get all this labor for free. Next up, he told Rick that he had to confirm if the product actually worked. When Rick asked what it was for, Logan just said it was a special medicine for men's vitality, but the hint went right over Rick's head, what Logan was hinting at. Getting frustrated, Logan called him a pain and said he was only going to explain it one time, so he'd better listen up. An image of 2 rabbits popped up, 1 male and 1 female. The male rabbit looked pretty down in the dumps, too weak to even stir the pot with his little foot. So, the female rabbit gave him some special pep talk tea. This magic tea turned the bunny into a super rabbit, making his little foot a whopping 4 times bigger than before. And with that upgrade, he could stir that pot like a pro. After this colorful explanation, Logan asked Rick if he understood now. Rick confirmed that he got the picture, and even said he knew the perfect person to be their guinea pig. Logan was intrigued and asked who he had in mind, and Rick replied with a grin, Mr. Dwayne. Cut to the next scene, where Dwayne is, knocking on Logan's office door and hears a come-in. He apologizes for the intrusion and mentions that he heard Logan had summoned him, but upon entering, Dwayne can't seem to find Logan anywhere. Then, like some kind of vampire, Logan suddenly materializes right behind the poor guy, scaring the daylights out of him. Logan casually says he was waiting, as Dwayne jumps back with the vertical of a pro basketball player nearly having a heart attack. He yells at Logan that he can't just sneak up on people like that. Logan closes in on Dwayne, saying he just wants to give him a shoulder rub since he's been so stressed lately, handling post-war affairs. But Dwayne quickly insists he's fine, and that Lord Man is the one having a much tougher time. Logan points out that his father even fainted from exhaustion, but Dwayne shoots back that it only happened because Logan had scared him half to death. Changing the subject, Logan tells Dwayne he knows he's been going through a lot. That's when Dwayne just snaps, shouting that they're broke. They spend every last cent on the war, and while the servants and knights are clueless, they keep bugging him for money, giving the administration a massive headache. Dwayne admits he must have misjudged Logan all this time, not expecting him to be so considerate of the administrators, but he doesn't even get to finish his thought. Logan cuts him right off and asks if all that stress is the reason he's been having trouble in the bedroom. Hearing this, the poor guy freezes solid. He then makes a break for the door, trying to make a run for it. But Logan stops him, asking him to at least hear him out as he hands over the medicine. Logan tells Dwayne it's a patented product from the Philip Kale, a merchantry with guaranteed results from just a single pill. Of course, Logan immediately thinks to himself that he's never actually tested it. Dwayne reluctantly swallows the pill, giving it a suspicious look as Logan continues his sales pitch, asking what he thinks of the deal, since he's getting the very first pill as a gift. A little while later, Dwayne is seen tearing through the castle hallways, sprinting straight for Logan and Rick. The two of them turn around as they hear Dwayne yelling their names. And Logan knows his plan is already working like a charm. Dwayne is back for another round. Rick tries to play hall monitor and lecture him for running, but the guy couldn't care less and immediately demands to know how much Logan wants for the pills. The poor guy looked like he would commit murder for them. Seeing this, Logan flashed a predatory grin and announced that the medicine was a roaring success. Rick, annoyed at being ignored, grumbled about no one paying attention to him, while Logan told Rick to give him a hand. Dwayne was a panting, sweaty mess as he knelt before Logan. It looked for all the world like a marriage proposal, and Logan looked like he was about to accept, while Rick just stared on, completely dumbfounded. Logan hands a wooden box full of pills to Dwayne, who receives it like it's the highest honor in the world. It turns out, after that first successful test, men were practically bowing to him, and the experiments continued a few more times. A little later, in the office, Logan corners Henkel, saying he's heard rumors that he and his wife have been fighting every night. Henkel denies it, asking who would dare spread such vicious lies, but he doesn't get to finish. The young man tells him to shut his trap and shoves a pill right down his throat. He was Logan's second guinea pig. Henkel swallows the pill and feels the effects kick in instantly. He turns toward the door to say something, but Logan cuts him off, telling him to go home to his wife and that he'll cover for him with his father. Hearing this, Henkel thanks him with a massive grin. Then, like a force of nature, he bolts from the room for what we can only imagine was going to be one heck of a night. Later, we see Patrick in his office. He was the third person the young man experimented on, and Patrick also seems more than satisfied with the results. Looking toward his father's room, Logan thinks to himself that he almost feels bad for Ran. Looks like he's about to get another little sibling, meaning he won't be the youngest anymore. Seeing all this chaos, Rick finally gets mad and asks Logan why he was never asked to test the pill. After all, he was the one who had worked the hardest. Logan just gave him a blank stare, glanced down at his crotch, turned his back, and walked away, while Rick screamed after him, asking what that weird look was supposed to mean. Logan stopped, his back still turned, and replied that he wouldn't get a chance to use the pill anyway, so it would just be a waste. He even told him not to follow because he stank. At this point, you could swear Logan just enjoys torturing the poor guy. Next, he's seen talking with Philip through a magic orb. Philip has to admit that if the medicine is as good as Logan claims, there's going to be a massive demand. He asks how much the young man plans to charge, and Logan replies that it'll be 100 gold a pop and 10,000 for a set of 10. Philip seems nervous about the price and asks if he thinks the nobles in the capital are a bunch of fools, warning that he'll get in deep trouble at this rate. Logan confidently replies that they absolutely aren't. He explains that in his past life, the medicine was so successful that its price went through the roof. He insisted that if Philip supplied only a small, limited quantity, the product would sell for even more. Philip listened carefully and agreed it made sense, then paid for another 10 minutes of communication time. Logan continued, saying they'd get incredible results if a famous person tried the product and gave a testimonial. Someone famous who really needed that kind of medicine. Philip was at a total loss for words, arguing that no noble would ever be willing to announce that his performance issues were cured after taking a pill. Logan then comments that they don't need any announcements. So many people are watching the nobles that even if a secret rumor starts spreading, they'll come running like bees to honey. Hearing this, Philip gets an idea and tells Logan to go to the big party in the capital. Logan is furious and asks if Philip is being serious. He points out that the only party he's ever attended was with a bunch of mercenaries after a war, and his family doesn't have the cash for fancy parties. Philip keeps going, saying parties are great for making contacts, even if it's for business. It would take time, and it's not like Logan could just sell the medicine at the party, but this ends up giving the young man a brilliant idea. Philip quickly asks if he's really thinking of pulling a stunt like that, warning that his family would be shunned by high society. Logan replies that of course, that won't happen if he doesn't actually sell anything. He then tells Philip about a fantastic informant in the capital and asks him to find the guy and dig up all the information he needs. Philip is reluctant, asking what he was up to this time. Logan just shot back that he was on his way to Gran and would spill all the details once he got there. That response gave Philip a serious case of the jitters. A week later, Logan rolled into Gran, the capital of the Grandia Kingdom. Philip could only stare at him in total disbelief, shocked that he actually showed up, and demanded to know how he got his family's blessing. A nobleman's son waltzing into the capital to sell performance enhancers wasn't exactly an everyday occurrence. The young man assured him he conveniently left out the real reason for his trip, though he admitted that lugging around 3,000 boxes solo was a bit of a workout. He figured his father let him off the hook easier than expected, probably as a reward for his wartime heroics. Philip then chimed in, "Come to think of it, you didn't have a servant when we first met, either. Are you sure it's all right for a blue blood like you to be wandering around like this?" Logan replied that having a servant just slows you down, not to mention his guy had his own important job to handle. His thoughts drifted to Rick and the massive responsibility he'd laid on him. He went on, saying that even though he could be a real taskmaster, in both his past and current life, Rick had always come through for him, and for that, he was truly grateful. Then we see a flashback of Rick, which shows him swiping a handful of pills from Logan. An annoyed Logan had warned him that if he so much as jostled him, and any pills hit the floor, Rick would be eating a knuckle sandwich for every last one. Talk about tough love. Back in the present, Logan suddenly announced he'd made up his mind, a new idea sparking. In a flashback, Logan declared that to celebrate all of Rick's hard work, he was naming the medicine Impulse Rick. Because what better way to honor a man's legacy than to name a little blue pill after him? Hearing this story only confirmed Philip's theory. Logan was an absolute lunatic. Later, inside their dorm, Philip told Logan he must be exhausted from the long trip and suggested they hit up a bar to recover. Logan shot back that he should probably keep his voice down when talking about someone's performance issues in a place with so many prying ears. Philip immediately agreed, admitting this was a much better environment for their sensitive business. He then updated him, saying he'd met with their informant and wanted to know if he was serious about paying a steep 900 gold per document. Logan admitted the guy was pricey, but he was also the best in the business. He explained that as long as they framed the request just right, they'd get flawless information. Philip assured him he had made the request exactly as instructed, a list of nobles married for the last 10 years who were still childless. Second, a list of nobles without any mistresses or second wives. And third, the names of nobles who were constantly looking for stamina-boosting foods. Hearing the rundown, Logan agreed that Philip had nailed it and that they were all set. He complimented him on his excellent work, not just on this job, but on everything he'd asked Philip to handle in the capital. Philip shrugged it off, saying it wasn't too difficult and that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war. He told Logan he couldn't even imagine how worried he had been. As Logan listened, staring intently at a piece of paper, he was glad to see Philip actually cared about his clients. That warm feeling, however, vanished when Philip added that just thinking about the mountain of monster meat he was stuck with was enough to make him lose his appetite. After all, who would ever buy that garbage? Logan forcefully threw a piece of paper at Philip, telling him to shut his trap and read it. As the paper smacked him, Philip wondered why it stung so much. He started reading while Logan asked which name on their list he thought would make for a good first customer. A single tear trickled down Philip's right eye as he seemed to have a revelation. Seeing this, Logan watched him, waiting for him to say something. The young man shakily pointed his finger at a name on the page and asked Logan what he thought about a certain person. Logan glanced at the name he was pointing to, and his expression immediately turned to one of pure shock. He recognized that name. Later, inside a grand ballroom under a massive chandelier, people were casually drinking champagne. The figure of a very large man stood out from the crowd. Dressed in a red jacket and black dress pants, he was chatting up some beautiful women. That man was Count Davis, and his name had just been bellowed across the room by Logan to grab his attention. The Count spun around, a look of utter disbelief mixed with disgust or fear on his face. Logan strode over to introduce himself, stating his name, Logan McLain, and his title as the eldest son of House McLain. Count Davis tried to manage to keep a straight face and stifle a laugh, greeting his new guest and welcoming him to the festivities. Taking one look at Logan's outfit, he immediately found it completely tasteless and wondered what backwoods farm he'd crawled out of, figuring that must be the latest style in the Southwest. Meanwhile, Logan was thinking that he was wearing the exact clothes Philip had suggested, and just as he'd predicted, nobody was a fan. He decided the outfit was a perfect choice after all. He had no time to waste making pointless friends at some lame party like this. His one and only target was Count Davis. Davis, the man who had fallen from grace. Despite being a major player in the Grandia Kingdom's treasury and getting hitched at 20 years old, he was a man who, to this day, still had no kids. Logan was floored when Philip pointed him out on the list, because, in his past life, the guy had become infamous, not for anything good, but for being the Count who ended it all because of his wife. A nasty public fight between Count Davis and his wife flashed through his mind, with her screaming and calling him a useless man who couldn't perform right in the middle of a party. Because of that little bombshell his wife dropped, the poor guy was driven to take his own life. Logan mused that reputation and what people think of you are everything, and that, in any case, the Count fit all three of the conditions he'd given his informant. He was the perfect candidate to be Imperic's very first customer. The young man then approached the Count, saying he'd come to the capital on a business trip, and having heard of his great reputation, just had to come over and say hello. The Count snidely asked Logan what kind of business a country boy like him could possibly be running in the capital since the city already had it all. He then added that since Logan was from the sticks, he must have some fascinating little products that weren't available in the big city. Logan shot back that he was positive the product he was selling wasn't available here, and that was precisely why he had come. He went on, explaining it was a specialized remedy just for men. Then he leaned in close to the Count's ear and whispered the magic word, stimulant. Hearing this, the Count looked absolutely stunned, bit his lip for a second, and then bellowed for the whole party to hear how a nobleman's son could be peddling performance enhancers. A couple of girls watched the scene unfold, thinking the whole thing was super embarrassing. The Count figured a hick like Logan had some serious nerve acting all high and mighty in the capital and thought he'd put him in his place, judging by the look on his face. However, the young man just let out a deep sigh and got ready to say something else to the nobleman. Logan then told Davis that as a gesture of goodwill, he'd brought a gift for the capital's most influential people and politely asked him to accept it. He handed a small box to the man, explaining it was called Impulric, and that each one sold for 100 gold coins. He kept going, explaining that he'd brought these three, especially for the Count as a present and guaranteed it was an amazing medicine with zero side effects, staking his honor as a nobleman on it. Davis listened to the whole pitch and started to break out in a cold sweat. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rang. It was a servant from Count Davis, sent to buy more of the Impulric medicine. Logan and Philip greeted him at the door, confirming he was indeed the Count's man. A little later, the servant is seen leaving with a leather briefcase, with Philip right on his heels, thanking him for his business and telling him to come back any time. Philip went back inside and started counting out the money for Logan. They pulled in 10,000 gold from just 10 boxes, and Philip said that wasn't half bad for their first sale. Logan, however, wasn't nearly as impressed, saying they needed to do way better than that, since the rent for their tiny shop alone was 10,000 gold. Philip, on the other hand, pointed out that this was to be expected, since they were right in the center of the capital and that Logan had no clue what a pain it was to even rent the place. He then added that, strategically speaking, they absolutely needed a physical store, since seeing a crowd of people with your own eyes has a much bigger impact. Logan agreed with Philip and announced he was heading out to another party. Philip did not look thrilled, complaining that Logan had been hitting up parties almost every single day since they got to Gran, sometimes even going to 2 in one day. The young man explained that landing Count Davis as their first customer wasn't enough. He had to go out and promote the store to as many people on that list as he possibly could. A week later, Count Davis's servant was walking down the street, still in disbelief that the Count had sent him to buy that medicine again, especially after seeing how none of the other health remedies had ever worked for him before. But when he finally got to the shop, he was completely stunned. There was a massive line of men waiting to buy. The line to buy the medicine wrapped around the block. As the servant scanned the crowd, he couldn't figure out why it was so packed until it dawned on him. He knew every single one of them. One of the men was Vic, Count Talon's chamberlain, and the guy right in front of him was Count Hamel's butler, pulling his hat down to hide as much of his face as possible. He figured this would stir up some nasty rumors, so he decided to just grab the medicine and get out of there. The moment he did, Philip stepped out of the shop to speak to the line. He announced with regret that, unfortunately, the stock they had for the day was completely sold out. Upon hearing this, the servants waiting to purchase the remedy for their masters were absolutely floored. One of them immediately confronted Philip, demanding to know what he meant by sold out when there hadn't been any warning. Philip apologized once more and started to explain that Impul Rick was insanely popular, but production just couldn't keep up with the demand, so they had to limit sales to 50 boxes per day. Two of the servants got incredibly tense hearing this, begging Philip to sell them some, since if they returned empty-handed, their masters were not going to be very understanding. While all this was going down, another noble, walking with his servant, passed by and noticed the commotion. The noble sent his own man to see what was happening, and all the while, Logan watched everything with a satisfied smirk from behind a building corner. He knew that by limiting the supply, customers would only be more driven to buy, and the massive crowd would definitely pique the curiosity of other nobles. Everything going exactly according to his plan. Philip shouted loud enough for everyone to hear that the day's stock was gone and insisted they return tomorrow. The very next day, they sold out again, and the same thing happened on the third day, leaving the nobles wondering just how many consecutive days this would continue. The young man continued, saying it was unbelievable, as daily sales had been through the roof for over a month, and that day they had sold out the second they opened. He commented that at this rate, making 4.5 million gold in a month might not be a pipe dream. Hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked who knew the capital had so many nobles who were lacking in vigor. He pointed out that they'd already tripled the price since mid-year, but people were still eager to pay even more, which made him worry about the future of the kingdom. After saying this, he stared at Philip with a dead serious expression. Then suddenly, he broke into a wild, maniacal grin like someone who had just found their next victim and began to laugh hysterically. His booming voice echoed out of the shop, making people on the street turn their heads. In the end, he was just over the moon. He grabbed Philip in a headlock and started messing up his hair, calling him an admirable little brat and saying he'd done an amazing job. Philip, in the meantime, was starting to turn a lovely shade of purple from the lack of air. He managed to bow and thanked Logan for everything. Logan looked down at Philip and said it was good that he recognized his work and that starting next week, he would get 1% of the total sales for himself. All of a sudden, Philip started shouting that he would give it his all and then tried to plant a kiss on Logan. This whole scene played out while a mysterious figure watched from the street, his wrinkled face concealed by a hood and a blonde beard. Next, inside a sorcery shop, Logan was using the communication line and shouted from the back of a room that it would be at least 10 tons of gold per year, causing everyone to turn and stare at him. He quickly went quiet, glancing at the door. He then asked the person he was talking to if he was serious, and that person was Amar, who confirmed the information. Amar explained that according to the miners, there was a very high chance the gold nuggets were located in a deeper layer. The young man stared at the communication orb like a madman, clenching his jaw and balling his fists. He figured that even with a rough estimate, 10 tons of gold was equal to 100 million gold coins. This was his jackpot, the biggest lottery win he could possibly imagine. Amar then commented that the mining costs were no joke and asked Logan if he could actually swing it, since getting started would cost about 5 million gold. Logan assured Amar that he had everything he needed. He told Amar to just wait, saying he would gather all the money and workers in no time. Amar didn't seem too worried and just asked Logan to take it easy on the crew. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan walked the streets, thinking that the initial investment for the mine was around 5 million gold. Meaning, if he kept selling at his current rate, he'd be pulling in about 4.5 million gold per month. When you thought about it, even if he sold for in just 2 months, he'd still have plenty of cash left over, seeing as he had about 700 boxes of medicine remaining. He was about to start thinking about heading home for a restock and finally getting started on the mental development training, but something else grabbed his attention, snapping him right out of it. The young man glanced over at his shop and sensed that someone was inside. In a flash, he dashed over, assuming it was a break-in. The warrior violently kicked the door in, sending it flying off its hinges and into the wall as he scanned the room. But weirdly enough, the place was completely empty. Logan drew his sword, wondering if the culprits had just vanished into thin air. But then he remembered there was only one door. They had to still be in there. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a shadow zipped right past him. The young man realized it a split second too late and swung his sword at the cloaked figure, but only hit air. He shouted, demanding to know who was there. When he spun around, there was nobody in sight. He just stood there, his sword pointed at nothing. Impossible, he thought. He was sure he'd felt a presence. And then, there it was again. That same feeling. He looked up, figuring the thief must be on the roof. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air, aiming straight for the cloaked figure as he brandished his sword, ready to run the culprit through. But they dodged at the last second. Logan landed on the roof facing the figure, sword in hand, ready to strike again. Once more, the young man demanded the intruder's identity, but he got no answer. Instead, the figure simply vanished without a trace. Logan was completely stunned by what had just happened. He couldn't stop thinking about how there was no sign of a presence, even though the guy had been standing right in front of him a moment ago. He looked down at his own hand, realizing he'd torn off a piece of the man's cloak, and wondered what the hell had just gone down. The next morning, it seems, Logan filled Philip in on what happened, and they came to the conclusion that a thief who uses aura had infiltrated their shop. Logan said he was just guessing, but that it had to be, at least an advanced force user. That was a term for people who were on a whole other level than even high-ranked knights. The young man added that it wasn't just a feeling. As a high-ranked knight himself, he knew this guy was in a completely different league. Philip was shocked to hear that someone who could use aura was stooping to petty theft. He mentioned that aura was powerful enough to turn a slave into a noble, so he couldn't figure out why someone like that would be sneaking around stealing. He asked what the man stole, and Logan replied that it was exactly what Philip was afraid of. They only took 2 pills of the medicine, Impul Rick, and that's it. Hearing that, the young man realized that if the thief only stole 2 pills, it wasn't about the money. He must have stolen them for his own personal use. Philip then asked if there were guys with performance issues among aura users too, and that's when it clicked for Logan, who agreed he was onto something. Logan then asked if there were any names of aura users onto the informant's list, but Philip said there weren't, since the informant demanded an extra fee for that kind of top-secret information, and Philip had turned down the offer. But on second thought, maybe there was one person who came to mind, an aura user in the capital who just so happened to have no descendants. A muscular, well-dressed noble with blonde hair and a beard walked the streets with his wife, watching some children play. His face was gentle, and his light blue eyes seemed to be filled with a deep longing for a child. He was startled when his wife asked what he was staring at. He quickly turned and told her he was just admiring the scenery outside, sweating nervously. She didn't seem to be buying his lame excuse. The woman asked if he was staring at the children again. He tried to convince her he was just enjoying the view and wasn't thinking about such silly things. He then hugged his wife and said they should head home. However, she kind of brushed him off and replied that she was incredibly happy to have met him, asking if he knew that. The man looked at his wife with pure happiness in his eyes and a slight smile at the corner of his mustache. He hugged her even tighter and said he felt the exact same way. This man was Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's greatest swordsman. It turns out the deep sadness and regret in his heart all started with a cruel twist of fate he suffered as a young man. While fighting for the country, he was wounded right down in the family jewels. At the time, it was considered a wound of honor for a knight who fell in combat, and since he was young, he didn't think too much of it. However, Felix now reflected on what the point was of having the title of duke and being known as the strongest man in the nation if he had no son to succeed him. To him, it all felt completely pointless, but it was all for nothing. We flash back to the past, where Felix is confessing everything to his wife, who, to his surprise, was incredibly understanding, way more than he ever could have imagined. He was completely floored. His wife recognized how much he must have been suffering and, with tears welling up, she asked if he was all right, telling him she wanted nothing more than to support him by his side. Overwhelmed by her devotion, Felix wondered how he could ever repay such incredible love. The scene shifts to Felix strolling through the castle gardens with one of his attendants. The attendant mentioned that the family meeting was about to begin and cautiously asked if he was certain he didn't need to pick up the pace. Felix shot that down, saying there was no point in being early just to get cornered and lectured about producing an heir. The attendant looked at the Duke with some hesitation before carefully mentioning that a new, highly effective remedy had started making the rounds in the capital. Hearing this, Felix sarcastically shot back, "Oh, is that so?" The attendant pressed on, explaining that the stuff supposedly even healed physical wounds, but once again, Felix tuned him out. The attendant insisted, saying he knew the Duke was skeptical of such things, but there were countless reports from people who had gotten amazing results. At this, the Duke lowered his head, filled with shame as he admitted to himself that he'd already tried that very medicine and what's worse, he had stolen it. As much as his wife's tears weighed on him, he couldn't believe he'd sunk so low as to commit theft, a total disgrace to the iron discipline he'd lived by his whole life. Not to mention, after he took the medicine, absolutely nothing happened. So he told his attendant, Louise, not to fall for every little rumor he heard. He started convincing himself that his initial gut feeling was right. The stories about the miracle cure were just fake rumors, and there was no way it could fix a problem that even his own powerful aura couldn't touch. He figured he should have just given up ages ago. Meanwhile, at the estate gates, Logan was trying to talk his way past a guard. The guard told him he couldn't see Duke Felix without an appointment, but Logan just told him to pass along his name, confident that the Duke would want to meet him. We cut back to a bit earlier, where Logan and Philip were talking. Philip was just blown away, asking if he was seriously going to visit the Duke in person. Logan just nodded, and Philip started laying into him, asking if he was really about to track down the most powerful man in the kingdom just to ask if he'd swiped something, or to ask about his performance issues. Philip was completely losing it, asking if that was actually Logan's master plan, but Logan coolly asked if he was trying to do an impression of him. Philip begged him to just pretend nothing happened, warning him he'd get into deep trouble for no reason, and that if this whole thing went sideways, they were totally screwed. Now, sitting in a hallway chair, Logan had to admit that Philip had a point. But if that guy from yesterday really was the legendary Sword Duke, he absolutely could not let this opportunity pass him by. Just then, a butler emerged, opening a grand wooden door and inviting Logan inside, where Felix was waiting for him. As he walked toward the Sword Duke by the window, Logan knew this was his chance to forge a powerful connection with one of the most influential men in the entire kingdom. Logan gave an elegant bow, introducing himself as the eldest son of House Milan. As he looked up at Felix, he noticed something. Even though the Duke was around 70 years old, he looked decades younger. Logan figured he must be using his immense aura to slow down the aging process. The Duke acknowledged that House Milan was from the southwest region and asked why Logan had traveled all this way. Logan decided not to play his hand just yet, explaining that he'd recently started a business in the capital and had brought some products as a gift. He then slid a small box across the table. He explained that it was an exceptional remedy for men, one with proven results among countless nobles. The Duke eyed the box. He asked if that was really true, his face giving nothing away. Logan kept his head lowered, feeling completely lost, still not sure if Felix was the man who stole the sample. He decided it was time to up the ante, continuing that a legendary warrior like Felix would surely have no need for such a thing. Stuff. So, he whipped out something a little more special, which finally got a small reaction out of Felix. Logan was relieved, realizing the kid's disinterest was because he hadn't felt any effects from the impulsoric. It turns out the current version neutralizes the toxins in the monster meat to be used as a special kind of performance enhancer. But that weak stuff wouldn't even tickle a powerhouse like Felix, so Logan cooked it down again and again, creating a seriously potent concentrate. Logan pitched it to Felix as a limited edition of Impulry, and that definitely got the man's attention. He figured that even though he called it a limited edition, it was really just 50 Impulry pills boiled down into a single dose. He knew it would pack a punch, as the sheer agony from it would be enough to take out a regular person, but for an aura user, it was a whole other ballgame. Logan told Felix that if the pill did the trick, he'd love to hear back from him, and he'd whip up another batch in any amount Felix wanted, promising, of course, to keep it completely on the down low. The very next day, Felix was practically glowing, a dead giveaway that the pill was a massive success. He then told Logan he'd grant him any favor in his power. Logan was internally screaming with joy, but managed to keep a straight face and replied that he didn't quite understand what the Duke was getting at. He then explained that an aura user is a master of their own body and life force, so of course the treatment would be effective for someone like Felix. And boy, did the medicine work perfectly. Not just the first time, either. After about 30 uses, the effects stacked up until he was totally cured. That deep longing and the ache in his chest were finally fading. Felix looked at Logan, saying he was blown away that he'd been so considerate, bringing a gift without ever mentioning his little predicament. He added that Logan's sword skills earlier were insane for a kid his age. So, it made sense that he was exactly the kind of guy who'd have a miracle cure like this. You gotta feel for Felix. The guy had been on such a long cold streak he was going a little stir. Crazy. He told Logan he might have jumped the gun, and admitted that thanks to Logan's gift, he could finally see a way to cure his chronic problem, so he really wanted to make it up to him. He asked again what he wanted. Logan stared at the floor, put on a deadpan expression, and said that in that case all he wanted was some worthless old sword manual. Felix went to search the library and grabbed a book for the kid, warning him that actually trying to train with it would mess up his body, but it was still an interesting read. After that, Logan thanked Felix and asked for one last thing, to write up a note as proof that he'd taken the book. Felix just said that was no problem at all. Logan thought to himself that he now had everything he needed, musing that it seemed like a waste to only take one sword manual when the Duke was offering him the world, but his true objective was something else entirely. Just as Logan was thinking this, Felix spoke up, saying he thought it over and that the whole exchange just didn't feel balanced. The kid asked what he meant, and Felix replied that he would personally teach him a sword style, which left the young man totally stunned. The best swordsman in the entire kingdom was offering to be his teacher. Felix went on, saying he got that Logan was trying to be humble, but just giving him some basic sword manual just wasn't going to sit right with him. Logan figured that even though he already knew the secrets of the divine sword, he wasn't about to turn down an offer from the strongest guy in the kingdom. Over the moon, he thanked Felix for the amazing opportunity, thinking he'd just hit the jackpot yet again. Out on the training grounds, Felix and the young man stood facing each other. Felix mentioned that sizing up the talent of promising young folks was one of the simple pleasures of getting old, and he told Logan to get focused, because he wasn't going to pull any punches. Logan got into position, planting his feet firmly. Felix told the kid to draw his sword, but Logan was completely frozen, totally overwhelmed by the master's aura. An insane amount of pressure bore down on him, making it impossible to even touch his weapon. This was the raw power of a true aura user. The kid wondered if every aura user could pull this off, imagining if this paralyzing ability was a common thing among them. If that was the case, every fight would just come down to a contest of auras. He realized this wasn't just raw power, but some kind of special technique. Finally, with huge effort, he managed to budge his sword just a little. Logan realized he needed to focus his energy on sharpening his senses, not his physical strength, and then analyze that energy. Every single time he tried to move, the Duke's pressure would just expand from its starting point. The kid couldn't figure out how it was even possible. But then, he got an idea. He figured that right when Felix was about to spread his force, he just had to be half a step quicker. That was the key. With his sword drawn, Logan got into a fighting stance, his mind racing. Felix just looked at him and noted his talent, but Logan was already dripping with sweat, barely able to keep his footing. Felix then told him to pay attention, gathering his aura at the very tip of his blade to prepare an attack, while the young man tried his best to stand his ground against the crushing pressure, but fear had him frozen solid. Looking up, he finally understood what he was up against. Felix's blade of pure force. He stared it down, knowing the attack was coming any second. The only problem was, Felix's aura was way too intense for him to handle. It felt like the Duke's energy was invading his body, scrambling his senses, and the power coming off that red blade was just getting stronger. He desperately looked for a way out, wondering if there was anything at all he could do. Then, suddenly, it hit him. His own internal force was pushing back against the Duke's. Looking inward, he knew he couldn't possibly dodge, but maybe, just maybe, there was another way. The young warrior summoned all the force within him, shaping it into a protective bubble around his body. Seeing this, Felix was floored, wondering if the kid was actually planning to use his own force to counter the attack. In the next instant, Felix took an aggressive stance, his sword pulled back and crackling with energy. Ready to put Logan in his place, he lunged forward, leaping toward the young man with a lethal look in his eyes. Logan, holding a defensive position with his blade out front and shrouded in his protective aura, still felt a shiver of pure terror. As he expected, Felix's blow landed dead center and sent him hurtling backward. Logan slammed into the wall so hard that even his sword looked like it took some serious damage. Felix, on the other hand, hadn't even broken a sweat. He was perfectly calm, looking down at the young fighter with a cold, hard stare. Using his sword as a crutch, Logan tried to pull himself up, but he couldn't stop shaking. His sword was in pieces, and all he could think about was the insane power he'd just faced. Felix turned to him and asked if he really thought he'd teach him something he couldn't have figured out on his own. He then revealed he'd seen the whole thing, pointing out that without even realizing it, the kid had gotten dead serious at the very end. With a proud glint in his eye, Felix praised Logan, amazed he had faced the attack head-on, thinking to himself that some guys are just born to be exceptional. As Logan finally passed out, Felix muttered that it was going to be a lot of fun watching him get even stronger. A little while later, Felix's butler asked Logan if he was leaving so soon, adding that the Duke had invited him to stay until he was fully recovered. Logan waved it off, saying it was no big deal and that thanks to the potion the Duke gave him, he was feeling perfectly fine. Hearing this, the butler said he would see him to the door. Once they were outside, the butler wished him a safe trip, and Logan thanked him. After that, the young man walked away briskly, disappearing from the butler's view so quickly that the old man wondered where he could have gone. The second he turned a corner, Logan started limping from the intense pain of Felix's attack. It hurt like heck, but he wasn't about to waste a priceless potion on a wound like this. He still couldn't get over that the Duke had just handed him a superior-grade potion, the kind that's nearly impossible to find, as if it were nothing. The young man mused that his own power had evolved precisely to heal his internal wounds on its own, but the kind of damage the Duke dealt was going to be tough to fix. In the end, he looked at the potion and figured that, either way, he'd gain a lot more than he lost. Then, the warrior pulled out a note from Felix that contained the coordinates to the mansion's communication channel. It said that if Logan ever had any problems, he should just get in touch. Logan was thrilled, thinking, who knew Felix would actually see me in a good light? To him, Felix was practically treating him like a protege, and he knew that this relationship would be incredibly useful in the future. But just as he was thinking that, Philip popped up from behind, scaring the life out of Logan. He whipped his head around, asking what in the world Philip was doing there, and Philip replied that he'd been waiting at a distance for him to finally show up. As soon as he got a good look at him, Philip asked why he was so pale. Worried sick, he practically shouted at Logan, wanting to know if he'd said or done something incredibly stupid to tick off the Duke. The young man replied that it was just the opposite, and that he'd just had a little swordsmanship lesson with the noble. Then, all of a sudden, he coughed and a spray of blood flew from his mouth, scaring Philip half to death. Seeing that, Philip declared he was going to prepare everything for them to flee and that he would get the fastest horses he could find. Logan tried to explain that he was getting it all wrong, but Philip just kept going, muttering to himself, completely tuned out. A week later, a sign on the door of Logan and Philip's shop announced that Impul Rick was completely sold out, telling customers to try again some other time. Inside, Logan was sporting a triumphant grin. announcing that their total profit from the Impul Rick sales had rocketed to an incredible 4.1 million gold pieces. Completely blown away, Philip said that if sales kept up this pace, blowing past 4.5 million gold in a month would be a piece of cake. They shared a look of pure confidence before letting out a victory shout that probably rattled the windows. But the celebration was cut short by Logan, ever the buzzkill, who deadpanned, asking if Philip was so happy he could just skip his bonus this month. Yanked right back to reality, Philip begged him not to burst his bubble. Changing the subject, Philip reported that he'd made sure the monster meat he bought from the market was handled with no issues, earning him a good job from Logan. Next, Philip suggested that Logan should consider buying a house in the capital to cut down on living expenses, but Logan immediately shot the idea down, explaining they only had about a year and a half left in the capital, so sinking that much money into property was a bad move. He told Philip to just focus on Impul Rick for the time being, adding that they'd be moving on eventually. When Philip asked what he meant, Logan just cryptically replied it was something he didn't need to worry about. Finally, a concerned Philip urged Logan to take care of his health, admitting he was freaked out after seeing him cough up blood. To which Logan replied, saying that was exactly why he'd been holed up in his room for a solid week. Hearing this, Philip questioned if Logan was actually resting, since every time he peeked into the room, he just saw Logan glued to his desk working on something. But once again, Logan shut him down, telling him it was none of his business. Philip grumbled that he kept way too many secrets. Logan, however, was relieved that even while complaining, the kid didn't push the matter. If Rick had been there, he would have been, digging for every last detail. Philip then asked if he was heading out, and Logan confirmed it, telling him to find a way to keep the customers calm until he could send more Impul Rick. On top of that, Logan had one last order for Philip. He instructed him to send food rations worth 100,000 gold pieces every single month to the Tesseron and McLain estates. Philip's jaw just about hit the floor, asking if Logan was trying to feed the entire region with that much food. Logan shot back, "That's enough," muttering, "We have to do this for a whole year, so you better start hunting for a supplier." Realizing Logan was dead serious, Philip remarked that he never pegged him as someone who cared so much for his people. However, that wasn't exactly the case. As Logan prepared to leave, he thought to himself that it wasn't about caring for his people, but about what was necessary for his plans. It would take at least a full year to solve the food shortage in Manland. He knew the people's labor was a crucial part of his grand design, so he absolutely could not let them starve. Logan got ready to go and casually told Philip he had some business to attend to, so he was heading out. Philip didn't even bother asking for details, knowing it was just another one of his boss's big secrets. Elsewhere, a group of destitute people were huddled together on the cold floor of what looked like a warehouse, using any scraps of cloth they could find to stay warm. One guy, with blood trickling down his face, stared miserably at the ground. Meanwhile, Logan was in a magic shop, handing a piece of paper to a sorcerer. The wizard, glancing at the paper, asked if the young man was serious about finding the people on the list. He was hesitant, explaining that with only names and a few vague characteristics, the job would mean searching the entire continent. Logan, totally unfazed, asked the sorcerer point blank if he could do it or not, adding that the pay would be more than generous. The sorcerer, still sounding unsure, looked over the paper one more time and, after a long pause, reluctantly agreed. As Logan walked away, he thought that, just as he'd expected, tracking them down was going to be a real pain. After all, even the names he had could be fakes. Still, the young man knew he had no other choice. He had to gather all the independent superhumans, no matter the cost. These were the powerhouses from his past life who had never pledged allegiance to any organization. Each and every one of them would be a critical ally in the coming war against the Empire, especially a certain mercenary who had once fought on the Empire's side. As he walked, Logan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He let out a sharp sigh, realizing he'd been rushing things way too much. With everything going so well in the capital, he'd been moving too fast. The young man gazes at the sky, thinking he's got all the time in the world and can just take it easy. However, this whole idea that he has plenty of time might just be dead wrong. Over in a dark, dungeon-like room, a man is trying to calm down a furious elder chief. The old man is practically possessed, complaining that someone is messing with his disciples and demanding to know if the man has other cronies, even mentioning some tower master. The guy explains he's just there to pass on a message, but the elder couldn't care less. His rage is completely out of control. Then, the elder demands to know why his disciple was summoned this time. The man replies that the young man was shipped off to the countryside in the far southwest to the Milan region for a 6-month business trip. Hearing this, the elder places a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declares he's not letting the magic tower master get away with this. This time, he insists, the score must be settled once and for all. Next up, we're shown the Grand Earth Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man walks up to a desk where another guy is completely passed out. He greets him, and the sleepy attendant blinks awake, looking up to see who it is. As soon as he recognizes the visitor, he jumps to his feet with a cheerful welcome, sizing up the young man in front of him. The employee wonders what this guy's deal is. At first, he pegged him as a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap-looking suit, he's starting to have his doubts. The man in question is Logan, who came to the tower to research magic scrolls. The attendant figures there's no way he's here to meet a high-ranking mage, just hoping Logan might buy a few basic scrolls. With a plastered-on smile, the attendant listens as the young man asks for 150 scrolls of destruction magic, which totally catches him by surprise. Still, he keeps a straight face. Then, the young man whips out his Cooper bank account certificate and tells the attendant to take a look. As the clerk starts to process the numbers, his disbelief just keeps growing. The total adds up to an insane 4 million gold, leaving him completely speechless. He looks down, visibly rattled, but finally stammers out an offer of a personal escort to the upper floor. Logan listens coolly. Destruction magic, a fourth circle area of effect spell, packs enough punch to bring down stone walls. But, thanks to its drawbacks, like a slow casting time and very obvious tells, it was almost never used in a real fight. Despite this, the young man sees its potential in construction, figuring it could massively speed up development. Our hero is now talking with an older man who asks if he really intends to buy 150 scrolls. Logan confirms that he does. This guy, Radius Great, is the master of the Earth Magic Tower, and he's not even trying to hide that he's a bit on edge, since it's been a hot minute since they've had such a high-rolling client. Logan recalls how just a few minutes before, the master had come sprinting over when he heard Logan wanted to buy 155 scrolls. A really bizarre reaction for a man of his stature. As it turns out, Radius has been the tower master for 5 generations, but he's only got 1.5 million gold to his name, which shows just how bad the tower's financial situation is. Logan thinks that this vulnerability of the master works in his favor. So, he tells Radius that his own family, Mlan, is just a bunch of petty hustlers from the southwest, and he understands if the master has never even heard of them. At this, the master quickly apologizes to Logan, admitting his young apprentice was out of line and assures him that he'll give the kid a serious chewing out. However, Logan just waves off the apology, saying it's not necessary. The master then replies, saying he is very magnanimous. All the while, the clerk at the counter is thinking he's a dead man. The master, however, seems pretty ticked off that he almost lost an easy fish like Logan. Despite the young man's insistence, the master mulled it over in silence. In these peaceful days, earth magic was much more useful for farming or construction. So, he wondered what kind of noble would drop so much coin on expensive scrolls for something so trivial. Frustrated, he thought about the idiots who gossiped, saying the magic tower had gotten weak ever since he became its master. What's more, it seemed he'd blown through the tower's budget a lot faster than he should have. Looking at the situation, he thought it was a blessing that Logan seemed like such a pushover. He decided he had to handle the young man carefully and try to get a huge pile of money out of him. With this plan brewing, the master remarks to Logan that, to be honest, there might be a slight problem with his request. Curious, the young man asks what the holdup is. The master explains that crafting a 4th circle scroll requires a mage of at least the 5th circle to lead the process, and unfortunately, the tower is a little short-staffed on experienced mages right now. But the warrior isn't fazed by this explanation at all. He just stares the master down and bluntly asks what he's going to do about it. The master, taken aback, returns his gaze. This was not the reaction he was expecting, but he decides to press on, explaining that the cost to produce each scroll is extremely high. Hearing this, the young man calmly gets to his feet and says, "Well, it's a shame there's nothing that can be done about it." Logan starts heading for the door, telling the master he planned on buying 150 scrolls every month, but if the tower couldn't handle that kind of volume, he'd just take his business over to the royal family's magic tower. The second he hears this, the master panics and leaps in front of the panics young man, blocking his way. In a desperate tone, he asks if he really intends to buy 150 scrolls a month. The young man confirms it, adding that over the next 6 months, he'll need a grand total of 900 scrolls. You'd think the master had died and gone to heaven. He's looking at Logan with a reverence usually reserved for angels. Then, the young man points out that if making 150 scrolls at once is too much for them, then fulfilling a 6-month order would be an even bigger challenge. Just as Logan turns to leave again, the master makes a completely over-the-top move, throwing himself on the floor and grabbing Logan's boot. He yells, desperately, that they can absolutely handle the order. The young man asks if he's sure it's possible, and the master insists it's 100% feasible, all while dusting off Logan's shoes with his own robe. The master continues, informing him that each scroll costs 10,000 gold, so 150 of them would come to 1.5 million gold. The master's eyes are practically shining with greed as he does the math, realizing that with Logan's planned order, he could rake in over 9 million gold in just 6 months. After his little display is over, he gets up and offers Logan an alternative. He suggests that hiring a mage directly might actually be a better option. Confused, the young man asks exactly which mage the master is talking about. He figures they'd usually pawn off some mediocre mage to handle the grunt work, so he wonders why the master would suggest lending him one, which would be even more costly. He calculates that with a fourth circle mage, he could get the equivalent of 300 scrolls worth of work done a month, and asks the master if they even have a fourth circle mage willing to work on a construction site. The master replies, clarifying that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. He explains that not even he has the authority to just order a fourth circle mage around whenever he wants. Instead, the master offers to send a team of 2 to 9 second circle mages and 1 to 3 third circle mages. He explains that these mages are disciples with extensive experience working together as a team. In exchange, the master asks Logan to lower the number of scrolls he's ordering. Logan considers the offer, thinking it might be a pretty good deal. After all, sending a whole team of mages could be way more efficient. Still, the young man is a bit hesitant about hiring mages who specialize in construction, wondering just what kind of people they'd turn out to be. Suddenly, a group of exhausted, ragged-looking men appears before him, led by a mage named Greaves. These guys look like they just crawled out of a war zone, and he's completely floored by their condition. The warrior is at a loss for words. It's at this exact moment the master cuts in, telling the papacy group they can head back to their quarters. The men take off running, looking terrified, which leaves Logan completely baffled. Annoyed, he turns to the master, remarks that they look like they were about to drop dead. The master agrees, but assures him they're the youngest folks with the most construction experience in the entire Magic Tower, true experts in their field. The young man mulls it over. Despite their haggard appearance, the mages did seem pretty capable. With a third circle mage leading them and several other experts, all in their 20s, they were definitely a group of promising talents. But even with this apparent success, Logan is still suspicious. He doesn't trust that the master will actually send his own disciples out to the middle of nowhere, so he confronts him, saying that swapping a few second circle mages for the scrolls doesn't exactly sound like a fair trade. The master replies, assuring Logan that the team of 10 mages will be more than enough. Hearing this, the young man flashes that signature, bone-chilling smile of his once again. With that same smile plastered on his face, he starts to negotiate with the master. He proposed a deal for 120 magic scrolls and 10 mages, all for the price of 1.2 million gold per month. The master tried to keep a straight face, but he was clearly shook by what he just heard. The young man, however, thought it was a total steal, considering the caliber of those mages, and that he himself wouldn't even send his B team for that kind of money. He was shocked when the master actually agreed to the price. The master then whipped out a contract and insisted that the young man sign it right then and there. Logan glanced at the paper, wondering who in their right mind would agree to these terms. And in the mad rush, the ink wasn't even dry. Yet, Logan's gut told him something was fishy. Suddenly, the elder chief Clayton busted through the door behind him, with 2 disciples trying their best to hold him back. The elder chief yelled at the master that he'd heard everything he was pulling with the disciples and that they were about to have a little chat. The elder chief, a powerful 5th circle mage, was absolutely furious and got right in the master's face, demanding to know if he was sending his disciples on yet another mission. The master just replied that everything he did was for the good of the tower. The elder chief shot back, questioning why it was always his disciples being assigned to the absolute worst jobs, pointing out that the master wasn't just sending anyone, but the kids who had literally just returned from other missions. The master retorted that the young are built to endure hardship. The elder accused him of working the disciples to the bone ever since Clayton became an elder last year. The master, however, just brushed it off, claiming Clayton had completely lost his mind. As Logan watched the drama unfold, he started to piece it all together. Clayton, reaching the 5th circle so young, was obviously a threat to the Tower Master, who was taking out his frustrations on the younger disciples. Despite the rising tension, Logan was perfectly calm, pretty satisfied that their internal drama was playing right into his hands. The Tower Master then turned to Clayton and coldly declared that if he wasn't going to follow orders, he couldn't care less about their fate. He told Clayton and his disciples to walk out right now, if that's what they wanted, and the elder asked if he was being serious. After hearing that ultimatum, Clayton started channeling his mana, clearly gearing up for a fight. Even with a brawl about to break out, the master remained totally unfazed and asked Clayton if he really wanted to go through with this. All while Clayton was already powering up, the very ground around them began to shake. One of the disciples, realizing the danger, yelled that they had to stop the 2 of them. Clayton then roared at the Tower Master, telling him to get ready. The master just watched as Clayton settled into a fighting stance when, out of nowhere, Logan slammed his hand down on the table. Every head in the room snapped toward the young man, who seemed completely unbothered by the chaos. The 2 mages were stunned into silence by what Logan was doing, and the young disciples were just as shocked by what they were seeing. The young man showed the other man the piece of paper he had just stamped with his seal. It was a contract he was about to sign with the Tower Master, now officially finalized. He then simply told the 10 mages waiting in the room to follow him. He also turned to Clayton and the Tower Master. He told them to work out their issues and warned them that the contract would remain valid even if the Tower's management changed. In other words, there would be no problems with the deal. The Tower Master admitted how pathetic they both looked in front of their guest and told Logan he would send the scrolls over as soon as they were ready. But Clayton cut him off, saying he wasn't finished with him yet. The Master asked if he was trying to sabotage an official contract of the Earth Magic Tower right then and there and chewed him out, telling him to know his place. Clayton shot back, saying that if that's how it was going to be, his decision was made. He was going to follow his disciples, too. Logan and the Tower Master were completely dumbfounded by Clayton's declaration. The Master finally sputtered that he must be out of his mind. An elder following his disciples to a construction site was ridiculous, and Logan shouted that he never hired a fifth circle mage. Clayton replied that he didn't want any extra pay. He just planned to pitch in to help his disciples and get the job done faster. Hearing this, Logan immediately bowed before the elder and promised to serve him with the utmost devotion. Clayton simply asked Logan to push their departure back by 1 day so his disciples could recover before heading out again. Logan happily agreed to the request and told the Master to meet him at the west gate tomorrow at noon. The very next day, a carriage rolled out from the tower's gate. Logan was already outside, just leaning against the wall with a pack slung over his shoulder, waiting on Clayton and his crew. As he waited, he couldn't help but think about how yesterday's deal had turned into a total jackpot. See, hiring a fifth circle mage with a standard contract would have run him at least 1 million gold, but he'd managed to get way more for far less. The young man was just itching to get back to his own territory as fast as possible. He had to get more Empolri shipped to the capital and deal with a bunch of other stuff. But his train of thought was derailed when someone suddenly shouted his name. Yep, someone was calling for him, and it turned out to be none other than Reyna, who pointed out it had been a while since they'd last seen each other. Logan casually greeted her by name, but Reyna immediately cut him short, snapping that they weren't nearly close enough for him to be so familiar. The situation got super awkward, but Logan took the hint and immediately switched gears, addressing her more formally as the Princess of the Wolves, agreeing that it really had been a long time. He even tacked on that she was, as usual, being a real piece of work. Reyna just looked down at him from her fancy carriage, hiding half her face with a fan. She mentioned that some rumors were floating around the capital, and she heard Logan was getting mixed up in some pretty shady business. Then she asked, wasn't the Milan family hitting a rough patch? But what she really wanted to know was whether his family had finally gone belly up. Logan, playing it cool, replied as politely as he could that, as Reyna should know, he was extremely ambitious when it came to making money, and his family's financial situation was frankly none of her business. But once again, Reyna knew just how to push his buttons, saying she knew the sum she gave him when they called off the engagement wasn't chump change, but for a scoundrel like him, it was probably just another score. Man, someone really needs to take her down a peg. Anxious to get away from Reyna as fast as humanly possible, Logan just agreed with her jab and tried to walk away, tossing a dismissive comment over his shoulder about her being so foul he'd rather not be in the same zip code. But just as he was about to make his escape, Reyna stopped him, mentioning she'd heard about his exploits in the feudal war, particularly when he used some kind of special weapon. Reyna then asked how he'd feel about selling it to her, trying to stay polite while desperately wanting to bolt. Logan downplayed the weapon, saying it was really no big deal and that, while he was flattered, he'd have to turn down her offer. With that, the young man basically booked it away from Reyna's carriage, which seemed like the smartest move. She watched him go with a look of pure disgust on her face. As he walked, he thought about how, even after he'd made a name for himself in the capital selling that impure medicine, not a single noble had shown the slightest interest in some backwater feudal war, except for Reyna, that is, and what's more, the wolves were way too involved in this. He figured the design of the crossbow he'd built was actually pretty simple, so he was just hoping to get a few more uses out of it before the blueprints fell into the wrong hands and everyone and their mother started making them. Just then, a voice cut through Logan's thoughts. It was Clayton and his disciples, who said he'd been expecting him at the west gate and asked what he was doing all the way over on their side. Logan started herding Clayton and the others in the direction he wanted to go, telling them he'd just run into someone incredibly annoying. All of a sudden, 3 carriages came barreling down the road. Logan, of course, was in one of them with Clayton and one of his disciples. Clayton looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, just huffing and puffing. He turned to Logan and remarked that the carriage was pretty spacious, that 5 or 6 people could fit easily, and that the driver seemed like a real pro. He then concluded that Logan must have spent a fortune just to make them comfortable, and then Clayton's mood soured even more, as he said he didn't need to bother with all this pomp and circumstance, and that he just wasted his money for no reason. Meanwhile, the disciple was trying to calm him down, but it wasn't working. Hearing this, Logan just looked at Clayton and thought to himself that this wouldn't be the first time a mage had a ridiculously overinflated ego. So, he told Clayton he was honored to be serving such powerful mages, insisting that everything he'd done was the absolute bare minimum. After all, He thought he basically got a fifth circle mage for free, so sucking up to him was no big deal. Clayton, however, didn't say a word. Instead, he just kept staring out the window, holding onto his grumpy mood for dear life. As night fell, Logan and the others decided to make camp. He figured it was getting too late to keep moving, so they'd just rest for the night and pick things up in the morning. With the fire crackling, Logan settled in to meditate, but out of nowhere, a guy with a knife lunged out, ready to strike. He hurled the blade right at him. Logan, sensing the threat, just barely ducked his head to avoid it. Without even breaking his meditative state, he coolly asked who was out there. That's when one of the men emerged from the darkness, complimenting his quick reflexes. Logan got to his feet as the man kept talking, mentioning he'd heard all sorts of rumors about him back in the capital. He then asked if Logan was the guy who got rich selling some kind of strange potion. Now surrounded by 5 dudes, Logan figured they had to be bandits. He sighed, clearly annoyed, thinking he just wanted to practice his new skills in peace. But hey, this was actually the perfect opportunity. Since they were the ones who interrupted him, he drew his sword and told the bandits they were about to become his new training dummies. One of the thugs just laughed, mocking the kid, and jeering. Logan didn't even flinch. He stayed silent and, in a flash, a clean strike across the man's neck silenced his laughter for good. 2 of the other guys stared at their fallen buddy, completely stunned by how fast he moved, and cursed him out. One of them charged forward to attack. Seeing him come, Logan shifted into an aggressive stance. Just as the bandit closed in, knife ready to gut him, Logan dodged and slashed him across the midsection with a single, fluid motion, sending the guy flying backward through the air. The remaining bandits completely lost their nerve watching this. The sheer force of the blow sent the guy crashing into a tree, where he seemed to be knocked out cold. With 2 men down, only 3 were left standing. One of the bandits knew they couldn't beat Logan and yelled for the others to run, but suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He couldn't move his legs. That's when Logan started channeling his aura, the way he held his sword, looking strangely familiar. He was mimicking Felix's technique. Logan poured just enough mana into his blade to copy the attack Felix had shown him. The aura blade was now ready. Planting his feet firmly, Logan swung his sword, cutting through the air with incredible power. The attack hit 2 of the bandits head-on, taking them down in an instant. But then, something weird happened. The aura he had just summoned completely vanished, leaving him a little confused. The young man figured that this power must be tough to keep up for very long as he glanced at the last bandit, who was now cowering on the ground in pure terror. A smile crept across Logan's face. He had actually pulled off the move at its full potential, all thanks to Felix. While he was lost in thought, the last bandit was desperately crawling away, trying to get to safety. Then it dawned on him. Focusing and compressing the force using that new authority was what created the aura he'd unleashed. Along with the pressure blade he'd learned from the Duke, Felix had also demonstrated the force blade, which was a less powerful version. But Logan had thought it was impossible to copy that move at his current level. He couldn't help but blush, amazed that he'd managed to use the force blade, even if it was just for a second. That's when he noticed the last bandit was still trying to make a run for it and turned to look at him. Logan just stared the guy down as he whimpered, probably wondering what kind of mess he'd stumbled into. Logan got ready to strike again, which absolutely terrified the poor dude. As he walked toward him, he mentally reviewed the technique. Using the force that flows from the sword to overwhelm an opponent is what creates the pressure blade. And right as he was about to finish off the last bandit, Logan flashed, that predatory smile of his once more. He thought to himself that this new skill should be more than enough for a real fight. Then he looked at the bodies strewn about and wondered if maybe he'd overdone it just a little. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Logan jump, saying he'd seen the whole thing. It was Clayton, and he looked absolutely furious. Logan glanced at Clayton, confused about why he was so mad, and started to worry if Clayton thought he'd gone too far, even if they were just a bunch of bandits. If Clayton decided to ditch him now, Logan would be in a real bind, but that wasn't what happened at all. Clayton looked at the kid and, to Logan's complete shock, started praising his skills, saying he was unbelievable. Logan was so stunned he couldn't speak for a second. Still looking as grumpy as ever, Clayton added that while he didn't know much about Force users, what he just saw was definitely not normal for a kid Logan's age. Logan thanked him for the compliment, admitting he was being far too generous, and it dawned on him that Clayton wasn't actually mad, that was just his face. As Clayton and Logan walked through the forest, an awkward silence hung heavy in the air. Logan glanced over, thinking about how he had intentionally moved away from camp to keep his powers under wraps. He wondered if Clayton had come all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton mentioned that his disciples were struggling because they didn't have the best teacher, which was why he was trying to teach them everything he possibly could. Logan replied, assuring him he was already doing a great job, and then asked why Clayton felt the need to share all this with him. At that, Clayton stopped dead in his tracks, turned his head toward Logan, and made it clear that even after they reached Logan's territory, He wanted his disciples to take breaks and have the chance to train with him. Clayton then told Logan he would do whatever work was necessary to give them that opportunity and asked if they could come to an understanding, which Logan immediately agreed to. The young man then looked down and noticed something odd. He looked past Clayton and saw mana seeping from the ground, wondering where it was headed. It turned out the mana was flowing directly toward the tent where the mages were sleeping. Clayton looked at Logan again, asking if they had a deal, but Logan was preoccupied, wondering why the man would go to such lengths to share his mana with his students. Logan remarked that Clayton was taking really good care of them. The master simply replied that as their teacher, it was the bare minimum he could do. Logan questioned if fighting the Tower Master for them wasn't a bit more than the minimum, but Clayton retorted that the Tower Master was the one who started it. The next day, the banners of the McLain estate fluttered proudly in the wind. Inside his father's office, Logan was speaking with Patrick, who had apparently heard the tales of his son's travels, and asked if he had gained much experience during his time in the capital. Logan confirmed, telling his father that everything he learned had been incredibly helpful. Patrick said that was good, then asked if his son had anything else to report. Hearing this, Logan thought to himself that he could have found a better way to bring this up. He then casually mentioned to Patrick that his business in the capital was booming. This left Patrick completely speechless. Shooting up from his desk, Patrick demanded to know what business he was talking about. Logan explained that he had been selling the medicine he had given him before. Patrick looked like he was about to faint and asked if he seriously went all the way to the capital just to sell a stimulant. Placing a hand on his forehead, his father reminded Logan that despite his promise not to interfere, this was still a massive shock. Patrick then asked him to be more mindful of the family's reputation next time. Logan quickly promised his father he would, feeling a wave of relief that his father was handling the situation better than he had anticipated. Patrick, however, raised an eyebrow and asked if Logan had just agreed without any real thought. Once again, the young man gave him the same confident yes. He then informed his father that he had also befriended the Sword Duke. At this, Patrick was floored and immediately asked if he meant the times Felix Esperanza. Furious, Patrick then demanded to know if he had also sold the medicine to Felix. With a grin, Logan replied that he had done exactly that. Enraged, his father shouted, demanding to know just how far he planned to drag the family's reputation through the mud. Completely unfazed, Logan calmly pulled out a book Felix had given him and said that in return, he had received a valuable intermediate-level sword technique. Patrick, calming down a bit, took the book from his son's hands and read the title aloud. The Iron Blood Sword. He commented that it was a genuine intermediate sword technique, with a guarantee from the Sword Duke himself. However, Logan knew that wasn't the whole truth, since he was the one who had written that comment. Logan then recalled how the Imperial merchant had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from some ancient ruins. It was considered one of the top intermediate sword techniques of its time. Initially, the merchant had only made copies and sold the book to a select few, but in the end, it got leaked. Copies of the complete technique began circulating on the market. Over time, it became so widespread that even common folk could get their hands on it, master it. But he figures that's at least a decade away. So, getting the family's knights started on this skill now would be a huge advantage. Logan kept thinking that if they also incorporated the sword's chi and its divine secrets, his father and Ronian could wield it as a secret weapon. However, the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed one's strength to its absolute limit. To avoid the risk of internal injury, Patrick would never normally approve of something so dangerous. But seeing the Sword Duke's name on the cover would definitely get him to change his tune. The old man read through the book's contents, remarking that this was on a whole other level compared to the records the family had passed down. With his hands trembling over the book, he realized that in truth, acquiring even intermediate sword skills was a huge challenge, which explained why he'd been stuck at the same level for a decade. Patrick then told Logan that if they properly mastered this technique, the overall strength of their knight order would jump by at least 30%. He then wondered how they could ever repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing that, Logan thought it was perfect, since he had a proposal for his father. He suggested that Patrick should also master the technique to demonstrate it to Felix. But suddenly, Patrick bolted out of the room, cutting him off mid-sentence. He tossed a seal to Logan, declaring that mastering the technique was now his #1 priority and was leaving the young man in charge of everything until he did. It was at that very moment Logan grasped the gravity of the situation. Patrick had just tossed him the family crest, the symbol of his temporary authority. His father then shot through the door, yelling for him to help Dwayne with the family's affairs. He swore he'd be back as soon as he perfected the technique, gave a rushed thanks, and vanished before the young man even had a chance to bring up the other matters he wanted to discuss. And just like that, he was standing alone in his father's office, holding the family crest, utterly clueless. Logan just stared at the idea had barely even sunk in when Dwayne came barging in, shouting that he'd heard all about Logan's heroic deeds in the capital. Now filled with resolve, the young man silently vowed to get everything he wanted done before his father returned. It didn't take long for Dwayne to start begging for money. Logan eyed him suspiciously and asked if he hadn't already received the funds from the battle with Tesseron. Frustrated, Dwayne yelled that those funds weren't even a drop in the bucket compared to what they needed to maintain both fortresses. The battle caused a massive labor shortage, and production was set to plummet this year. And to top it all off, the Kairos had also cut off all their aid. In desperation, Dwayne dropped to his knees and pleaded with Logan for money, saying he'd heard about the massive fortune he'd made in the capital. But Logan just smirked and told him, sorry, but he'd already spent every last cent. Hearing this, Dwayne was floored and demanded to know where on earth he could have possibly blown all that cash so quickly. Logan just looked down at him, a slight smile on his face, saying nothing. Dwayne looked up and told him to quit messing around, but the young man's calm expression never wavered as he stared down at him. Seeing this, Dwayne started to break out in a cold sweat. He then asked if the warrior was being serious, and Logan simply nodded. Desperate, Dwayne bowed again, pleading to know where he could have possibly spent so much money. The young master replied that he'd spent 1.2 million gold on scrolls and magic images and had also purchased building materials and food. In other words, there was nothing left. Dwayne stared at Logan, repeating what he'd just heard, and pointed out that buying a little food to hand out to the people wouldn't even make a dent. But that's when Logan dropped the bombshell. He had spent 1 million gold on food alone. Dwayne, completely stunned, wasn't sure he'd heard right and asked Logan to say that again. And so he did, clarifying that he would be distributing 1 million gold worth of food to the people every single month for a full year. Hearing this, Dwayne just per second lost it, shouting and asking if the young man had lost his mind. Logan figured this was a pretty normal reaction. After all, just because he'd become a war hero didn't mean Dwayne's opinion of him would change overnight. Logan then assured Dwayne that he was perfectly sane and asked if the amount of food he'd bought was sufficient. Dwayne confirmed that it was more than enough, then asked what he planned to do with the building materials and scrolls, wondering if he was planning to start some kind of construction project. The young man shot back, saying they were building a dam. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, a notice started making the rounds all over the city. It stated that the feudal lord was summoning everyone for mandatory labor, folks from McLain Fortress and the West Gate, as well as those from Storm Fortress and the East Gate. Seeing this, a man from Tesseron Fortress declared they'd finally hit their breaking point and that the nobles were just bleeding them dry. A man from Lean Fortress added that forcing them to work at the peak of harvest season was just plain insane. Another voice piped up, complaining they'd barely survived the last battle, only to have the feudal lord try and crush them now. Furious, they wondered what choice the message even gave them: die running, work themselves into an early grave, or just starve to death. In the end, they saw all roads led to the same grim destination. Determined, they grabbed pitchforks and whatever tools they could find. Ready for a full-blown rebellion, the entire crowd gathered in front of the McLain estate, and Logan asked if everyone was there. A younger man nervously turned to an older one and asked if they were really going through with this. The old man replied firmly, saying the lords were treating them worse than dogs while they were practically surviving on grass. He looked over the crowd and declared that this time, this was a fight worth picking. A bead of sweat trickled down the young man's forehead as he agreed, saying he'd rather take his chances fighting. At that very moment, the castle gates began to open, and the people, driven by grit and determination, took their positions. When the gates swung fully open, the silhouettes of several knights appeared. One of them yelled for his comrades to get ready for the distribution. The crowd, which had been seconds away from a riot, suddenly went quiet, wondering what in the world the noble meant by distribution. The elder stepped forward, warning everyone that it was all a trick, but in that instant, a soldier placed a sack in front of him, and the noble announced that by order of young Master Logan, anyone who participated in the labor would receive a full month's worth of grain. He told everyone to line up at the gate so the handout could begin. Hearing this, the crowd immediately dropped their weapons and scrambled to get in line. The old man clutched the sack tightly, staring silently at the ground. He shook for a moment, then threw his head back and shouted, for everyone to hear, "All hail Logan McLain." The people turned toward him, and he yelled it again. A smile broke out on their faces as they agreed with the old man, and soon the whole crowd was chanting Logan's name. Meanwhile, high up on the estate walls, Dwayne and he were talking. Dwayne asked if it was really necessary to issue a compulsory order just to gather people when they could have simply made a request. The young man replied that if he'd done that, not even a quarter of them would have actually shown up. After all, nobody in these parts trusted the nobles. He explained that nobles think of their people as property, but life as a mercenary had taught him that for the common folk, the only difference between a good noble and a bad one is which one takes more from you. Logan told Dwayne that even his own father valued the knights far more than the people, believing that knights were the true strength of a nation. That's why, even without any money, he still maintained an order of 50 knights. That was precisely why the young man had forced them to gather here so they would finally, truly believe. Logan then turned his head to Dwayne and asked him what he was staring at. Dwayne replied that he was just surprised and that the young master had been surprising him an awful lot lately. Logan just told him he was being silly and said that in any case, Since Dwayne listened and trusted him so much, he could go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne got annoyed hearing about that again and pleaded with the young man to think it over one last time, saying it made no sense to spend 2 million gold on that construction. He then asked Logan if it was even possible to build. At that, Logan replied that Dwayne was starting to sound just like Amar and Clayton. He had already revealed his plan to those two, who were left completely dumbfounded at the idea of building a dam. During dinner, they had asked if the intention was to actually divert the water and build a sluice gate. The young man had confirmed it, insisting that the project be carried out exactly as he'd planned. He explained that the Mlan territory was completely surrounded by mountains, making the land unproductive. He added that the mountains to the north were the only thing stopping the Ludder River from flowing south. To completely reshape the region, he ordered Amamar and Clayton to blast a massive hole through these mountains, creating a channel for the river. A clearly annoyed Omar shot back that it would have been more believable if the kid had just asked them to level the entire mountain range. But Logan explained that, instead, they were going to construct a tunnel that would connect straight to the Ludder River, about 30 meters wide at the opening, and act as a massive sluice gate. He added that this technique was already being used on the western continent, where they called it a dam. Of course, the warrior knew that wasn't the whole truth, not by a long shot. It was actually a flood control method that wouldn't become common in the Empire for another 20 years. He didn't grasp all the technical details, but with a master dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his command, Logan was confident they could pull it off. If those two spearheaded the project, he'd be able to turn the western wastelands of Mlan into lush, fertile plains. Clayton was about to chime in, but Amamar jumped in first, insisting that picking the perfect spot was absolutely critical. He went on, explaining that the soil composition was everything, and that they had to factor in water levels to keep the padas cool, whole tunnel from caving in. They need to build an arch structure and get some help from the mages. After listening to all that, Clayton turned to Omar and asked if Logan's crazy idea was even possible. Amamar, stunned that he'd just blurted all that out, could barely believe it himself. Taking it all in, Logan, still holding his wine glass, coolly confirmed that the plan was indeed possible. That single statement made both Clayton and Omar break out in a cold sweat. Omar, trying to backtrack, started to say he was already swamped with other projects, like the new mining operation. But before he could even finish, Logan cut him off, explaining that was precisely why he'd already prepared magic scrolls and brought in the mages. Logan then told Amamar he was leaving the job of finding the perfect mountain to him. Hearing this, a reluctant Amamar grumbled that he knew something was up when Logan suddenly treated him to a massive feast. Watching this unfold, Clayton couldn't help but wonder if any of this was a good idea. Back at the construction site, Clayton got into position and began focusing his mana. From a safe distance, a couple of nervous workers were watching. One of them brushed off the other's worries, saying that as long as Logan was around, they'd be fine. Amamar then yelled over to Clayton, giving him the go-ahead whenever he was ready. Clayton pressed his mana-charged hand against the mountainside, and with an explosive surge of power, the rock face completely disintegrated into a million pieces. Everyone scrambled to get out of the way of the flying debris. Seeing the total chaos, Amamar shoved Clayton out of the way, yelling that he told him to take it easy. Logan, observing the whole spectacle, began to explain that beyond mere physical strength, there was another power humans could wield: mana. In his past life, Logan could barely sense a drop of it, but now he could see it all perfectly. He was blown away by the raw power of the earth flowing from the mana circle in Clayton's heart, weaving intricate patterns to agitate and shatter the stone wall. Awestruck, Logan realized that the development of his force core had cranked his senses up to some ridiculous level. Clayton shot him a little smirk and told the kid to watch this next part, promising him that was just the warm-up. At first, Logan wasn't buying it, but he kept his eyes peeled as Clayton raised his hand and then suddenly balled it into a fist. In the blink of an eye, every single stone from the explosion flew back together and started to float in mid-air right in front of him. Instantly, Logan knew what was going on. The debris was reassembling itself into a colossal structure. The sheer scale of the thing was so immense that the young warrior could only stare upwards, his jaw on the floor, while a petrified Amamar cowered behind Logan's leg. Clayton had just morphed all that scattered rock into a gigantic stone golem. Logan, completely stunned by Clayton's ability to create something so massive without any tools, started to think about the insane possibilities. He muttered under his breath that if they could just make a few more of these things, the construction would be finished in a fraction of the time, and they could even be used as weapons of war. Blown away by Clayton's power, Logan excitedly grabbed his hands and asked just how many of these golems he could make. Thrilled by the praise, Clayton asked if his own students could also create golems. He confirmed they could, explaining that since they were all from the Plazers and Inslees, the Golem School of the Earth Magic Tower could definitely pull it off. Logan was beaming, but Clayton quickly rained on his parade by pointing out a huge catch. He explained that the magic formula for a golem's core could only be executed by fifth circle mages. His students, talented as they were, just weren't powerful enough and would need mana stones, And even then, the golems they'd make would be way smaller and weaker than the one Clayton had just summoned. Hearing this, Logan's face fell instantly. He pointed out that mana stones are as rare as minerals like calcium or mithril, which makes them a rare ore that can't be created artificially. And since they're used for magic boosting, they're also super expensive. This got Logan thinking that mana stones just weren't worth the cost for this job. But was the young lord really sweating the budget in the middle of a war? After all, what if a little investment could secure a win? Okay, fair enough, then. He asked Clayton if his golem would also get a power-up for mana stones. Clayton confirmed, explaining it would get stronger, faster, and last a whole lot longer. However, being a 5th circle mage, he himself would need a top-tier mana stone. Even so, for a 2nd circle mage, a low-grade mana stone would do the trick, lasting for about 24 hours, and it would still be much stronger than a grown man. Hearing this, the young lord figured a low-grade mana stone must cost around 1 gold piece. Their cost-effectiveness didn't seem to justify the price, but for a short-term war like the last one, they could deliver some seriously impressive results. Just then, Dwayne arrived at the construction site, and upon seeing the giant golem punching the mountain, was absolutely terrified. Logan tried to calm him down, explaining the golem was just digging a tunnel as part of the plan, but the guy was too freaked out to listen. Ignoring Logan completely, he panicked and bolted, yelling that he had to warn the patriarch. Logan just turned to Amamar, telling him to take the workers and get started on the water channel, and said that he didn't need to leave anyone to build the tunnel, since the golem had it covered. Amamar nodded and started barking orders at the workers. Meanwhile, our young lord reflected on having 3 major construction projects going at once, feeling a mix of excitement and determination. First, the dam tunnel, second, the water channel, and third, the mine, for which Logan already had the drilling results. That's why he'd sent workers there before anywhere else. The young lord realized that after getting back from the capital, he'd been so swamped with the dam that he hadn't been able to keep tabs on the mine. For that reason, he was going to pay it a visit tomorrow. The next day, he saw people hustling in and out of the mine with Amomar right in the middle of it all, looking seriously ticked off. Logan approached Amomar and casually mentioned that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Amomar shot back, asking what in the world he was talking about, accusing him of running him ragged all over the territory. In a fit of rage, he yelled that he couldn't take this pace anymore and that it would be a mercy to just kill him. He wailed about not even being able to take a break and demanded to know why he had to shoulder this entire burden by himself. Throughout this whole meltdown, Logan remained completely silent. Meanwhile, one of the other workers noticed Amomar was about to blow a gasket and told the others they needed to step in. Amomar then threw himself onto the ground with actual tears in his eyes. Logan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to console him. The young lord acknowledged all the hard work he'd been putting in and told Amomar that from now on, he would let him manage and oversee everything all by himself. Amomar's expression instantly flipped to disbelief, and he asked Logan if he was for real, wondering if Logan actually planned on dumping every single task on him. Logan felt a tiny pang of sadness, realizing Amomar had seen right through his plan. With a slightly playful gesture, Logan held out his pinky, promising Amomar that as soon as the construction was finished, he could rest as much as he wanted. Amomar, feeling totally overwhelmed, tried to swat the young lord's hand away, but Logan latched onto his finger firmly, almost making the poor dwarf yelp in pain as he threatened to snap it. Amomar, still fuming on the ground, watched Logan simply turn his back, coolly comb his hair, and say he was just kidding around. He then glanced over at the mine, thinking that it would be up and running much faster than last time. Even though the dam was still a big question mark, he was hopeful it would all work out, realizing it was the only path for his plans to succeed. Logan then opened a communication channel to speak with Philip, whose buddy reported that the construction materials were on their way without a hitch, and also mentioned he'd sealed a deal on the lumber, which would generate an extra 100,000 gold per month. The news brought a huge grin to the young man's face. Philip, equally excited, told Logan that as soon as they finished building the mine and clearing the land, the territory would be completely unrecognizable, and he'd love to see it in person someday. Logan stared into the orb for a moment, lost in thought, before replying that Philip should visit the following year. Curious, Philip asked why, but quickly added that he probably wouldn't get a straight answer. So, he changed the subject, revealing that rumors were flying around the capital about some kind of trouble with the royal family. Philip wondered what that trouble could be, and Logan replied that he'd overheard something at the Sword Duke's estate but didn't know the details, though it seemed to be something major. He advised Philip to try and dig up more information. In his mind, Logan was already sifting through memories of his past life, recalling 20T that the king was fated to die suddenly the following winter, which would ignite a civil war. However, he knew the intel he had might not be 100% accurate. If the king's death was truly sudden, it would follow the same pattern as his previous life. Otherwise, the exact timing could be off. Logan knew he couldn't start preparing until he confirmed the situation. His first priority was to get the main family ready. So, the young man instructed Philip to move the remaining budget into an emergency fund and to buy up every weapon and piece of armor he could find, specifically enough to outfit 500 men. Hearing this, Philip started sweating bullets, commenting that this was no easy task. He questioned why Logan needed so much gear since the McLains only had about 100 knights. Logan explained that the equipment wasn't for the knights, but for the regular soldiers. This revelation made Philip furious, asking incredulously if Logan had lost his damn mind. He argued that no one fully armed their soldiers, calling it a colossal waste of money. But Logan refused to listen to the complaints. He knew that while his actions might seem crazy, they were born out of necessity. The last war caused so many deaths that it crippled production. To avoid that, he needed to minimize conscription as much as possible, while at the same time massively boosting the strength of his knights and soldiers. Arming the soldiers was the linchpin of his strategy. Logan then asked Philip if his judgment had ever led them astray, to which Philip reluctantly admitted it hadn't. Logan then smirked and told Philip that in that case, they should just proceed as planned. Philip said he understood and would discreetly dig into the rumor. With that, Logan confirmed the next steps were to secure funds from the mine, lock down the food supply with the dam, and upgrade the soldiers' equipment. The basic preparations for their great leap forward were going smoothly. A mountain of paperwork was piled on Logan's desk, overwhelming him. Dwayne stood beside him, pointing out specific documents. "Read this, sign that, and so on," Dwayne said, before adding that he was going to grab the next stack. Looking over a paper, Dwayne noted that Logan had once again signed a document without reading it properly, asking if he planned to continue being so reckless. It was clear Logan really had to get a handle on the territory's affairs. Just then, the door flew open, and Logan immediately started laying into Dwayne. Dwayne, insisting he wasn't the successor, just asked if anyone else actually believed that right now. That's when a frantic Queselon burst in, looking sick with worry, and announced that Hamar was trapped in a mine that had just collapsed. The news sent an icy chill down the young man's spine. He shot up from his chair and demanded to know what happened. Queselon explained that one of the tunnels had given way and over 50 meters of it had caved in. There was no way to know where Hamar was. Worried sick, Logan immediately asked if they had found Hamar yet. Dwayne jumped in, asking since when their territory even had a mine, but Logan completely ignored him. Hearing that the damage was over 50 meters wide, Logan bolted out of the room, shouting that they couldn't waste a second and needed to get to the mine now. Dwayne was left in his dust, totally in the dark, screaming about where this mine story even came from. Meanwhile, Logan galloped up to the mine and immediately demanded to know which tunnel had caved in. A worker pointed to the central tunnel, saying it was the deepest and most dangerous, but Logan didn't waste a single second listening, and charged right in. Inside, he flared his aura to pierce the darkness, and what he saw seriously shook him. Massive boulders completely choked the passageway, and a handful of men were desperately trying to budge them. The foreman, the guy in charge of the mine, finally spotted Logan. Logan simply ordered the workers to get back. He placed a hand on one of the massive rocks, flooding it with his mana. He could sense 10 souls trapped inside, one of them pulsing with the same energy as Hamar. He informed the foreman that they dodged the worst of the collapse, but there were still plenty of victims. The foreman, completely baffled, asked how he could possibly know something like that. The kid blew off the question and demanded to know how long it would take to clear the rubble. The foreman guessed it would take at least 3 days, and that set off major alarm bells for Logan. He knew that every wasted moment drastically lowered the chances of survival for those trapped inside. Back outside, Logan went to ask for help from Clayton and his apprentices. He pleaded with them to help rescue Hamar and the other trapped workers, promising a very generous reward. Clayton quickly put 2 and 2 together, realizing Logan was talking about the secret site where Hamar was working. He agreed to help, but made it crystal clear this wasn't about the money. It was because people's lives were on the line. Logan thanked him profusely and swore he'd repay the favor. Clayton couldn't help but find it strange that Logan, who was always so cagey about the mine, was suddenly spilling its location just to save a single dwarf and a few common laborers. He then used his magic to reinforce the tunnel, while his disciples used mana stones to summon golems. The disciples, clutching their crystals, hurled the enchanted stones at the rockfall, and the boulders morphed into stone golems that immediately began clearing the debris. The miners were absolutely terrified, having never witnessed magic on this scale before. Logan, on the other hand, was blown away by their efficiency, watching as they cleared several yards of rubble in mere seconds. Clayton urged them to move faster, and Logan didn't just stand by and watch. No way. He jumped in with the workers and the mages, hauling rocks and helping clear the path. Clayton was stunned to see Logan, a highborn noble, working his tail off to save commoners and a dwarf. For him, a sight like that was something he had never witnessed in his entire life. Just then, the mine's foreman yelled that he'd found the injured. Hamar was among them, partially, buried under the rock. Logan's heart stopped when he saw it, but then he realized that despite the scary sight, the injuries were minor and everyone was basically okay. Feeling a massive wave of relief wash over him, he thanked the gods that everyone had gotten out with just a few scrapes. Later, over in the infirmary, Logan asked Hammer what went down. Hamar admitted that he'd nodded off, confessing he'd been burning the candle at both ends lately. Logan was ticked off, but Hamar tried to smooth things over, saying he'd be back on his feet in no time. Logan cut him short, ordering him to rest for as long as it took. Hamar was floored by Logan's concern and yelled back that he'd rest even if the world was ending or aliens invaded. As he left the infirmary, Logan was still amazed that the entire rescue had only taken 2 hours. His train of thought was suddenly derailed by Clayton, who seemed to pop up out of nowhere, commenting that Logan's mind was truly something else. Logan's mind raced, wondering if the mage had figured out the mine was packed with gold and if he'd keep his mouth shut about it. He explained to Clayton that the mine was vital to his plans and that Hamar was irreplaceable. Besides, if he couldn't even protect his own people, then he'd have nobody left to count on. Clayton seemed intrigued by that answer and asked if Logan would be interested in having a magic tower in his territory. The young lord was completely stunned. Clayton explained that it was high time to oust the old tower master, and Logan's lands were the perfect spot for a new, small magic tower. Logan was over the moon and said it would be a huge honor. He then asked if Clayton's apprentices would be coming along and what the price tag would be. Clayton replied that his disciples would definitely be there, and that money wasn't a big issue. He was betting on Logan's character and potential. Logan was just speechless. Meanwhile, Hamar, who had overheard the whole exchange, bluntly asked Clayton if he'd taken a knock to the head, but Logan just shooed his friend back to bed. 1 week later, Hammer reported back to Logan, announcing he was fully recovered and was heading straight back to the mine to make up for lost time. Logan wished him well. The second Hammer was out the door, Dwayne showed up, looking absolutely furious. He demanded to know why Logan had kept the mine a secret and for how long he'd been developing it. Logan simply apologized, claiming he forgot. Completely frustrated, Dwayne asked how he could possibly forget something so important. In response, Logan just cracked a massive grin and dropped the bombshell. It's a gold mine. Dwayne couldn't believe his ears and told the kid to stop messing with him. There's no way people like us could have a gold mine. What are you even talking about? He stammered. Logan asked what was so unbelievable about it, calling him a rascal. Getting serious again, he informed him that the mine was expected to pull in about 100 million in gold per year. Do you really think I'd joke about something like that? He asked. Hearing this, Dwayne was utterly speechless. He asked if Logan was being for real and then just froze on the spot. When Logan touched his shoulder, concerned, he nearly fell over backward. It looked like the sheer shock of the information was about to make Dwayne pass out, as he just couldn't process the fortune that mine would bring in. Logan was sweating bullets, trying to snap him out of it, all while thinking about how the plan had progressed way faster than he'd imagined, aside from the small problem with Amar's injury. Elsewhere, a group of people trekked through the forest, looking puzzled about why they'd been summoned yet again. The whole blasted construction was finished in just 3 months, not the 6 they were told to expect. They were the administrators Dwayne had gathered for a final inspection. Logan greeted them warmly, telling them how glad he was they could make it, especially with their tight schedules. He then invited them to stay and witness the opening of the dam. One of the administrators looked on with skepticism, thinking this was a complete waste of time, because trickling a little water from the Ludder River over the desert wasn't going to make a lick of difference. He thought Logan should have invested the money more wisely, maybe by reinforcing the south wall. The other administrators were also questioning why Logan had gone to all this trouble. They all turned to Dwayne, who was, yet again, just standing there with his mouth hanging open. Dwayne stared at the dam, finally realizing it wasn't built just to water some wasteland. It was connected directly to the underground channels of the Ludder River. If they could supply a continuous flow of water through those channels, the vast wasteland could actually be transformed into fertile land. Logan looked around and saw that everyone was gathered: the workers, the mages, and the administrators. He turned to Clayton and gave the signal. Clayton, without a moment's hesitation, got ready to begin the ceremony. Hammer grumbled under his breath, complaining that they had worked their tails off just so the workers themselves could have the honor of opening and closing the floodgates. But Logan explained that the very first time had to be a huge spectacle. He wanted to show everyone on their land exactly what they had built with their own 2 hands. An image of the dam appeared, revealing several golems positioned in front of the floodgates, ready to lift them. The administrators were speechless, but at this point, they were getting used to it. Then Clayton's voice boomed loud enough for everyone to hear, giving the order for the golems to open the gates. The stone giants stretched their hands toward the gates and began to lift. Logan smiled, completely satisfied. But then something strange happened. The golems were struggling to even budge the gates. With a strained smile, Clayton shot a look at Hamar, muttering and asking what in the world he was doing. But it seemed Hamar was just as confused, since he'd already given orders for the workers to begin opening the gates. Seeing the disaster unfold, Logan started to sweat, flashing back to a conversation with Clayton where he had warned him that lifting the gates would be too much for the golems. Apparently, the golem's supposed strength was just for show, and it would actually take about 100 workers cranking the pulleys to open the gates. Thinking fast, Logan yelled at Clayton to order the golems to just knock the gates down. Hamar and Clayton were flabbergasted, and Clayton asked if he was out of his mind. Logan just told him to do it, saying they could always rebuild the gates later. After hesitating for a few seconds, Clayton relayed the command, and the golems started smashing their fists into the gates. The construction crew could only watch in horror, wondering if this was a joke, since their hard work had just been completed. Suddenly, the gate shattered, and a massive torrent of water exploded outward with incredible force, sweeping the golems away with it. Everyone was completely bewildered, but Logan was grinning from ear to ear, absolutely thrilled. The townspeople, who had poured their hearts and souls into the construction, couldn't hold back their cheers. They shed tears at the sight of the water, finally understanding its true meaning. In that moment, Logan knew this would solve their food crisis during the Civil War. They could begin planting as early as next spring. Even Dwayne was overjoyed and leaped onto Logan's back, scaring the life out of him, while admitting how wrong he was about the dam and begging for forgiveness. Logan just said it was all good and began to tease him, asking why a big fella like him was crying so much. But not everyone was in a celebratory mood. Hamar was off in a corner, bawling, asking how long it would take to rebuild the gates. Clayton came over and said he'd pitch in to rebuild them one last time. Logan then announced that the gate wasn't an urgent matter and that they could take a week off from it to finish the mine construction. After that, he told Hamar that once this project was also finished, they'd get another long vacation. This made Hamar's eyes light up, and he asked if Logan was for real. Logan assured him he was, but what Hamar didn't know was that they'd be swamped with work again soon. Hordes of farmers would want that fertile land, meaning they'd have to build a whole new village for people to live in. Logan turned to Hamar, about to praise him, but then realized that wasn't the smartest way to handle things, so he called him over. Hamar turned around, looking curious. Logan casually remarked that construction must be tough, especially since he'd never heard of dwarves being particularly good at building. This drove Hamar absolutely nuts. He demanded to know what Logan was implying and explained that right after weapon forging, construction is a dwarf's greatest specialty. Logan knew he had Hamar right where he wanted him and commented that was fantastic to hear. Hamar shot back, a bit suspiciously, that Logan could praise him all he wanted. It wouldn't get him anywhere, and he asked why Logan was suddenly so interested in construction. Logan played it cool, saying it was just simple curiosity. But the second Hamar turned his back, Logan thought to himself that after a 1-week rest, the thrilling experience of home building was about to begin, and Hamar wouldn't be laughing then. Logan was actually a little afraid of running into him at night. As soon as his chat with Hamar was done, Logan addressed the crowd at the inauguration. He repeated the promises he had made. First, that everyone could now farm the land plains. Second, that they would receive leasing rights, equivalent to their labor, and that taxes would be only 30%. He then glanced over at the vassals, thinking that by announcing it so publicly, not even they could oppose it. In fact, their faces were beaming, realizing the territory might finally be changing for the better. 4 weeks later, Logan was in his office with Rick, reviewing a plan sent by Hamar, who had already completed the village layout and a model house. Logan remarked that he knew he'd picked the right person for the job, and Rick agreed that Hamar was incredible. Logan reflected on how he never imagined Hamar would accept the task when he'd approached him a few weeks ago, since he was a bit reluctant at first. A flashback shows the scene from 4 weeks ago, with Hamar asking Logan if he was out of his mind for wanting to build an entire village, and Logan goading him, saying that dwarves are supposed to be construction experts. Hamar's plan laid out the streets in a grid pattern and featured houses of the same size, along with wells, community bathrooms, and a sewer system. Logan figured he was trying to replicate the city plans he remembered from his past life. Suddenly, a powerful odor hit Logan. He turned to Rick and asked why he reeked so badly. Rick shot back that it was all Logan's fault. He complained about how well that new potion was selling and said if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. At that very moment, Dwayne burst into the room yelling for Logan. The young man asked Dwayne if he was ever going to learn how to knock. Dwayne completely ignored him and started going on about Hamar. Suddenly, Dwayne's expression shifted to one of pure joy. He told Logan that Hamar had sent word that they could start mining the gold now, showing him a handful of nuggets and explaining they had hit the mother lode just like that. Logan told Hamar he did a phenomenal job, and Dwayne gave him a bear hug, asking how they got so lucky to have him. But all Hamar wanted was some rest, and the dark circles under his eyes proved he'd been awake for a long time. Logan then asked Hamar how much they could start extracting. Hamar replied that everything was on schedule at a rate of 1 ton of gold per month, which should last for at least 10 years. He again insisted that the young master go get some sleep. Logan hesitated, arguing that there was still so much to do, like building the city, taming more beasts, and creating new weapons. He then asked Hamar if all that would be possible. Logan's request hit the dwarf like a physical blow, making him break out in a cold sweat and clutch his head. Then Hamar just collapses on the floor to get some rest. Dwayne leans over him, calling him the treasure of the entire territory. Logan thinks to himself that he's the only one who has to keep going, since there's still a mountain of work left. He tells Hamar that he'll keep his promise and that he can take his time off. Hamar lets out a scream of pure joy and it zips out of there like a flash of lightning. Logan just stares, wondering if the kid awakens some latent power, because that speed was just not normal. Behind him, Dwayne bursts into tears of joy. When Logan asks what's going on, Dwayne explains the mine will pull in 100 million in gold a year. Dwayne tells Logan to heck with the Chiros. Their territory is saved, and they won't have to worry about a thing. Logan teases him, pointing out he's crying more now than when the dam was completed. Then, the young man gives Dwayne a calm, steady look and drops a crucial reminder. The only one you should fear is me. Stay on your toes, because that mine is also mine, Logan warns. Dwayne is instantly terrified. Logan explains that he'll obviously pay the 30% tax to the family, but that's where it ends. A bewildered Dwayne gets up and kneels before Logan, promising he trusts his judgment. Logan warns Dwayne that they must keep the mine a secret, because if word gets out, Baron Kai and the camp Margrave will definitely start causing trouble. Dwayne says he'll handle it, which makes Logan a bit uneasy. He thinks his father is going to be a real headache, given all the changes he made before he got back. A week later, Logan and his father are strolling by the river, taking in the beauty of the area. Logan notices that Patrick has become an advanced level knight. Patrick acknowledges that while he was gone, Logan accomplished an incredible amount. Logan tries to defend his actions and explain his plans, but Patrick cuts him short. He says that seeing water flow through that wasteland is amazing, and that Logan is much better at managing the estate than he ever was. Logan tries to be modest, but Patrick insists he did more in 3 months than he did in the last 10 years, and sincerely thanks him. Logan wants to say he's grateful as well, but gets interrupted yet again. Patrick announces that from now on, Logan will handle all the duties of the Lord because he wants to focus on training the knightly order. Hearing this, the young man is in total shock. Patrick interrupts him again, asking if he knows what he realized during his training. I've gotten old, he says. Patrick explains that he couldn't master the secret techniques, and now it's up to young people like Logan and Ragnar to try. He says Logan helped him shatter a barrier that had blocked him for years, and that he wants to step back and become a guide. Logan nods and accepts the offer. Patrick then turns and calls for Marianne, asking her to help Logan fulfill his new role. Marianne agrees. Patrick gives Logan a little nudge, encouraging him to speak with his mother. The young man approaches Marianne, who's standing there in a gorgeous dress holding a parasol. She opens by saying that Logan's achievements are more than enough to prove his ability as the successor. She calls him young master and says that now her only wish is for Ronan's success. Logan starts to apologize, but she stops him, saying she is the one who should be sorry. She admits her own vision was too narrow and hopes Logan will be generous. Marianne continues, mentioning that Logan is teaching Ronan how to fight and that he's never looked happier. She asks him to please continue looking after his brother. Logan hates where this conversation is heading and yells that parents shouldn't use formal titles with their own kids. He calls her mom, which makes her freeze, overcome with emotion. She turns and says a quiet goodbye, walking toward Patrick. Patrick gives Logan a subtle signal, showing his approval of his son's action. Logan watches his parents walk away. The scene changes to what looks like the Tesserana estate, where he and Patrick are talking. Logan says that as soon as the city is ready, they'll start clearing the brush for farmland. Patrick worries about whether the residents will be willing to move. Logan says they will, because they'll give priority and special rights to those who move to the new city. Plus, the new houses will be a huge improvement. Logan then informs him that he asked Dwayne to recruit soldiers, and Patrick agrees to train any who show promise as knights. Patrick praises Logan's work, but points out there's still one problem left. He turns and stops right in front of the Knights of the Order, and just writes them off as lost causes. He scoffs, asking since when they had 2 knightly orders, and says the guy's face alone gives him the creeps. That's when Logan recognizes them as the very knights who deserted from Thesseron. They're acting like they're on opposing teams now. Logan just tells them to get a grip. Patrick then comments on how he and Logan's recruits have been training themselves to death while the knights are squabbling like children. Logan sighs, blaming his own negligence. The knights immediately shout that it's not his fault, and plead with Captain Henkel to let them off the hook. Henkel just turns to Patrick and asks if he's finally broken through to the advanced level. Patrick declares he's going to whip them into shape. He unleashes so much aura his wooden sword shatters, roaring for them to feel the true art of the sword firsthand. Elsewhere, in his office, Dwayne was signing papers, happier than he'd ever been to not have to worry about the budget. 2 vassals were gossiping about the funds that Logan was hogging. Dwayne cuts them off, asking if the extra money has made them blind to where it came from, and and telling them to just do as they're told. He then reads a document and starts pouring sweat. A few minutes later, he storms into Logan's office, demanding to know what he's planning to do with 10 million gold. Logan coolly replies that he's buying 100 kilograms of mithril. Dwayne's jaw drops to the floor, and Logan shoves him against the wall, ordering him to sign. Dwayne sputters that he can't because mithril is 1,000 times more valuable than gold. The scene cuts to Logan talking with Philip. Logan explains he wants to buy mithril for the knight's battle gear, but Philip says that's just a fantasy. Logan is stunned. Philip explains that mithril isn't something you can get just by throwing money around. You need real power. This sparks an idea in Logan's mind. Inside a grand castle, a messenger is flustered by a call from McLain. The very busy Duke Felix shows up 30 minutes later to see who it is. Felix greets Logan warmly, saying he's missed hearing from him. Logan respectfully says he wouldn't dare disturb him with a personal call. Felix just smiles and reveals that his wife is pregnant, and it's all thanks to Logan. The young man congratulates him, and Felix thanks him back. Felix says that when the baby is born, he wants Logan to return to the capital, as his wife wants to thank him personally, and Felix himself will teach him his next technique. Logan expresses his gratitude. Then Felix asks what the real reason for the call is. Logan gets straight to the point, asking if there's any way to acquire the 100 kilograms of mithril he needs. Felix's jaw unhinges, and he asks if Logan said 100 times kilograms asterisk, not 100 times grams asterisk. Felix laughs that not even he invests that much in his own forces, and that he'd seriously underestimated Logan's generosity, which makes Logan think the misunderstanding is getting way out of hand. Felix declares he'll take care of everything, on the condition that Logan must attend the baby's celebration and call him master. Logan stares at the now dark communication sphere, then shivers and lets out a huge whoop of joy. Becoming a disciple of the Sword Duke was the most insane thing that had ever happened to him. He only meant to ask for a little help, but Felix threw him a golden lifeline. Logan muses that Hammer will be way more productive after a short vacation, patting himself on the back for being such a benevolent boss. In reality, Hamar suffered from Logan-themed nightmares for weeks after getting his time off. On the outskirts of McLain Castle, a huge group of young men, all under 20, had gathered for recruitment. Dwayne asks Logan if he really has to hire so many people all at once. Logan says he'll manage the whole process personally. He knows expanding their forces is absolutely crucial, and he's going to handpick the new ONE's members himself, even if there are some downsides. He's thinking of the Empire's new doctrine, which states that sharp senses, not physical brawn, are what truly matter, a theory they use with their 50,000-strong knight order to crush the neighboring countries. In his past life, 9 years from now, Logan recalls how they gathered all their soldiers and reselected them to form a new knight unit. He thinks the grandiose civil war will be a nightmare, but this will give them a formidable force to counter the Empire's eventual invasion. He admits he'd like to recruit people over 20, but if he did, they wouldn't have enough manpower for the city's construction. One of the vassals yells at the chattering boys to be quiet. Logan asks how they usually pick their soldiers. The vassal says they just made everyone run and chose based on who finished first. Logan realizes their selection method was laughably crude. He orders them to only pick recruits with keen vision, sharp hearing, and lightning-fast reflexes. The first test he comes up with has the candidates walk toward a drawing until they can see it clearly. Some stop very quickly, and one of them declares the picture is of a chicken. Logan dryly tells the knights to deal with the kid who just called him handsome. A boy from the back raises his hand and says that given the comb, it must be a rooster. Logan is impressed. For the rooster, Logan is impressed for the priz's hand and says that given the comb. Second test, Dwayne shouts the same word over and over, and the participants have to walk closer until they can understand it. One of the boys finally yells at Dwayne that the recruit gives a smart-aleck answer about a world sparrow, then asks if Dwayne calling him son was also part of the test. Dwayne totally freaks out, realizing he'd been talking to himself. Logan tells Dwayne to pick that wise guy, saying he's in serious need of some discipline. Looking over the documents, Logan can hardly believe that 250 people actually passed with flying colors. He thinks about selecting around 500, no holds barred, to build a force of 1,000. Over on the training grounds, Victor is hard at work with his sword. He swings the blade with so much force that it catches the attention of some knights. All Victor can focus on are Logan's words. If he can just perform sword technique 1,000 times without a single mistake, he can become a knight and awaken his inner strength. He grips the sword hilt tightly, telling himself he needs to become a knight as soon as possible. His sister, Victoria, watches him with a concerned expression. Victor knows that a man like Logan wouldn't wait around for him forever. Just then, Victoria spots Logan. He signals for her to keep quiet because he wanted to check on Victor himself. Logan thinks to himself that the kid has a ton of raw talent, and that even while swinging the sword wildly, he maintains a perfect basic stance. He shouts over to Victor and informs him that the next day he's leaving the castle grounds to train soldiers in the Thessalon territory, which will last until winter. He then invites Victor to come with him. Real long. Logan questions if bringing his sister to a training camp packed with men is a good idea, but Victor just yells that it is. Logan lets out a sigh and tells Victor that Rhea can come, but he points a finger right in his face, warning that if there's any trouble, it's all on him. Victor replies that he'll take very good care of his sister. Logan asks if Victoria is really that precious to him, and after a moment's hesitation, Victor lets it all out. He tells Logan that his parents died because of him and that Rhea has no parents because of his failure, so he has to be the one to protect her. Logan looks at him without saying a word, then puts a hand on Victor's shoulder and says it's okay, telling him to keep up the good work. A few days later at Thessaron Castle, Zelon is putting the kids Logan selected through the ringer. He makes them run 5 laps around the wall, and as a special punishment, the last 100 to finish have to do 2 more. The kids look absolutely terrified, but Kozalon just yells at them to stop messing around and start running. Logan compliments Kezalon, saying he has a real knack for being a sergeant. The warrior replies that since he's being treated like a knight, he was happy to renew his contract. He then leans in and whispers in Logan's ear, asking if he's planning to start some kind of war in the next 2 years. Logan just smiles without answering, but Kezalon knows that war is inevitable. The two are distracted when one of the recruits starts shouting something about someone being a monster. They're talking about Victor, who's blowing everyone else away in first place. The others are startled. One of them asks what he's made of, and another replies that Victor is just Logan's slave. Hearing this, the first guy gets a sudden burst of motivation and starts running again, shouting that he refuses to lose to Victor. Kezalon notices the winner effect that Logan talks so much about. Logan comments that he doesn't expect them to have exceptional physical skills, but the will to never give up is more than enough. He thinks Victor will absorb this competitive strength and that his own power will awaken soon, becoming the soldier's greatest motivator. Next, the kids are taken to the barracks where tables full of food await them. They eat like they're starving, all of them thanking Logan. Rhea is also in the lodging, serving meals. The boys are completely mesmerized by her, and one of them even calls her an angel. Victor notices all the admiration and starts emitting a threatening aura. He points his finger at the boys and warns them to look away before he gouges their eyes out. They all fall silent. But another boy at a table behind Victor keeps staring at Rhea with a seriously creepy look. Outside the barracks, Victor dashes out with a piece of bread in his hand. He had asked an older woman where Rhea had gone, and she told him she'd use the back door to take out the trash. A wave of worry washes over the young man, knowing Rhea shouldn't be alone at night. He then hears a noise coming from an alley and goes to investigate. What he sees leaves him speechless. The apprentice with the lecherous look is trying to get aggressive with Rhea. Tears are streaming down her face and the bread in Victor's hand falls to the ground. The rookie starts to stammer, but Victor is already in action with a powerful knee strike. He shatters the guy's nose and sends him to the floor. He stands protectively in front of Rhea, ready to attack again. The apprentice spits blood, calling him a bastard and demanding to know how a mere slave could dare lay a hand on a proper recruit like him. Dares to lay a hand on him, but Victor lands another vicious blow, almost knocking the man senseless. Rhea lets out a piercing scream, completely paralyzed with fear as Victor grabs the man by the hair. He starts pummeling him without mercy, growling for him to just die already. Around a corner, another apprentice catches sight of the bloody scene and bolts to get help. All Victor sees is red. Every punch triggers a flashback to his past, to the horrible night he and Rhea lost their parents. Suddenly, a sharp voice yells from behind him, yanking Victor out of his murderous rage. He spins around to see Logan, who tells him to get a grip and take a look around. A maid rushes in, gently leading the traumatized Rhea away. Kezalon struggles to make sense of the chaos. Logan just points to the lifeless body on the ground and tells Kezalon to handle it. Head bowed, Victor awaits his punishment and mutters an apology. Logan asks if he regrets it. Victor says no, but he's sorry for taking out one of Logan's soldiers without his permission. Logan concedes that he's not entirely in the wrong, but points out that what he should regret is bringing his sister to this camp in the first place. Logan explains that his stubbornness nearly got Rhea seriously hurt. He continues, saying it's far better to leave Rhea somewhere safe than to drag her into a dangerous environment. Logan only allowed Victor to bring her so he could learn this very lesson about the consequences of his actions. He then asks Victor if he's finally understood. Victor just nods silently. Logan tells him that while killing is a crime, Rhea was the victim, and he did a good job protecting her. However, he warns him that next time, he better ask for permission before taking such a drastic step, because he doesn't want his future nights to be interrupted because of some lowlife. Inside the castle, Kezalon and Logan are having a serious conversation. Kezalon questions whether Logan should really be making this decision all on his own. Logan coolly replies that Victor is his property, and he simply used him to rid the world of a disgusting criminal. He rephrases it, saying he used his property to dispose of a criminal, then asks what Kezalon thinks of that version of events. Kezalon asks if Victor eliminated the recruit under his direct orders. Logan nods and begins to lay out his plan. The apprentice's crimes will be made public, and his body will be hung from the castle gates as a warning to everyone else. He orders Kezelin to inform the soldiers. Changing the subject, Kezelin notices Logan marking something on a map. He asks what the young master is planning now. Logan just says it's a surprise. The marks on the map highlight recent monster sightings in the area. Word of what Victor did spreads like wildfire, and when people find out what the dead recruit tried to do to Ria, the shock quickly turns into outrage. The crowd was ready to dig up the body and finish the job all over again. Listening in, Logan thinks to himself that the situation resolved itself rather nicely. Time moves on. 3 months later, a blanket of snow covers the trees, announcing the arrival of winter. Logan and Kezelin chat while observing the landscape. Logan remarks that the new year is almost upon them, and Kezelin reflects on how quickly the time has passed. In 90 days of training, the initial group of 1,000 apprentices has been whittled down to 987, with 1 death and 12 dropouts. Kezelin is satisfied, noting that it seems no one else is planning on quitting. Logan figures the basic training is finally complete. He's already asked Hamer to forge 400 more crossbows. He asks if apprentices are prepared for actual combat training. Patrick confirms they are and suggests the forest at the base of the mountain range as the perfect spot. He says, it's time to level up the training, as the knights are going to need real-world combat experience. Logan asks if they've mastered the Iron Blood sword technique yet. Patrick replies that true mastery will only be forged in the heat of battle. A psychotic glint appears in Logan's widening smile as he agrees. Kezelin turns pale, a drop of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes exactly where Logan gets his intense and slightly unhinged tendencies. A few days later, deep in the Southern Man mountain range, Patrick appears, fully decked out in his armor. He orders the knights to draw their swords and steady their breathing. They focus their auras, and at Patrick's command, they unleash their attacks on the giant trees. Even the knights themselves are shocked by the sheer power they just unleashed. Logan, standing beside his father, watches with a look of satisfaction, but Patrick remains unfazed. The apprentices, on the other hand, are buzzing with excitement, whispering about whether they'll ever be able to reach that kind of level. Logan suddenly shouts for the apprentices to stay sharp, reminding everyone that this isn't some ordinary park, but a forest crawling with monsters. As if on cue, goblins begin to creep out from the shadows, and the knights, itching for a real fight, don't hesitate for a second. The knights charge straight at the goblins, their blades ready to strike, with deadly precision and raw ferocity, carving through them like a hurricane. The goblins, completely overwhelmed by the knights' sheer power, broke and tried to scatter in a panic, but Logan was one step ahead. He'd already anticipated their retreat and ordered the troops to ready their crossbows. On his signal, a volley of bolts rained down on the battlefield, picking off any goblin that dared to run, tried to make a break for it. The cavalrymen erupted in laughter, mocking the very fear they once held for these creatures, but their celebration was cut short. A massive, terrifying paw slammed into view, and the knights instantly readied themselves for another fight. A pack of wolves charged straight at them, but these weren't your average forest critters. They were horned wolves. The knights quickly formed a defensive wall. In a flash, one of the beasts clamped its powerful jaws right onto a knight's sword, and just like that, things got real for the knights. Suddenly, Kezelin shouted for the cavalry to fire their crossbows. Bolts sliced through the air, striking the wolves, which let out agonizing howls. But the projectiles seemed to do nothing, shattering uselessly on impact. A trembling soldier cried out that the bolts weren't working. Logan roared for the knights to hold the line. The objective was simple. Not a single wolf gets past them. The champion of Stan lunged forward, eager to see how he measured up against one of these beasts. His strike was so powerful, it sent the wolf flying several meters, but a blood-curdling scream from behind ripped through the air. He whipped around to see another wolf, sinking its fangs into a recruit's leg, while another rookie stood frozen in sheer terror. A blazing slash cut through the chaos, as Logan unleashed his full fury on the beast, ending it in one clean strike. He yelled at the terrified apprentice to get a grip and drag the wounded man to safety. The recruit snapped to it and scrambled away. Logan thought to himself that, just as he'd suspected, most of these trainees weren't cut out for the chaos of a real fight. But the ones who ranked in the top 100 on the census test were a different story. One of the apprentices, completely cornered, saw another wolf sneaking up behind him. Then, like a ghost, Victor appeared and slit the second wolf's throat. Victor glanced down at his blood-soaked sword, a faint, chilling smile spreading across his face. The other trainees just stared, completely stunned. Logan witnessed the whole thing and realized Victor had finally shattered his own limits. The battle was winding down, and Patrick took out the very last wolf. Logan asked the captain, "Is that the last of them?" And the captain confirmed it was. Patrick then remarked that it had been a month and a half since their combat training had started, and clearing out all these areas was taking way longer than they'd planned. The captain agreed, adding that stumbling upon 3 whole cities crawling with thousands of monsters was a massive undertaking. The young man shuddered just thinking about all those creatures swarming the castle at once. He thanked his lucky stars they had found these threats when they did. Meanwhile, Logan was directing the knights and soldiers, pushing them to hang on just a little longer and telling them to get that huge tree trunk cut down and hauled over to the construction site. The knights, of course, were grumbling about how they were chopping down monsters 1 minute and trees the next, non-stop, without a single break. Logan just tuned out the complaints, remarking on how ridiculous it was that all these valuable trees were just sitting here, all because there were a few monsters hanging around. With that signature smirk of his, he thought the situation was absolutely perfect. He was getting to train his soldiers and stockpile lumber for the city at the exact same time. Patrick watched all this unfold and couldn't help but think that Logan seemed way more interested in logging than in military drills. Logan kept wondering if awakening one's true power required a kind of sixth sense, a primal survival instinct. If everything went according to plan during the grandiose civil war, they could rapidly beef up their forces for the unavoidable clash with the Empire. Hamar noticed a grin spreading across the young man's face and asked him what was so funny. Logan just blew him off and changed the subject, saying that with enough lumber, they could finally get moving on the construction of McLain Town. Logan asked if Hamar could get the project done on schedule, and Hamar gave a confident nod. He explained that with the mages helping out and the workers being so fired up, the job would be totally manageable. Logan found himself wondering if Hamar had always been this dependable, chalking it up to his recent vacation. But right when Hamar's confidence was soaring, Logan brought him back to Earth with a reminder about another little project, the Magic Tower. Elsewhere, Clayton cast a spell, conjuring a massive wall of earth, leaving the workers completely awestruck. Logan snapped at them to stop gawking and start gathering the soil like they were supposed to. Then, Logan walked over to Clayton, thanking him for fulfilling his requests. Clayton just waved it off, saying that with a promised annual support fund of 10 million gold, it didn't matter one bit if the place was just a small town. He boasted that if their plans succeeded, the city would become the new hub of the entire region. Logan cut him off, stating his only goal was to make the city a peaceful place for people to live. Clayton was completely stunned, exclaiming that man was genuinely a territory for the common folk. He dramatically declared that Logan had his full support. Logan, completely unfazed, ignored the theatrics and told Clayton that the simple earth walls would be more than enough since this place was never going to see a battle. Because I have no intention of letting that happen. After all, I'm planning on invading someone else long before that happens, he said. Later, under the cloak of night, Logan stood in the forest, his sword held in a peculiar stance. Then, with a sudden burst of raw power, he surged forward. A brilliant beam of light erupted from his sword, slicing through the darkness. The beam detonated in a flash, and when the light finally subsided, it was obvious his target had been a massive boulder. Inspecting the aftermath, Logan saw that the beam hadn't just pierced the rock, it had continued on, tearing straight through the trees behind it. He realized the technique he'd just unleashed was the second form of the divine sword's secrets. He knew he had to get even stronger. 2 months passed, and the village construction was finally complete. Families began to move in, and the start of summer breathed new life and energy into the new fledgling settlement. Back in the office, Logan and Dwayne were reviewing the city's progress. Dwayne reported that the area's recovery was on track but pointed out a growing labor shortage. Logan wasn't worried, explaining that refugees were arriving daily and instructed Dwayne to welcome every single one. Dwayne then brought up Hamar and was told he was still on vacation. For a moment, Logan wondered if he'd given him too much time off, but he quickly brushed the thought aside. Dwayne then asked about a rumor that Hamar had received a huge shipment of mithril before he left. Logan confirmed it was true, explaining he'd given the mithril to Hamar to forge a new set of weapons for the knights. Dwayne raised an eyebrow, remarking that it didn't exactly sound like a relaxing vacation. Logan just chuckled, replying that for a dwarf, working with rare metals is a dream come true and that Hamar was probably having the time of his life. Miles away, Viscount Max Petta was seething with rage, slamming his fist on a table. Those upstarts in Man had actually managed to reclaim the wasteland. He scoffed at the news, sneering that such barren land could never be farmed. His vassal explained that rumors were flying about where their newfound wealth came from. Some claimed Logan struck it rich in business, while others whispered he discovered a gold mine. The Viscount dismissed the gossip and demanded to know about the harvest from that reclaimed land. The vassal estimated their production would be at least double their own. This news only stoked the Viscount's fury, making him realize they couldn't just sit back and watch. He asked if they could cook up a reason to invade. The vassal suggested using the serfs who had fled to Milan as a pretext to send in troops and then claim the reclaimed land as compensation. The Viscount saw the flaw in that plan. Immediately acting alone was too risky. Then, a new scheme formed in his mind. He would contact the Viscounty of Sylvan, since their people had surely fled as well. United, they could easily crush the Amlanes. Meanwhile, back in Logan's office, the atmosphere was tense. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Henkel were in a heated discussion about military expansion and training. Logan announced that he had already handpicked about 300 promising recruits, and Patrick immediately questioned if he seriously thought they were all-night material. Logan simply nodded, which prompted Dwayne to comment that it seemed like an awful lot of men. Hankel called the number flat-out absurd, arguing that even with 10 years of brutal training, maybe 1 in 100 would ever awaken their true strength. Logan remained completely unfazed and declared that they were sticking with the new training system. Dwayne exploded, yelling that he was just burning through money, but Logan calmly replied that their neighbors were going to start trouble sooner or later anyway. Patrick asked him to elaborate. Logan explained that with McLean City booming and their land now so fertile, there was no chance that Viscounties of Sylvan and Perida would just leave them alone. Hankel tried to interrupt, claiming they had no justification, but Dwayne shouted over him, insisting that the real problem was the flood of refugees. Logan then calmly asked his father to think about how many refugees they'd taken in and to consider just how many of them might have come from Pareto or Sylvan. The realization hit Dwayne like a ton of bricks. Furious, he screamed at Logan, demanding to know why he hadn't stopped this from happening. All the while, Patrick was quietly connecting the dots, and flat-out asks Logan if his goal was to kick off a war. Logan's answer is brutally honest. They're enemies and will have to be dealt with eventually, so why not now? A tense silence fills the room as everyone, from Hankel to Dwayne, looks disappointed. Patrick starts to wonder if he handed over the reins too quickly. Suddenly, Rick bursts in, looking for Logan, and announces that a voice message has arrived from Sylvain and Perida. Logan just smirks, saying things are already in motion and it's time to plan their next move. Outside, 2 flags flutter in the wind, belonging to the emissaries from Sylvan and Perida. The silent envoys stand there, admiring the city's beauty. They take note of how the houses are perfectly arranged around a large crossroads and how clean and happy the citizens appear. They come to a single conclusion. The city is ripe for the taking. One of them tries to start a conversation with a soldier who proudly states that all the credit goes to the first young master, Logan. The soldier then starts gushing about Logan's skills, saying he's on a whole other level compared to any noble his age, and that Logan's top priority is always the well-being of the land and his people. The soldier keeps trying to share a story about Logan, but the envoys clearly aren't interested. Back in the meeting room, the envoys stand before Logan and Patrick. They demand the refugees be returned and that they be given control over the Thezron plains. Logan and Patrick just lower their heads. Logan thinks to himself, they're practically begging for a war, and Patrick's expression shows he agrees. Hankel decides to take control, asking if Sylvan and Perida are truly ready for war. The hall erupts into chaos as everyone begins to shout. One of the emissaries, looking terrified, points a shaky finger at Logan and Patrick, yelling that they can't intimidate official envoys like this. Patrick is absolutely furious, but he keeps his cool and warns them that they're the only ones declaring war and that the McLeans are not afraid of a fight. The envoy scoffs that if a war breaks out, nothing but ashes will be left of the McLean domain. A fire ignites in Logan's eyes as he jumps into the conversation, questioning how they dare use refugees as bargaining chips. He turns to his father, declaring that the envoys have forgotten their noble duties and that there's no reason to negotiate any further. On cue, the knights surround the emissaries, their swords pointed right at them. The envoys ask if Logan and Patrick are seriously trying to start a war. Logan slowly walks down the stairs and replies that this is an all-out war. He tells them they had the audacity to enter his castle and spew their filth. Logan draws his sword, and one of the envoys tries to call him crazy but can't even finish the word. In a flash, Logan dispatches the guards and moves toward the envoys. One of them, paralyzed by fear, begs him not to come any closer. Logan ignores his pleas, swings his sword, and cuts him down on the spot. The other envoy collapses to his knees, promising he will serve McLean's will and will relay every last detail to his lord. Logan looks to his father, who gives a firm nod. Logan then orders the knights to prepare for war, and they all let out a thunderous cheer. That very same day, McLain sends a magical transmission to the Viscounts, demanding compensation for the envoy's blatant insolence. Viscount Sotto Sylvan is enraged. Sylvan scoffs at the demands, boasting that the McLeans don't have the military might to fight. Meanwhile, Logan and Patrick watch the magical transmission globe, which displays Sylvan's counter-demands. Return the servants, pay 10 million in gold, and surrender the Thezron plains. Patrick asks why they're in such a rush, since the McLeans have enough power to crush all 6 counties. Logan warns that they must occupy Sylvan as quickly as possible. Kezalon then enters the room to report that the troop count is finished. 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries are all ready for battle. Logan praises Kezalon's work and asks about their weapons. Kezalon assures him that armor, spears, and crossbows have all been supplied and that they would not be outmatched. Logan knows they wouldn't lose to Sylvan and Perida, even if they attack together, but he can't risk drawing the attention of the factions battling for the throne. He needs the third prince to become king, as he's the only rational choice. Logan asks Kezalon if he has any good news. Kezalon replies that he certainly does. Victor has awakened his strength and was waiting to report it to him in person. Logan gets visibly excited and tells Kezalon to bring him in. Victor enters, and Logan immediately cuts him off, telling him to just show him what happened. Victor concentrates his power, and a gray smoke begins to envelop his body. His power then explodes outward, leaving Logan and Patrick completely speechless. Logan grins and tells Victor he did a fantastic job and promotes him on the spot, tearing up his slave document right then and there. Victor is ecstatic, but gets a little irritated when Logan says his new promotion will be put on hold until the war is over. Logan torches the slave contract, figuring Victor is just itching for a fight. He muses that he's already lined up the perfect opponent for him, Runyan. Logan suggests to his father that they send a reply to Sylvan. Patrick tells his son to cut the pleasantries and get right to the point. With a grin, Logan commands the soldiers to march on the county of Sylvan. He then roars for Sato Sylvan to come out and face him. Sato Sylvan is absolutely livid, and Captain Kellyan requests permission to lead the attack with 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers. Sylvan breathes a sigh of relief because, even though the Malian forces were bigger than he anticipated, they still held the upper hand. Plus, Kellyan was a high-ranking knight himself. Sylvan starts to worry that Parita might turn on him, concluding that Malene and Parita have joined forces against him. He screams in a rage and orders Kellyan to get in touch with the barony of Bifrost to stop Parita from making a move. Kellyan acknowledges the command. Outside the castle, Henkel, Logan, and Patrick are mapping out their strategy. Henkel asks if providing some covering fire wouldn't be a better idea, but Patrick shoots it down, saying they can't risk Viscount Sylvan getting away. Logan agrees, explaining that Sylvan believes his forces are superior and will come out to fight any minute now. Henkel gets a little suspicious, noticing how well Logan seems to know Sato Sylvan. The gates of Sylvan Weiss County swing open, and the Sylvan Knights charge forward. Patrick sizes up the enemy and notes that Sylvan has 3,000 regular soldiers. Henkel remarks that's 1.5 times their own numbers. Callan tries to speak up, but Patrick just orders his soldiers to advance. Callan scoffs at his insolence, calling them lean soldiers a disorganized mob. Kezalon orders the mercenaries to ready their crossbows. Callan wonders what in the world Patrick is thinking and commands his men to raise their shields. Kezalon gives the order to fire, unleashing a volley of arrows. Callan smirks, thinking it'll be useless, but the arrows tear right through their shields. Now furious, Callan screams for his men to charge with everything they've got. Kezalon orders everyone to spread out, a move that completely baffles Callan. The crossbow cavalry splits off, targeting the foot soldiers, and Callan nearly has an accident right there in his armor. He considers retreating, but it's already too late. Patrick appears and challenges the Sylvan Knights to take him on. Callan is floored by Patrick's sheer power as he effortlessly cuts down 4 knights at once. It dawns on Callan that Patrick has reached the Collins at an advanced level. Patrick gives the command for the Malene soldiers to completely wipe out the enemy. The Malene Knights charge in, holding nothing back, and begin to decimate the Sylvan forces. Henkel admits to himself that just 2 months ago, the Sylvan Knights would have been an even match for them. He can't help but smile, thrilled to see how much stronger his knights have become. He glances over at Logan and Patrick, thinking that their lord's intense training certainly paid off. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Reiko is locked in a duel when Samura arrives to back him up. They clearly underestimated Reiko's strength, as he disarms 2 of them in a flash. The knights realize Reiko is a high-ranking knight, all thanks to learning the Iron Blood Sword technique. Logan rushes straight for Callan, who instantly knows he's in deep trouble. Logan recalls his training, having finally mastered the second form of the divine sword secrets and perfected his barrier. Logan and Callan clash blades. Callan is forced back with every strike, getting more annoyed by the second, and calls Logan a stubborn mule. Callan attacks with all his might, but Logan sidesteps it, the blade just nicking his ear. Logan actually applauds the move, admitting he didn't think all of Callan's swords were the real deal. Callan summons another sword, but Logan looks completely unfazed. Callan starts to realize that the closer he gets, the less effective his swords become. Logan decides to taunt him, calling him weak. Callan is clearly getting ticked off and readies another attack. Logan closes his eyes, and his internal core seems to shift, evolving into a 2-star core. He effortlessly dodges Callan's assault and appears right behind him. The tide of the battle turns completely in Logan's favor as he lands a serious wound on Callan. It finally hits Callan that Logan has also become a high-ranking knight. Logan raises his sword, focusing his aura, preparing to finish him off. Tapping into his raw power, Logan leaps high into the air, deciding he might as well defeat Callan with as much style as possible. He channels his aura and prepares his secret technique, the Divine Ripple, unleashing a massive wave of pure energy. Callan throws up a desperate block, but it's completely useless. With that, Logan defeats Callan, and the Sylvan troops know the battle is lost. Logan stands tall, an imposing figure, and bellows that he has taken down their commander. Just moments later, Patrick announces the capture of Sato Sylvan and orders all remaining forces to surrender. A smirk played on Logan's lips as he reviewed the numbers in his head. After the war, the Sylvan fief was down 42 knights and a staggering 1,223 soldiers. The McLeans, on the other hand, had lost a mere 5 knights and not a single soldier. Elsewhere, a lord received a report from his vassal. Sylvan had fallen to the McLeans. He knew then that the time to make his move had come. Meanwhile, back in Sylvan County, Sodom Sylvan was on his knees before Patrick, who was offering him one last chance. He had to apologize, take only the bare essentials, and get his family off their lands for good. But Sodom Sylvan, with a defiant glare, spat that the royal family would never stand for this takeover. Standing behind him, Logan winced. That was the absolute worst thing he could have possibly said to Patrick. While the Count's own blunders had led to the McLean's downfall back in the day, the real snake who orchestrated a rebellion to capitalize on the chaos was none other than Beffro. Logan mused that only the king's intervention had stopped Beffro from having the authority to just order them to clean house and serve him. Still, just hearing that name was enough to make Patrick's mood plummet. With ice in his voice, Patrick asked Sylvan if he had a death wish. Sodom opened his mouth to reply, but Logan ended the conversation permanently, leaving the man to his fate. Logan coolly explained to Patrick that he was merely showing respect by granting him a warrior's end. Patrick simply nodded and said, "Good work." Logan silently hoped this wouldn't give other nobles an excuse to come after them, especially not Beffro, an enemy they weren't nearly ready to face. A few weeks went by, and, inside Sylvan Castle, Logan and his father, Patrick, were talking things over. Logan pointed out that even though they'd been on high alert, Perida hadn't made a single move against them. Patrick shot back. Why would she have any reason to? His son countered with a question of his own. But what if Perida decided to attack Tesseron Castle? Patrick just waved off the concern, telling Logan to take it easy since Clayton was holding the fort. The young man had to agree, admitting that sheer power wasn't the only reason they'd managed to defeat Viscount Sylvan. The reality was, they won because Sylvan had completely underestimated them, while the McLeans had thrown everything they had into the fight. And that wasn't even mentioning their trump card, Clayton himself and his stone golems secretly stationed at Tesseron Castle. But even with that advantage, Logan knew that trying to manage 3 separate castles was a logistical nightmare. They had to find a way to streamline their operations. Logan then proposed a bold idea to his father, shift their administrative center to the cities, which would make managing all 3 castles far more efficient. 2 of the nearby vassals chimed in, agreeing, since they'd already cleared out the monster-infested woods, and leaving a skeleton crew to man the fortress wouldn't be an issue. They could consolidate the knights in the cities, poised to march on Tesseron or Sylvan whenever needed. Patrick thought it was a brilliant plan. A relieved Logan said that now he wouldn't be stuck handling everything by himself. His father clapped him on the shoulder, congratulating him before asking just how many knights they managed to capture. Logan reported a total of 75, all locked away in the cells, noting that 8 of them were intermediate-class knights. He then asked his father for permission to try and persuade them to switch their allegiance to the McLeans. A single battle had brought them this many knights, Logan thought. It was way more efficient than scouting for young talent, but he also knew that if Sylvan had been just a bit more careful, they would have suffered far heavier losses and captured only a fraction of these knights. He figured it was a fluke that wasn't likely to happen again, so they shouldn't get too cocky about this one victory. Patrick, on the other hand, was absolutely beaming, boasting to Logan that with this kind of manpower, not even Perida looked like much of a threat anymore. He showered his son with praise, declaring this was all thanks to him, and grinned like the proudest dad on the planet. Seeing his father's pure joy, Logan actually blushed and couldn't find the words. Patrick just told him to soak it in, at least for today. But the celebration between father and son was cut short when a vassal burst in with a message from the Beffro family, leaving both Logan and Patrick completely floored. The vassal began to read the letter aloud. In it, Beffro had the audacity to call himself the Lord of the Southwest and was expressing his displeasure with the McLain family's constant warmongering. Patrick nearly blew a gasket just hearing Beffro's self-proclaimed title. The vassal nervously continued reading. The letter stated that, at the personal request of Viscount Sylvan, both Perida and the McLeans were ordered to cease all hostilities immediately. With every syllable, Patrick's face got redder, and he started ranting that they were the ones who started this whole mess, and now they had the nerve to ask for an intervention. Logan, ever the pragmatist, thought they should at least hear the rest of the letter. Beffro went on to acknowledge that the constant conflict was because he himself had failed to fulfill his duties as a proper lord and promote peace in the region. Therefore, Roger Beffro, on the occasion of his 50th birthday next month, was formally inviting heirs from every major family in the Southwest to discuss the region's future. Patrick completely lost his cool, calling the whole thing nonsense while ripping the clothes off the poor messenger. As he read the letter, he kept shouting that there was no way they were going, since the McLeans don't serve Beffro. The letter finished by stating that skipping the meeting would be seen as a refusal to negotiate, and Patrick declared that they would not be bullied by threats. But Logan went right against his father, thinking the invitation actually sounded kind of intriguing. Patrick stared at his son with a look he'd never seen on the man's face before. And despite claiming to respect his wishes, he immediately started yelling again, tearing off the last piece of the letter that was covering the vassal. He swore the McLains would never kneel, not even in death. It was at that exact moment that Logan casually picked up a potted plant and asked his father if he'd like an immediate burial. But one of their knights stepped in to break it up, shouting that there'd be no patricide on his watch. Patrick finally calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was thinking. Logan explained that, as things stood, there was no way they could beat Befro. The young man had to face the facts. They had around 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking soldiers, and a total of more than 300 knights in all. And that was just a small fraction of Befro's massive army. On the surface, things looked good for the McLains, but they were really just walking on eggshells. They needed time to fully unite the Sylvan Knights and to make Para submit their authority. Plus, Logan needed more time to master the third style of the divine sword techniques and for the other knights to complete their training. Patrick understood all of it, but warned that the Southwest was a different beast. Unlike other lords, Befro couldn't just demand loyalty from the local nobles. Logan disagreed, saying that back in the capital, he discovered that Pearl and Rothman had secretly sworn their allegiance to Befro a long time ago, which left Patrick totally floored. Logan just smiled, glad to finally have his old man's permission. He told his father not to worry, that he knew his own strength, and that they should just look at this as a chance to check out how their ancestral lands had been holding up. The next morning, back in McLain City, Logan was stopped by Hamer. Hamer asked if it was true he was being sold out to the enemy, but Logan had absolutely no idea what the guy was rambling about. Putting two and two together, Logan got annoyed. He slugged Hamer square in the jaw and told him to stop believing such ridiculous rumors. Hamer just replied that most of the rumors about Logan usually ended up being true, so it wasn't really his fault. For once, Logan was at a loss for words. Hamer then took something from his back, unwrapped it, and held it out for Logan. It was a sword made of pure mithril, which left Logan completely floored. Over on the Befro estate, Plone Parida, heir to the Parida family, arrived by carriage and noticed something out of place. A single man in a cloak, traveling all alone. He quickly realized it was Logan McLain and was stunned that this was the man who had successfully occupied the Sylvan barony. He assumed the McLain family must have suffered massive losses for Logan to be traveling without an escort. Plone climbed out of his carriage and demanded to know why he was getting the same treatment as some apparent nobody. A guard tried to intervene, but Plone paid him no mind, instead introducing himself to Logan and saying he'd heard the tales, especially about how he dispatched 6 knights in the blink of an eye. Plone then noticed that Logan's sword was spotless, and while shaking his hand, commented that he looked much younger up close and that the stories about him must be exaggerated. Logan just smirked and gripped Plone's hand so hard he nearly crushed it. In that instant, Plone realized Logan was far more powerful than he'd imagined. They let go of each other's hands, Plone's now trembling violently, and Logan apologized, claiming he'd mistaken the greeting for a strength competition. Plone fought back, tears, and, calling him an idiot, whipped out his sword, ready to teach the man a lesson. The guard tried to warn him that personal fights were forbidden on the grounds, but Logan just threw off his cloak and told Plone he talked too much. Absolutely furious, Plone ordered his knights to attack Logan. The young man got ready, concentrated his aura, and in a single instant, blew past all of the guards, ending up right behind them with his sword pressed against Plone's neck. Plone felt no physical force coming from Logan and realized the incredible speed was generated entirely by the sword's own power. A guard approached and asked where he'd bought such a weapon, to which Logan curtly replied that it was rude to ask. Plone just chalked it up to Logan being some lucky guy who found a good sword somewhere. At that very moment, a man in full armor emerged from the gate. It was Sir Fram, the Moonlight Knight. A knight of such an elite rank would only be sent by Befro to greet them for a very important reason. Sir Fram looked straight at Logan, asked if he was even a man, completely stunned to see an intermediate knight so young. Plan and his knights were totally speechless. It finally dawned on Plan that this had to be the source of Logan's power, not just his skill with a blade. From the high-ranking knight level and up, there was a unique aura that was impossible to hide, so Logan figured it was best to only show his current strength to keep a low profile. Logan then placed his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect and said he aspired to one day be as mighty as Sir Fram, who advised him to never be satisfied and to aim to become a superhuman. Afterwards, Sir Fram led them inside, telling them that the heirs of Pearl and Ruffman had already shown up and that they should just wait for the party tomorrow night. Plan tried to get a jab in at Logan, again, saying he probably didn't have any party clothes and offering to lend him pajamas. But Logan just ignored him and asked a servant for the way to his room. Logan thought that Plan really didn't grasp the situation at all and that taking over the Pareto was going to be a piece of cake. Logan looked up at the massive building, remembering what Plan had said. He thought to himself that he wasn't planning on taking off his armor anyway, since he was standing on the land his ancestors lost and he couldn't dare let his guard down. Logan stood before Lord Beffro, who ordered him to draw his sword. The young man simply bowed his head, greeted the Lord, and wished him a happy birthday. The people in the crowd thought Logan was acting like an idiot and called him a country bumpkin. As Logan observed the castles and cities, he was surprised to see that the people were actually quite friendly, saying that Beffro was a good lord. Beffro welcomed Logan with open arms and said that since he had come all this way, he presumed the McLains would be following his wishes. Logan smoothly replied that if Beffro's wishes were for peace, they would always be ready to march by his side. Beffro praised him, calling him enlightened, and invited him to enjoy the party. The young man realized that Beffro was also a serious threat. He was a fifth circle mage, which made him as formidable as an advanced knight in a war. Logan's thoughts were suddenly cut off by an announcement. Count Beffro was about to make a speech. Beffro started by thanking everyone for attending his birthday, and also gave a special thanks to the second prince for granting him the sun's tear. People were shocked by how close Beffro seemed to be with the prince himself. Beffro continued, saying it was time for the Southwest to leave its old traditions behind and unite, just as the second prince, the leading contender for the throne, wanted. Logan knew this was just a fancy way for Beffro to tell everyone to get in line under the prince's command. Beffro finished by saying that Logan was a great young man, the standout hero who led the McLains to victory in 2 wars, and a genius who became an intermediate knight at just 21 years old. Beffro extended his hand, saying he didn't mean to force such a talented man, but merely to make an offer. He revealed that Count Valtrain, the second prince's grandfather, was looking for talented guys like Logan to be his students. The young man was at a complete loss for words, but replied that he was honored, but he already had a master. Beffro asked if it was his father, but Logan said he was trained by a great man and regretted that he had to refuse. Beffro remarked that youth really does move fast and said that the flaming heart sword himself would appear soon, and asked Logan to receive some instruction from him. He warned that he would make the same offer to all the heirs there and that Logan could even bring his own teacher to the lesson. The young man immediately stopped caring about the lesson and focused on the fact that Beffro was trying everything he could to rope in the McLains. Logan thought it would be tough to refuse again, but luckily, he had already taken precautions. He thanked him for the compliments and said he couldn't refuse the request since Beffro was being so persistent. Beffro thanked Logan for accepting and declared that his choice would be the first step in uniting the Southwest. He added that Purcell and Ruffman had already agreed to join and that, as a show of gratitude, he would personally give those heirs a gift. Vassals brought a table into the room with 2 artifacts on it, a sword and a hammer. Logan figured that, of course, the Count would give a gift worth at least 12 million gold. He wondered if Beffro would actually give away something, and just like that, as if he was reading his thoughts, Beffro called Ramon Perkel and Eric Rothman right out of the crowd and asked them if they would swear their loyalty. The 2 immediately knelt. Beffro then bestowed the sword of Lamb upon Ramon and the hammer of Jackson upon Eric, promising that those who served him would be greatly rewarded, get what was coming to them. That's when a plastered parrot stumbled out of the crowd, pointed at Logan, and slurred. Doesn't his sword look way better? He kept insisting Logan's blade was a masterpiece, basically spitting in the Count's face. Logan sighed internally. Parrota had just signed his own death warrant. His sword, Lux, was as powerful as most artifacts out there. Logan figured, worst case, he could use the sword as a bargaining chip to buy some time, but now Parrota had completely blown his cover. Beffro sneered, asking if Logan's sword was really all that special. The young man just shrugged, saying he got lucky finding a dwarven forged weapon. Then, Beffro asked if he could take a closer look. But Logan knew that if he handed it over, he'd never get it back. He replied that, even at his age, a man just can't part with his partner. So, Beffro made a new offer. Instead of handing over the sword, Logan could prove its worth in a little exhibition match against his knight, Raman. A grin spread across Logan's face. He thought to himself that things were taking an interesting turn. But hey, why not? Logan drew his sword and declared he was ready to accept the challenge. Inside the training hall, he and Raymond stood face to face. Raymond generously offered him the first move, but Logan turned it down, saying he didn't want to hear any excuses later about him having an unfair advantage. Ramon scoffed, calling him arrogant as he started flaring his aura. The ladies in the room swooned over how gorgeous Ramon's sword was. Logan just wondered if the guy was trying to be a peacock, making himself the perfect, flashy target. In stark contrast, a weapon like Hamar's was simple, but it had flawless balance, a killer edge, and incredible durability. Raymond taunted, asking if Logan's pretty little sword could actually handle a real artifact. Logan just thought, wow, this guy is even dumber than Parrota. Ramon then lunged forward, aiming to end it quickly. Logan glanced at the audience, saw Sir Frums, and knew he had to play this smart, hide his real power. He planned to stumble a bit, maybe get a scratch or two, and land a few decent counterattacks. The key was to look like a spirited underdog, and then, after beating him, drop a cool one-liner. In the next moment, Logan's blade was at Ramon's throat. You got lucky, he said. Ramon screamed that it was a fluke, that he wasn't used to the new sword, but Beffro cut him off, saying Ramon had disappointed him. Logan was disappointed too, but for different reasons. Befro then apologized to Logan and offered to open his personal treasury, letting the young man pick any artifact his heart desired. Logan knew exactly what this was. Befro was trying to rope him in, no matter the cost. The Count was probably thinking that whatever Logan took, he could just take it back later. Just then, a servant burst in, announcing that the Sword Duke was on the line for the Count's birthday. The news left Befro completely stunned. A projection of Felix Esperanza appeared, congratulating the Count, calling him one of the kingdom's most trusted pillars, and saying he was sorry he couldn't be there in person. Befro stammered his thanks. Then, Felix's eyes drifted, spotting Logan in the background. "Befro," he asked, "is that really him?" The entire room went silent. Befro started sweating bullets. Logan knew his plan had worked. He stepped forward, bowed, and called Felix master. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely floored. Felix turned back to Befro and demanded, "Is this true?" Befro's tune changed instantly, saying that if the Sword Duke himself wanted Logan, he could certainly put aside his own needs. Logan mentally patted himself on the back. Asking for Felix's help was the perfect move. As a neutral superhuman, nobody could refuse his orders. Felix shot Logan a quick wink, saying he couldn't wait to see him in the capital. Logan bowed his head in thanks. Befro looked like he was about to have a stroke. The very next day, Logan found himself in Befro's artifact vault. A guard told him he had 1 hour and could only pick one item. Logan scanned the 30 or so artifacts, immediately ignoring the weapons. His attention was drawn to a strange energy, converging on a pair of armored boots in a glass case. He was skeptical at first, since he couldn't feel any magic coming off them, but then he realized they were slowly draining his own power. He wondered what would happen if he just kept feeding them his energy, and to his surprise, his power started getting pulled away like a tidal wave. Logan grinned and shouted, "All right, let's see who gives out first." He kept pumping more and more of his energy into the boots. All of a sudden, a massive shockwave erupted from the boots, throwing Logan clear across the room, but his strength flooded back into him. In that instant, it all clicked. Later that night, Befro demanded to know if Logan McLain had left yet. With 3 days still left before the party, he realized the kid had totally played him. Absolutely furious, Befro ordered his knights to track him down and get that artifact back. Meanwhile, Logan was just chilling by a campfire. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent washed over him, making him leap to his feet and scan the area. The trees, he knew it was a pursuer from Befro. A hooded man stepped out from the bushes, and Logan quickly assessed the situation. They had sent a team of 4. The man in front warned his accomplices they could rough him up however they wanted, just as long as they didn't kill him. The 3 goons rushed Logan, but he didn't bother waiting and launched his own offensive. The guys panicked, completely baffled as to how a mid-level knight could move that fast. Logan thought he'd made a great haul with these new boots. On top of a triple jump in mid-air, they also repaired themselves and were size adjustable. He figured the boots had to be at least a 4th-level artifact, and decided a fitting name would be the Boots of the Wind God. The men asked for permission to aim for his weak spots, but the hooded figure just sighed in disgust, calling them pathetic. The man then lunged from behind with a silver aura, catching Logan by surprise. He managed to block, but was still knocked back. Logan focused his aura, preparing for a nasty fight. He told the man he never would have guessed the title of Moonlight was earned with such cowardly tactics. A moment later, he recognized the man's true identity, Sir France. Sir France shot back that Logan wasn't just hiding his true strength, but had blown past all expectations and that he knew all about the artifact Logan had. Sir France said he would be taking the artifact as payment for the lesson he was about to teach. Logan asked just what kind of lesson that would be, since Sir France should be ashamed of his title, the Moonlight Knight. Sir France replied that was precisely why he intended to teach a very harsh lesson. Logan noticed his strange stance, which looked like he was holding a whip. Sir France then unleashed his power, attacking Logan with a blade of pure energy that cracked through the air like a whip. Logan deflected the attacks, noting that they were relentless. He realized he couldn't last much longer and needed to use everything he had. He charged his aura and managed to get behind Sir France for an attack. However, it felt like he hadn't even left a scratch. Suddenly, he had a realization. He backflipped, narrowly dodging one of Sir France's blows. Sir France demanded to know how he dodged his attacks and if he was using the secret arts of the Sword Duke. Logan paid him no mind, thinking that if Sir France was still standing, his attack hadn't been nearly strong enough. He thought that if he didn't have the abilities of the Boots of the Wind God, he would have taken that last attack right in the face. Logan finally replied that he wasn't using any secret arts and told Sir France to hang on a second, because he was about to see a real secret technique. The arrogant knight actually said he would wait. Logan thought that Sir France's ego was making things way too easy. He poured his aura into his sword, thinking that if he lost, he wouldn't just lose the boots, but Sir France would also make sure he never held a sword again. He opened his eyes, declaring that the time was now. Sir France charged at him, but the instant he was about to plunge his sword into the young man's heart, A massive explosion of energy erupted around them. Sir France had seriously underestimated the power Logan truly wielded. The young warrior had conjured a massive blade of aura, the third form of the divine sword's secrets, and was ready to cut Sir France down. Sir France was slammed into the ground. He realized he was in mortal danger. The impact of the attack was so huge that his men started scrambling to find him. Sir France coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had managed to survive, but muttered it would have been better to die with Logan than to return in defeat. Logan was already riding off on his horse, thinking about how he had hesitated. He remembered when Sir France attacked him while he was charging the third style, leaving a coin-sized hole in his chest. He figured all his tough talk and bravado were just a show. But at least one thing was now certain. With his skills and the treasures he had, he could definitely take down an advanced knight. Then he immediately fainted and fell off his horse, which just kept on walking. At the mansion, Rick and Dwayne were shocked to see him in tatters and asked what on earth had happened. Logan deadpanned that he had fallen off his horse. His return caused a huge commotion, but the incident was quickly brushed aside. Patrick looked ashamed, saying that Logan was enduring all these hardships because their family lacked power. Logan told his father they would soon repay their enemies in full, but to do that, he needed to reorganize their forces. Over on the training field, Rana was swinging his sword with a vengeance. He replayed what Logan had told him, that the war would be easy, and he didn't need Rana, he should just focus on his own skills. Rana thought to himself that he couldn't let Logan treat him like a kid anymore. He was suddenly interrupted by Logan, who casually invited him to take a break, and introduced him to his new training partner, Victor. Rana was completely taken aback. Victor was decked out in a brand new, shiny suit of armor, and Rana couldn't help but ask if it was a good fit, but all he could really think was that Victor looked about his age, and he wondered if this kid was a Force user too. Logan confirmed it, saying Victor had just recently awakened his power, and since they were the same age, Logan figured it would be great motivation. Rana asked Logan what he meant by training together, and Logan's simple reply was, fighting. The two boys stared each other down, ready to go at it. With a signal from Logan, the fight was on. Victor immediately went for Rana's neck, but Rana was quick enough to dodge. He instantly recognized Victor's technique, the Iron Blood sword style. That settled it. Rana decided to get serious. He charged forward, aiming to take Victor down, and Victor knew he was in a tight spot. Rana unleashed a powerful wave of energy, but Victor managed to evade it with a high leap into the air. From above, he readied his next attack, hoping to catch Rana off guard. Victor came crashing down, plunging his sword into the earth and carving out a crater, but Rana dodged just in the nick of time and yelled, "You're a monster." Victor just shrugged it off. Logan just burst out laughing, asking Rana who exactly was calling who a monster here. Rana reset his stance, thinking to himself that it was time to go all out. Victor just grinned, looking totally at ease. Watching from a safe distance, Logan realized he'd been right all along. These two had incredible synergy. Victor had already perfected his training on the Iron Blood sword and was already adapting it to his own style. Meanwhile, the more experienced Rana moved fluidly, not bound by any rigid forms. Suddenly, Rana yelled, "Hey, no punching," to which Victor shot back, "All's fair in a real fight." This just made Logan laugh even harder. He told them to maybe not go quite so hard, and thought to himself that the Empire's war was still 7 years away, and at this rate, Rana and Victor would be more than ready in 5 or 6 years. He figured it would be fantastic if Victor could master the secrets of the Divine Sword, but Logan knew he'd need a good reason to keep the kid around. Later, in Logan's office, Clayton and his disciples were absolutely floored by what he told them. Apparently, Victor could actually see the flow of mana. Logan was trying to find something Victor liked to learn as a way to keep him at the castle. So when Victor said he wanted to learn how to move clay dolls with that yellow thread, Logan was completely dumbfounded. Clayton jumped in, asking if he could see where he was directing his mana. Victor pointed at one of the disciples, calling him the old guy, and said that's where the mana was going. So, they tried it again, and this time, Victor said Clayton was sending the mana to a water bottle. Clayton grabbed Victor by the shoulders, exclaiming that he was special, that not even the great mages of legend could see mana with their own 2 eyes. Logan found himself wondering if seeing mana was really that big of a deal. He asked Victor if he was absolutely sure he wanted to learn magic. He replied that if that's what it took to control the giant doll, then yes, he was sure. Logan pressed him, and Victor explained that if he could control something that big, he could accomplish so much more. Logan turned to Clayton and said he was entrusting Victor to him, but the old mage had already vanished. A moment later, Clayton was yelling for someone to bring him a measuring tape as he started taking Victor's measurements. Logan thought to himself that Victor truly had the talent to become a great mage. Both siblings were absolute geniuses. He considered how his forces were steadily growing stronger and figured it was probably time to head to Grand, just as he'd promised his master. His plan was to go alone, but things didn't exactly go according to plan. 7 knights were surrounding Logan, all geared up to protect him. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squadron of the M-Land Knights introduced himself, but Logan just looked annoyed and told them all to beat it. Patrick had warned him that it would be disrespectful to the Sword Duke, and that Logan really should take at least a minimal escort. Spotting a familiar face, Logan asked Rick what he was doing there. Rick claimed it just wouldn't be proper for the heir of a noble house to be wandering around without a personal attendant. Logan wasn't buying it for a second and asked if Rick was just tagging along because he wanted to see the capital. Rick immediately broke into a cold sweat and confessed that yes, that was part of it, because nobody in his guild would talk to him anymore and he really needed to get married. Logan stuck his fingers in his ears, grumbling that they would all just slow him down. He had two main goals for this trip. First, he needed to identify any potential changes to the future he knew, and second, he had to find the third prince and forge an alliance with the royal family. He recalled the history of the royals. The current king, Samuel Vaughn, hadn't produced an heir until he was 40, so he ended up having two sons with his concubines. Then, 10 years later, the queen finally gave birth to the third prince, a boy who would surpass them all, his brothers, to become the successor. Logan knew that the Civil War was set to kick off that winter, right before the third prince's coming of age, all starting with the king's death. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a sixth-circle mage, and the second prince, Jordan Walterine, were both going to have the full support of their grandfathers. Logan remembered seeing the third prince on the verge of execution, only for Felix to appear, declaring it was the king's will for the third prince to live. But even after gaining the upper hand, the third prince ended up running the country into the ground over the next 5 years. Because of this, Logan's #1 goal was to make sure that man never became king. He figured the second prince was cut from the same cloth and decided he needed to see for himself if the third prince was even worthy of the throne. Inside the castle, Logan's servants were just standing there, jaws on the floor. Rick walked up and asked if Logan thought it might be good for the family to do some networking, before asking for a little help getting friendly with one of the maids. Logan, completely annoyed, smacked Rick on the head, sending him to the ground. A man then came over to greet Logan and led him to Felix's office. The man introduced himself as Lewis Ryan, the Duke's right-hand man, the exact same person Logan had met in his past life. Lewis had given him the secrets of the divine sword, telling him to memorize them and pass them on to someone with real talent. Logan couldn't, for the life of him, remember anything else Lewis had given him. Lewis brought him to the office and announced that the Duke was waiting inside. Just as Lewis turned, a voice called out. Logan smirked and turned toward the sound. He greeted the Duchess, Felix's wife, congratulated her on her soon-to-be-born heir, and mentioned he was available for any questions. She placed her hands on her belly and asked him to name their baby. Logan was totally stunned. Felix joined the conversation, saying he and the Duchess had been going back and forth on it for quite some time. Since they felt they owed it all to Logan, they wanted him to choose the name. The young man was still speechless. He thought about how a name defines and lights up a child's entire path. They had only met 2 times, and Logan knew this was a massive responsibility. He replied that it would be an honor. Felix and the Duchess were absolutely beaming. Felix then asked the Duchess to go and get some rest. He leaned against the door, remarking that he wasn't great with words. Then he told Logan they needed to talk about their bodies. Logan was completely confused. Felix stared him down and said he was shocked at how fast his power level had skyrocketed. He wanted to see for himself just how strong Logan was now. On the training field, Felix and Logan faced off. Logan lunged forward, but Felix dodged and instantly appeared behind him, ready to counter. Logan grunted and pivoted his attack, but Felix blocked it without breaking a sweat. The young man thought a battle against his own master was the perfect chance to test his limits, but Felix